Good morning, all. I request all the delegates kindly take your seats. We are already late. We are supposed to start this session by 9:30. We are late by nearly 25 minutes. I request once again all the delegates to kindly take their seats. And I also invite Lydia, if you are here. Okay, Lydia. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting from our yesterday's breakout discussions, the conference themes in multiple languages. So we'd like to initiate that, and now I'll hand over the floor to Lydia to take it forward.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good day of discussions yesterday and also a nice leisure time after the sessions. And here we are, starting the third and final day, well, actually fourth day and final of this excellent summit. We have a little bit of a restructured the schedule of today, because we have made the space for the short reports, 3 minutes, of the language tables that were organized yesterday afternoon. We believe it's important to hear very succinct summaries of those discussions. And then we have shortened a bit the plenary 5 and plenary 6. So we have adapted a bit the schedule you will see during the day. Kind of shifts of 15 minutes or so, no more. Now, may I ask Eurico to come on stage to report briefly about the session in Portuguese. Eurico, the floor is yours. Portuguese, yes.
Good morning, everyone. I will try to speak in Portuguese, the session language as a meio for the Diamond Open Access. O nosso grupo é composto por 12 elementos, 11 angolanos e um moçambicano. África é o continente com maior diversidade linguística do mundo, reunindo entre 2 a 3 mil línguas nativas distintas. No entanto, no sistema global de comunicação, historicamente predominam as línguas como inglês, francês, espanhol e o árabe. Tu translate? Ok. Atualmente, o sistema de comunicação orientado para o acesso aberto diamante afirma-se como um modelo ético, sustentável e equitativo na disseminação do conhecimento, visando eliminar barreiras de custos para autores e para leitores. Esta consolidação visa valorizar cada vez mais as línguas locais. Por exemplo, o português, que é falado atualmente por mais de 280 milhões de pessoas em países e territórios como Portugal, Brasil, Angola, Moçambique, Cabo Verde, Guiné-Bissau, São Tomé e Príncipe, Timor-Leste e Macau, constitui um instrumento muito poderoso para impulsionar o acesso aberto diamante. Como se pode observar, a língua torna-se um instrumento muito poderoso, permitindo que a publicação científica seja feita em línguas nacionais, regionais, locais, ampliando assim a disseminação do conhecimento. O nosso grupo conclui que a linguagem deixa então de ser um fator de exclusão e se afirma como um poderoso instrumento para promover a inclusão, a sustentabilidade e a equidade no âmbito do acesso aberto diamante. Muito obrigado. Thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigada, Eurico. Thank you very much for this speech about the Portuguese language specifically, but also multi-language advocacy as well. May I invite, I don't know, Marco is in the room for the Spanish reports? No, if not yet, let's move to Kannada, the local language, and is Madame Sumangala. May I invite Madame Sumangala, who will speak in Kannada. So please prepare your headphones, unless you are fully fluent in Kannada. Not my case.
Ellarigu namaskara. This is Kannada. For the benefit of the audience here, we don't have an interpreter for Kannada. So for the benefits of audience, I'll be myself and Ilangovan, we both will be sharing whatever our group has come out with. Again, I'm telling Ellarigu namaskara. Tamiಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಈ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಆದರದ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. What I said was good morning to all, and I welcome you all for this gathering here. Production and documentation of knowledge in Kannada and regional languages should be encouraged by policy and included as an important aspect of research assessment in key areas including agriculture, ecology, climate change, and related aspects. Language is not a tool for inclusion with diamond open access features of important research can be translated in Kannada and regional languages without the problem of copyright licenses. I think Ilan Govan also is having 1 or 2 points to share with you guys. He will continue, please.
Yeah, the session was on Kannada, but we also focused, we used Kannada as an example to focus on regional languages in India, because we have 22 regional languages that are official. As Sumangla mentioned, that language is not just a tool for communication, but it is a tool for inclusion. So we also wanted to focus on how we use scholarly communication in a very colonial lens, because even if we talk of other languages that are being represented here, we are not talking about the indigenous languages. And all of these are colonial languages anyway for people who are using that in scholarly communication. And maybe we need to rethink and shift our focus on the lens with which we see where what is considered as a basic unit of scholarly communication, and is it at the production level or is it at the outreach and communication level? And yeah, that also needs to be included in research assessment.
Yeah, unfortunately, if I talk about Kannada, we have a lot of literature, Kannada language used in literature and other social sciences. Unfortunately, as far as agriculture is concerned, we have very less, publications, journals that we are bringing out in Kannada. So that is also we would like to emphasize here. Thank you, one and all.
Excellent, thank you. May we continue with the local language, and who is reporting on Hindi? Is Mita, maybe? Yeah, please.
सबको मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा नाम डॉक्टर जी आर स्मिता है। मैं आज इस डायमंड ओपन एक्सेस शिखर सम्मेलन में हिंदी की तरफ से रिप्रेजेंटेशन दे रही हूँ। ये डायमंड ओपन एक्सेस शिखर सम्मेलन है 2 से 6 फरवरी 2026 में ताज बेंगलुरु में आयोजित किया जा रहा है। और इस सम्मेलन का एक लचीले, न्याय संगत और बहुभाषी विद्वतापूर्ण संचार पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र के लिए यह एक मॉडल है जो सार्वजनिक बुनियादी ढांचे और सहयोग को मजबूत करने पर केंद्रित है। यह डायमंड ओपन एक्सेस श्रृंखला का आयोजन का उद्देश्य है जो सभी के बीच में एक न्याय संगत और संवाद स्थापित करना है और सभी के बीच में सहयोगिता को बढ़ाना है। इसका एक मेन लक्ष्य है कि जर्नल संपादकों, संगठनों, विशेषज्ञों और हितधारकों को एक साथ लाना है और शिक्षक शोधकर्ता को प्रकाशन के लिए कोई शुल्क नहीं होना चाहिए, सभी को मिलने के होना चाहिए, ये इसका बहुत उद्देश्य है। और यह आयोजन वैज्ञानिक ज्ञान को एक वैश्विक सार्वजनिक वस्तु के रूप में स्थापित करने के दिशा के तरफ एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। और कल 5 फरवरी को इस श्रृंखला में बहुभाषिक एक विचार विमर्श का एक आयोजन कार्यक्रम का भी आयोजन किया गया था। तब वह हम एक 5 से 6 हिंदी जो भाषा बोलने जा सकते हैं, हम सभी मिलके हमारा विचार विमर्श को हमने आपस में बांटा और इसमें हमने ये जाना है कि 57% of the Indian population speaks in Hindi as their first or second language, making it the most spoken language in the country. And globally also, Hindi is the third most spoken language and around the 600 to 650 million speakers, representing the population of 7.5 to 8.3% of the total world population speaks Hindi. So यह जानकारी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि हिंदी भारत का राजभाषा होने के नाते और विश्व में भी बहुत 8% लोग यहाँ इस भाषा को बोले जाने वाला भाषा है। इसीलिए बहुत सारे जो ग्रंथ हैं इसको हिंदी में बहुत सारे ग्रंथ 100 से भी ज्यादा अधिक ग्रंथ जो है और जर्नल से हिंदी में प्रकाशित हो रहे हैं। और साथ ही हमको ये बढ़ावा भी देना चाहिए, बहुत सारे लिटरेचर है, ये सब ग्रंथ हो ही रहे हैं, हिंदी में बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। परंतु स्टेम जो है, जो हम बोलते हैं साइंटिफिक और टेक्नोलॉजी रिलेटेड जो भी ग्रंथ है, प्रकाशन को भी हमको ये हिंदी में उसको अनुवाद करके प्रकाशित करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि हमको लोकल लैंग्वेज को बढ़ावा देने से क्या होता है कि हम नीचे स्तर तक उसको पहुंच सकते हैं, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग, जैसे इधर भी बहुत सारे बहुभाषीय भाषी है, पर हमको ऊपर के स्तर पर नीचे के स्तर से भी पहुंचना चाहिए। इसीलिए हमको जो भी अच्छे अच्छे प्रकाशन हर एक फील्ड में है उसको हिंदी में अनुवाद करके पब्लिश करना चाहिए, प्रकाशित करना चाहिए। यही हमने कल हमारे चर्चा में सबने हमने आपस में बांटा है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this tremendous effort that you are doing in for this inclusion in all these languages in India and in Hindi in particular. May I ask now Marco? I think now he is ready. Yes, Marco, please. He will report on the Spanish language.
Hi everyone. Hablaré en español, por supuesto. Nosotros tuvimos un enfoque muy interesante, contamos con participación de un diverso grupos de personajes, ya que tuvimos jóvenes investigadores, investigadores consumados, representantes de infraestructura, representantes de Estado y participantes también de la UNESCO. Entonces tuvimos una discusión bastante interesante porque cada uno de ellos estaba mostrando su punto de vista y nosotros presentamos 3 puntos principales en nuestra agenda de discusión. Ok, la primera es, nosotros estamos asumiendo que el lenguaje no es un accesorio, ni es solamente un aspecto de la comunicación, sino que es un principio estructural de la comunicación. Esto lo estamos reflejando no solamente como un deseo o una inspiración, sino a través de la tecnología que estamos desarrollando. Nuestro marcador en XML identifica el lenguaje como un metadato, no es solamente una característica, sino que es información que está viajando a través de la comunicación científica. Hay esfuerzos muy interesantes, hay un buscador, un metabuscador que estamos desarrollando también en este momento, que va a permitir identificar el idioma no solamente como esta información, sino como un vehículo para permitir que las investigaciones viajen a partir de la interpretación del idioma mediante inteligencia artificial y pueda ser el punto de partida para unir la investigación local a lo regional y a lo internacional. De manera que este buscador va a permitir que una persona en Japón entienda el principio básico de una investigación escrita en español y, pues bueno, eventualmente esto va a desencadenar en una traducción para que el investigador ya acceda al recurso que sí le está interesando. El segundo punto es el respeto a los contextos locales. Es muy importante que no subordinemos la publicación de nuestros resultados al idioma inglés. Sabemos que el idioma inglés pues, ha sido históricamente el vehículo de comunicación por excelencia de la ciencia, pero no tenemos que asumir este principio solamente como algo inamovible, ¿no? O inalterable. Por parte de la CCT, de nuestro sistema de evaluación, se está incentivando la publicación de resultados en español. Todos los proyectos de investigación que están financiados tienen como requisito entregar uno de sus productos en una revista mexicana, obviamente en idioma español. Y eso es algo que se implementó recientemente y que está buscando posicionar y compartir los resultados con el contexto local para que la ciencia realmente tenga un impacto social un poco más inmediato hacia las necesidades de la agenda nacional. Otro punto muy importante con esta el multilingüismo en la ciencia es que se planteó que publicar, bueno, en todas las revistas mexicanas, al menos el 95% de ellas publica en idioma español. Se está buscando ser más diverso en el idioma como un método, eso me parece muy interesante, como un método para aumentar también la cartera de revisores, ya que hay muchas disciplinas que tienen un nicho muy pequeño y al no contar con suficientes revisores del idioma en español, pues bueno, si se empieza a publicar en otros idiomas, si se empieza a diversificar este enfoque, pues también se podría contar con un poco más de apoyo para la revisión por pares y esto sería, podría agilizar los procesos de publicación. Y bueno, el último es la verdad es que como buenos latinoamericanos, pues al final nos descontrolamos un poco y empezamos a hablar de muchas cosas que no tenían que ver con el idioma. Pero tuvimos algunos avances muy, muy interesantes. Entonces, entre todo esto, La idea es justamente identificar el idioma como un aspecto de la soberanía y de la gobernanza de la ciencia regional y local. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Marco, for this excellent report and this advocacy on using the language as one of the elements of sovereignty in scholarly publication. Very good. Now, there was a glitch in the French system and there were some urgent actions that prevented the French to come together. So there will be no reporting in French for now. Last but not least, may I call Seresta Mondal, who was in the English. No, no reporting on English either. Okay, well, we hear enough English in this summit. Good. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for these rapporteurs. We thought it was important to bring this language dimension in this forum. So without any further ado, we start plenary 5, and I would like to call upon my colleague Eurico Wongo Hungula, who will co-chair the session with me. This session is about Diamond Open Access Initiative. So here we have put together a very nice program where in 8 minutes, max, every presenter will introduce their initiative and what makes it work. This will be a way for us to understand what are the key factors that are the key success factors for Diamond OA initiatives. Eurico, do you want to give an introduction, please?
Okay, you gave already the introduction. My name is Eurico Wongo Gungula, Angola focal point for open science, together with my colleague Lydia, Secretary General for Science Europe. We will co-chair this session, focus on Diamond Open Access, key characteristics that make it works. We are honored by your presence here and participation in this plenary. Marco, Estrada, and Aticula will be the reporter of this session to surface what actually works, what can be replied, and where the structural limits of Diamond Open Access lie, based on a real-world experience across diverse regional and linguistic contexts. So we are very much look forward to hearing from you about the characteristics of Diamond Open Access initiatives that you lead. Now, maybe we can call Tracy, our colleague Tracy. Okay. Join us, please.
Everybody can.
Anaruda also. Anurada. Okay, it's perfect. Getivani?
Yeah.
Getivani is here also.
Yeah, Giovanni.
Please join us.
Giovanni?
Joan, Roiki, please.
Giovanni.
And also here, please join us. The Vic also. And let us first confirm if online we have Fanny. Is it only to confirm if your fan is connected? And Michael,
No, Michael, no,
Okay.
cancelled. Cancelled. So we start with Tracy. Let's start with Tracy.
let's start with Tracy, that is a convener Australian Diamond Community of Practice. 8 minutes, please, you have.
Yeah, but I think screen, then you will be able to find it. On the screen. And we have the slides here.
Namaste, good morning. I'd like to thank the organisers of today's plenary and for inviting me. I'm very lucky to work and live on the lands of the Turrbal and Yagara people, our First Nations owners of the lands surrounding and part of Brisbane, Australia. In all the work I do, I pay my respect to First Nations of the Australian peoples, and particularly elders, First Nations elders, past, present and emerging. So I have several roles. I'm a librarian at Queensland University of Technology. I'm part of our scholarly communications team, and my principal role is to look after a very small number of diamond journals that we support at the institution. I'm also part of the DOAJ team, and I'm also a co-convener of a very new community of practice in Australasia focused on diamond journals. So before I talk about the community itself, I wanted to just step back and give you a sense of the open access landscape in Australia. And this was produced by our Council of Australian University Librarians and our key advocacy group, Open Access Australasia, a number of years ago. And you'll be pleased to know I'm not going to go through the timeline, but Open Access begins in Australia in 2000 and is led by university librarians in the form of green open access, so repositories. A couple of years ago, we undertook the first scoping review of OA outputs across our universities in Australia and New Zealand. This was undertaken by Ginny Barber and Janet Catterall, part of Open Access Australasia. And concerningly, the OA outputs are below, I guess, what the global average is. We do see that our support for external OA initiatives and funding is also quite low, principally to SCOSS, DOAJ, DOAB. But of interest, half of our universities across Australia and New Zealand are supporting open access journals, and most of them are diamond. So a piecemeal approach to OA, a reactive approach, and we like to say that OA in Australia is surviving but not thriving. So what happened next? Well, this summit happened. The first global summit of Diamond OA in Mexico was held in Open Access Week in 2023, and we were lucky to have almost like a satellite event where we hosted a webinar around Diamond Open Access initiatives. Johan and Ariana were part of that webinar, and we had around 200 people on the webinar itself. After that event, we got together virtually as a community, and there was an overwhelming sense that we needed to come together and, share practice about what we were doing in open access. So in 2024, the community of practice was formed. We are supported by CALL, Open Access Australasia and Creative Commons in Australia. We are a very small group. We currently have around 65 members. Most of our members are librarians like myself working across institutions. We do have a small number of editors that are part of our community. They are very active and engaged. And we also have a small number of external folk from other research institutions that are involved. And I'd like to acknowledge my wonderful co-conveners that I've been working with for the last 2 years, Lucy, Lauren, Caitlin and Zach. Like me, they all work in the scholarly communications area of their libraries, and we're all focused on open scholarship. So in a very first meeting, and sorry for the very loud slide, we had a virtual event where we used sticky notes or post-it notes, and we asked 2 questions of our community. What keeps you up at night in terms of Diamond OA, and what are the themes and the topics that you want to explore within the community? And I guess what we've talked about here in this summit over the last 4 days, the key issue for us is sustainability. That's our key challenge, and funding. But there's also a whole myriad of other things that we're focused on in the day-to-day running of our journals, peer review, copyright and licensing, and all the things, the day-to-day things that we do with our journals. We've done two things in the community. I know I'm limited on time, so I won't talk too much about them. But the first thing we wanted to do is unearth these diamond journals. We know we have open access journals in Australia and New Zealand, but we're not sure how many, where they are. So we've put together a very sophisticated database called an Excel spreadsheet, and we're trying to sort of compile a list of journal titles and understand a little bit more. So we're asking our members to let us know what software they're using. And you can see that the main software is OJS, the open source version. Some of our members are using other products like Scholastica. Websites are still very common to publish journals. And I think we've got around just over 100 titles so far, and we know that there's still more. So that's sort of an ongoing work that we're doing. The other thing we do is we look globally for resources to share. The OA Toolkit, which is constantly updated, is a great reference point for us. There's countries doing amazing things in terms of creating and sharing resources. I've got the Expertise Centre there from the Netherlands. That's a wonderful resource. Diamis is a really robust resource for us. This is a capacity building project, but what they've released in terms of guidelines, toolkits, resources has been very valuable. And the workshop I did on Monday, platforms and infrastructure, Pablo from PKP talked about services like DOAJ and PKP OJS as more than just a service, and that's what they are for us too. They're a way of educating ourselves on best practice in open access. And so, for example, to get into DOAJ, you have to align your practice with a set of specific criteria. So it's a very valuable resource for our community. We've tried to disseminate as much as we can in the last 2 years. We've had some excellent opportunities to talk at different events. And I'd like to acknowledge OASPA and Malavika today, and who I was happy to meet. We did a webinar a couple of years ago. Femi was involved in that as well, and Jane. That was a great opportunity for us to start talking about our community. Yesterday, I don't know if Francis here from Quebec Diamond is here, but he talked about the value of local journals, and this is really important. We have a great example. This is from Auckland University of Technology. They look after around 20 titles. Their platform's called Tefira, and these are local journals with voices from the Pacific and the Maori population. So Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous scholarship, really, really valuable resource. Finally, what are we looking towards? I guess we're really interested to understand the outputs that come from Almasi. We're very interested in the Open Journals Collective. We see that as a viable business model for Diamond. And of course, the Diamond Discovery Hub, which is currently just taking journals from Europe, but potentially down the track, it could be scoped to include other countries. And locally, CALLS have just released their strategic objectives for the next 2 years. They have 3 objectives, and the first one is to focus on open knowledge, equity and inclusion. So we see that there is space to talk about diamond journals, Australia and New Zealand here. And finally, please do access the slides. I've put together a group of I guess my recommended reading. There is other things, but there's some pivotal research in this area led by Danny Kingsley, Ginny Barber, Janet Catterall, and also Kim Tari from New Zealand. I guess the recent one there, Filling the Basket with Knowledge, would be my pick. So thank you very much. Thanks for being here, and happy to answer questions later on.
Thank you so much, Trace, for your excellent presentation. Now we invite Ana Ruda, that is a project director in ICAR, the Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture. Please.
Thank you, Rocco, and thank you, Lydia, for providing me this opportunity to present very briefly how we are practicing open access in the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Dear panelists and delegates, a very good morning. Yes, so that's my presentation. As you can see, I come from Delhi. Our institute is located over there, and that's where the headquarters of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research also sits. So just to give a brief background about my organization, I come from, like I said, the ICR, which was established way back in 1929. And it's basically an autonomous organization under the Department of Agricultural Research and Education, which comes under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And we are an entirely public funded entity. So our objectives are basically to work towards improving agriculture for the country. ICR has been majorly instrumental in bringing out all the revolutions, the green revolution, yellow revolution, what we like to call as the rainbow revolution in the country, where we have moved from ship to mouth to self-dependency, and now we are talking about export. So ICR has played a major role on this, and therefore, knowledge management of agriculture is one of our important fortes, where we like to connect the people, the processes and technologies through a good knowledge management system. Basically to systematically manage all the information and knowledge that has been generated over the decades and put it to the stakeholders most appropriately. My own particular institute is primarily focused to be the face of ICR. So through the print media, through electronic media, through journals, through magazines, we put out all our information for our stakeholders, and they can vary from policymakers down to the scientists to farmers and industry, etc. We ourselves publish 3 journals, Indian Journal of Agricultural Science, Animal Science, and one Fishery Science, which we have lent to one of ICR institutes on fisheries. And we also bring out these popular magazines for dissemination of information. Our story about open access started somewhere around 2006, when the conversation began that since we had access to computers and computers were the way of rapid information dissemination, a World Bank project was put in place where this e-publishing and knowledge systems in agricultural research was handed over to DKMA to run the project. And there were a large number of objectives, including open access publication of journals. So we were upgrading our infrastructure as well as capacity to move from a fully print mode to a web-based knowledge management system. So based on the funding, and this project ran between 2008 to 2014, we could develop our capacity to start working on open access. So we developed online web-based agricultural research journal publishing system. We developed suitable guidelines, policies, and business models for marketing. And we also had to develop an improved portal to integrate the digital archives, the e-journal publishing system, and the production and e-commerce tools, and of course, capacity building. And integration of the local area network, the hardware part was an essential part of the project. Based on this, ICR came up with a policy on open access. And this has been the turning point of our sustenance in open access in our ecosystem. So in 2009, this policy was declared, and we have been following it ever since. So essentially what this says is that every ICR institute, and we have 115 ICR institutes in the country, spread all over from north to south, east to west. They were asked to create open access institutional repositories. So whatever hard copy information was there was digitized and put in a central knowledge management unit. And that unit was connected with DKMA to act as a central harvester of all the data. So full text repositories were generated. And all research publications, as well as what people sometimes call as gray literature, our training manuals, our SOPs, our package of practices, everything was digitized and drawn towards the central repository. And also we were encouraging people to, share unpublished works and public outreach content, the social media picking up pace at that time. Of course, with appropriate disclaimers. Then the most important part was authors funded by the ICR or public funds must deposit their peer-reviewed manuscripts immediately upon acceptance and based on, of course, your copyright agreement. All scientists have been asked to fill this repository as soon as possible. Then the policy also spoke about how to handle the copyright licensing issues. And very importantly, where DKMA is concerned, ICR journals and ICR funded publications have mandatorily to be open access. So based on this policy and based on the infrastructure developed in the project, we have been running our portal. So this was one of the many portals that came up under the project. So first, the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, which is a deemed university, has developed an open access digital repository of all the theses in agriculture in the country. And this is a very good system. You can access all the theses from here. Then a portal to support the farmers, whom we call Kisan Sarthi Digital Agro Advisory Portal. This is really picking up now, where all kinds of advisory based on our knowledge system, open knowledge systems can be accessed. Coming to the main open access publication repository. So this portal has been developed with the help of one of our institutes, the Indian Agricultural Statistics Research Institute in Delhi again, where all this open access that I was talking about was put in a data center and has many dimensions to it, including literature for agriculture students, e-learning portals, and of course, finally, our publication portal. So in this portal, we have hosted all the ICR journals as well as journals related to agriculture that are supported by the ICR system through professional societies. So today we have almost 65 journals on board, all running open access, and we have an end-to-end digital workflow. We have also integrated DOI and flag check services in that, and there is no APC for authors, and anybody is free to read from the portal. And this is how our website looks like. It is currently fully owned and managed by ICR, and there is no commercial publisher involved. It is working through PKPN, and DOAJ is supporting us, FAO Agris is supporting us. And as a matter of practice, we are doing a secure offline archiving of our data. And the content is easily accessible through the various online crawlers. So presently we have a good standing based on this. Our journals are getting read all over the world. We receive more than 25,000 articles every year and publish nearly 3,500 every year. And access is being made by more than 192 member countries. So in this platform, and based on the discussion what are the Diamond Open Access initiatives which make it work. So I just wanted to share this history to say that policy backing is the most important, followed by it's a community practice. So while there is a financial support from the government, there is in-kind support from the staff. We have a huge set of reviewers who support us in assessing our work. And since my time has ended, I will just close with the statement that ICR DKMA welcomes global collaboration and will be open to partnerships in international open access and scholarly communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anurada Agrawal, for this excellent example and showing us the timeline and everything, all the steps and the support that you needed in each step. It's really a very, very nice example from which we can extract key factors of success. And we will do that. Let's continue now with Geetavani Rayasam, Director of CSIR, the National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research in India.
Good morning, and firstly, my thanks to the organizers for such a lovely event, bringing in various stakeholders in the open access system, and also giving CSIR an opportunity to be here. So I am from the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, which is similar to the structure which my previous panelists talked about. It's coming under the Ministry of Science and Technology, whereas my previous speaker talked about the agricultural sciences. So I am representing from the Ministry of Science and Technology, and we are an autonomous body under CSIR. CSIR was constituted in 1942. So it's pretty old, even before India's independence, this organization was set up. And this organization has 37 research laboratories across the country. And we work in various sectors from aerospace to oceans, from biological sciences to chemical sciences and engineering. So the institution which I am representing is an integral component of the CSIR. And the organization, which is the NISPER, which is the National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research, is a unique organization within the CSIR system. Whereas most of the other labs are, pursuing the cutting edge of science, this institution is devoted to science communication and science dissemination, and of which publication of research journals is a very essential function we are performing. And in fact, when CSIR was set up in 1942, among the mandate of carrying out research and development and training the human resources in the country through fellowships, it was identified that research journals are also one of the mandates of the CSIR. So back then, they realized that research journals, science dissemination, information resources are very critical when one is pursuing R&D in the country. So they'll go hand in hand. So our first journal, which is called as Journal of Scientific and Industrial Research, because the focus of CSIR is that, started in 1942. And I'm happy to say that the journal is being published even today. So more than 80 years, we have been publishing research journals. So what started as one journal has grown to today, we have a portfolio of 15 research journals, starting from biology, Journal of Experimental Biology, biochemistry, biophysics, chemistry, chemical technology, physics, and then interdisciplinary journals, Journal of Intellectual Property, Traditional Knowledge, Natural, and we have a stall outside, and some of you may take a look at our research journals if you are interested. So what started as so we are having 15 research journals, and as I said, I'm very happy to share that they're all Diamond Open Access. And I think that's the reason we are here at this meeting today, to talk about our experiences with these journals and what are the challenges one faces when you're working in the open access. So as I said, this institution today, what we call, has gone through several changes, kind of reflecting the changes in the whole domain. Initially, we used to have a science documentation center and information resources. Some of the first computers and computer-based documentation started at our organization, tracing it back. So Oh, and we also have a huge national science library, perhaps one of the first, biggest in Asia. It has 3 lakhs books on only on science and policy, which are present in the hard copy. And apart from that, CSIR is not new to open science. In fact, way back in 2004, I think there were discussions on open science, and I was fortunate to be associated with the open source drug discovery movement, which CSIR took a major initiative in 2008 to 12, and applying drug discovery to using drug discovery as a model, how open science can work. We actually had a live experiment, and it was pretty successful experiment, although it could not continue for variety of reasons. And we talked about patenting and how patenting doesn't have to be a limitation to open access, because we were sharing it through Creative Commons license. So we have a vast experience in the open source drug discovery and open science and open publishing. And so, as I said, apart from in the 15 journals, we also have a Hindi journal, because I think India being a diverse country, I think we are the only ones who have a research journal in Hindi. And with the AI coming up, one can also expect that how do we leverage AI to, increase the diversity of our journals. And we are also doing our first experiments in trying to do abstracts in Hindi. So these are some of the initiatives which we are planning. And apart from the research journals, we also have popular science magazines. And again, we started in 1950. The first popular science magazine, Vigyan Pragati, was in Hindi. And even today, we continue to publish it. And we also have Science Reporter, and we have in Urdu, which is again a local language of India. And we are also publishing for the last 60 to 80 years these journals. In that, we follow an interesting model that the journals are subscribed the science. This is only for the popular science, and after 6 months, we make it free for anybody to access it. So, but whereas for the research journals, they are open from the day one. So we are having 2 models, and again, we are funded by the government of India, and the entire, in fact, many of us scientists, almost 15 to 20 scientists, are dedicated to these journals. That's a huge amount of contribution from the government. Apart from that, of course, the peer review is done by the scientific community, and the entire publishing is also done in-house, except the printing part. So huge amount of investment, both in terms of resources, the manpower is done by the government, and we are happy that we receive huge support for this initiative. Without that support, I don't think we can sustain Diamond Open Access. And that is, I think, a very important point, because when we talk of Diamond Open Access, how do you sustain this? And I think that is also an important part. It's so while we are able to do it today, one of the challenges which we think we need to recognize is we are competing with the journals where they have huge marketing teams. And this is one challenge which I face, is that how do I give our journal a bigger visibility? Because when you want to attract the best of the papers, the people are looking at parameters such as impact factor, the reach. It's a catch-22 situation. Unless good people publish, your impact factor doesn't go up, and they'll come to you only when the impact factor is good. So how do you break this deadlock? And that is where I think the community should come together. And in terms of, promoting each other's journals and, having access to other countries' networks. And we are using open source tools that to keep our costs low. But there are challenges with those tools as well. And I think the system is evolving rapidly, as you all know, with the AI, the fake pictures, the fake data. How do you deal with that? So I think as a community, when you're having a meeting like this, we need to come out with, practical solutions as to how do we address these challenges and gaps. And another thing is, I think most of us say that, publishing in open source increases innovation or increases the reach. But do we have real data to show that? I think recently there was an article in Science which kind of alluded to it, but the data is still not strong. And I think as a community also need to look at the impact assessment of publishing in open journals. Is it really giving a higher impact than publishing in a closed journals? And I think we need to adapt to the newer challenges. This is one thing which I feel. And again, how do you increase the visibility? That is something which is really a sore point for us. And also all our assessments, we were just talking to other panelists just before this, and unless our assessment models are different, but that would require a whole rewiring of the scientific ecosystem. So I think there are these questions which need to be answered. But I believe that meetings like this would really help us to come out with a path forward as to how all the like-minded people who are working for this open access can come together and contribute to it. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Dr. Gitivanu is a Rasayan. Okay, for share with us all these experiences about how to promote local languages, mainly Hindi. Now we have the opportunity to call Joan Rurik, that is the co-coordinator of European Diamond Capacity Hub.
Namaste. Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting the Diamond Capacity Hub. If my slides come up, thank you. Yes, thank you. So the European Diamond Capacity Hub, as you can see, is supported by a large number of organizations, both with in-kind contributions and financial contributions. It's important to maybe talk a little bit about the history of how the European Diamond Capacity Hub came to be. This started about 5 years ago, actually, with the OA Diamond journal study, which had as its main recommendation to create an open access diamond capacity center. And then in 2022, on the basis of this study, the action plan for diamond open access was formulated, where again, that same recommendation was taken up. And the DIAMAS project and the Craft Away project, which ran from 22 to 25, actually took up that challenge and developed tools and recommendations and services that were ultimately taken up into the European Diamond Capacity Hub, which started exactly 1 year ago in Madrid. What is the European Diamond Capacity Hub? Well, basically, it is a set of 6 free services to coordinate and support national, institutional, and disciplinary capacity centers for Diamond Open Access in Europe in their mission of Diamond OA scholarly publishing. So it's basically 6 services that we think are essential. So there's things like publishing tools, there's resources and guidelines, there's a training platform. I really encourage you to have a look at this, because what we would really like is to see this platform copied everywhere in the world. I mean, these are free services. You can go there, you can have a look, you can translate what you like, you can leave what you don't like. But I do think, for instance, that our training platform is quite interesting for people to look at, because it really trains editors, reviewers. It has all sorts of advice for how to run a journal. Publishing tools and resources and guidelines help you set up your journal, really. The registry and forum is another service. That registry is for the registry of publishers, Diamond Open Access publishers that are registered. And the forum is a forum for everyone. It's not just for European researchers. It's really a forum for everyone who is interested in Diamond OA, where you can ask questions. It's actually also multilingual, and we will add languages as communities are added. So it's multilingual in the sense that it also provides some automatic translation. That's something that we would like to add. And we hope that it will become, the forum will become a very lively community. I've kept what I think are the most important elements for last, namely the Diamond OA standard and the Diamond Discovery Hub as 2 important services. And I'm going to talk about those in the next few slides. Diamond Open Access standard is really a kind of a benchmark for Diamond Open Access scholarly publishers and journals. We now also have a version for journals. It's a gold standard. That means that it's a standard that we strive towards. It's not something that you have to, as a journal, to fulfill immediately, but it really has these 7 components of quality with respect to funding, legal ownership of the journals, open science practices, management, technical service efficiency, visibility, and equity, diversity, and inclusion. So it ensures quality and transparency, and it outlines clear items for compliance. And one of the things we hope to do in the next few years is to create a certification system where we award, let's say, stars, 1, 2, 3 stars for increasing compliance with these standards. Because what we would like to do is, of course, align the journals and align the publishers across this, what used to be a very fragmented landscape. What we would like to do is simply align quality across the board, not just in Europe, but we are actually also working now with Africa and Latin America in a project called Almasi to exchange the information about how quality standards have been developed in Africa at AJOL, for instance, and in Latin America at Red America and elsewhere. So we would like to have a convergence around an international diamond open access standard that is not just a European one, but that is really a global one and that we can all hopefully align on. And again, this is not something that is written in stone, right? It has to evolve. And we really encourage also everyone to look at the Diamond Open Access Standard and maybe also translate it in local languages. We now have versions in Portuguese and in German and in French. So it's really something that should be alive and should be shared because it has these aspirational goals that can really help strengthen Diamond Open Access publishing globally. Then the second thing that I would like to insist on is the Diamond Discovery Hub. Diamond Discovery Hub is a list of journals, a list of curated journals, in the sense that they have to comply with what we call the 6 operational criteria of Diamond Open Access. So this is kind of a baseline for what we call Diamond. Right? It's what are the minimal criteria that the Diamond Open Access journal should comply with. And we try to represent that in this kind of molecular scheme that you can see on the left, namely community-owned open access with open licenses, no fees, open to all authors, so not just to a club, persistent identification, PIDs, and it has to be a scholarly journal, where scholarly journal is relatively broadly defined. Okay, but these criteria have to be jointly met for a journal to be able to call itself a Diamond Open Access journal. And we have also a very specific definition of what it means to be community owned. It has to be owned by mainly public institutions. Thank you. 2 minutes left. No, thank you. Yes, I think no, I was thanking Milan for showing me that I have 2 minutes left. Sorry. I was confused. I confused you. So, basically, what we are doing now is to register these journals in the Diamond Capacity Hub. I think right now we have something like 2,700 journals in the Capacity Hub for starters. But we have a way to go because the Almasi project showed that we have about 13,000 Diamond Open Access journals in Europe. We still have to vet those for the 6 criteria. So we have our work, we have quite some work ahead of us, but that's the goal, to bring those all together and then bring those journals from the Diamond Discovery Hub all the way along the Diamond Open Access standard so that they can improve themselves. We also have a self-assessment tool for the Diamond Open Access standard, so journals can go check and publishers can go check to what extent they already comply with the Diamond Open Access standard. And again, our goal is really alignment across the board. One last thing I would like to say is about the national capacity centers. So we also not only provide services to Diamond Open Access journals and national and capacity centers, but we also would like to coordinate national capacity centers. I mean, we don't want to have just one European rule for everyone, but we really want to listen to the various national contexts in Europe and try to coordinate Diamond Open Access publishing across these national capacity centers, because the various national situations are different, the national languages are different, and that's why we have already now 21 national capacity centers that are being established. Importantly for us is European Diamond Capacity is for and by the community. It's for the community because the community can benefit from its services and tools. And it is by the community because we really invite the community to contribute and share resources for the common good. And this also extends to you. We want to share these resources with you, use them, translate them, use them for your own benefit wherever you can, and tell us what on the forum, what you do with it and what you found useful or less useful for your specific situation. And now I have a clear indication I have to end from Milan, and I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. Thank you very much for all your efforts in putting together a European network of national diamond capacity centers. Thank you very much. We are now very pleased to welcome Tanya Niemann. She is the Executive Director of Erudit. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lydia. Namaste, good morning. I'm very delighted to be in India. I'm going to speak in French today, so if you don't have your headphone, please don't be shy to get one. I live in Montreal, so in the French-speaking province of Quebec that you heard already about here, I think. I'm going to talk about érudit. Érudit, it means scholar in French. Érudit est la plateforme, une infrastructure nationale de diffusion des résultats de recherche avec un ancrage très fort dans les sciences humaines sociales, mais pas que. Une portée à la fois québécoise, canadienne et internationale. Le libre accès est au cœur de cette mission. Il y a plus de 350 revues hébergées sur cette plateforme, des revues publiées en français ou en anglais ou dans les deux langues, les langues officielles du Canada, et des revues qui acceptent des articles dans de multiples langues à travers le monde. Donc, la grande majorité de ces revues-là est en libre accès diamant, mais pas encore toutes. Nous sommes dans une transformation ici. Et au cours des dernières années, nous avons accompagné autour de cette plateforme plus d'une centaine de revues à transitionner du modèle d'abonnement avec un embargo de 12 mois vers le modèle diamant. En date d'aujourd'hui, sur les 350, il reste à peu près un quart, 70 revues qui utilisent toujours l'embargo de 12 mois qui est permis par la politique de libre accès du Canada. Donc, il y a beaucoup de contenu en libre accès sur la plateforme, 99%, mais 1% qui est derrière la barrière mobile encore, étant donné que les politiques n'ont pas encore tout à fait changé. Ces politiques, par contre, vont changer. À partir de 2028, grâce à nos organismes subventionnaires, nous anticipons la disparition complète des revues sous embargo et être dans un environnement complètement en diamant. Attachés à ces politiques au provincial et au fédéral au Canada sont des programmes de subvention directs et récurrents aux revues par les agences de financement. Cela aide à soutenir les opérations, particulièrement importantes en sciences humaines sociales, et assure une stabilité à long terme et réduit évidemment le passage d'une revue à but non lucratif, universitaire, vers les éditeurs commerciaux. Donc, ça stabilise l'environnement non commercial. D'ici 2028, les revues financées par ces programmes devront adopter le libre accès diamant et les meilleures pratiques en matière de libre accès, notamment ce qui est établi par le Directive of Open Access Journals, le DOAJ. Et je trouve ici vraiment, je voudrais le souligner, un bel exemple de rôle déterminant des organismes subventionnaires dans la promotion du libre accès diamant via une plateforme et exécuté via une plateforme ancrée dans la communauté. Érudit est porté par un consortium interuniversitaire, ce qui garantit un modèle non commercial, aligné avec les valeurs académiques et orienté vers le service aux communautés de recherche. L'équipe d'Érudit est attachée carrément, donc une unité dans l'Université de Montréal. Au-delà d'une plateforme, Érudit est une infrastructure numérique de recherche qui combine technologie, expertise humaine et gouvernance collective. Cette combinaison de libre accès, ancrage universitaire, expertise interne nous permet de jouer un rôle structurant dans le développement de la science ouverte au pays. Et je switch. Plusieurs facteurs structurants expliquent la vitalité de notre écosystème diamant. chez nous. Donc, premièrement, le soutien direct aux revues dont je viens de parler. Ensuite, les universités, je vais en parler aussi un petit peu, qui construisent vraiment l'hébergement des infrastructures au sein de notre communauté. Le fait que nous avons formé ce consortium autour d'érudits par 3 universités québécoises, le fait que le Public Knowledge Project, la maison des maîtres de OGS, est aussi dans une université canadienne à l'autre bout du pays, Simon Fraser University en Colombie-Britannique. Le multilinguisme ainsi que la promotion de la communication scientifique dans une diversité de langues sont rendus possibles dans ce contexte grâce au soutien stratégique de nos bailleurs de fonds, le Conseil de recherche en sciences humaines et la Fondation canadienne de l'innovation qui soutiennent la technique derrière de tout ça et les humains qui sont derrière les plateformes et les outils. Nous avons formé un partenariat stratégique qui se nomme Coalition Publica avec nos collègues du Public Knowledge Project et nous œuvrons au Canada ensemble sous cette bannière. Vous l'avez déjà entendu, Érudit de son côté dans la province francophone du Québec est aussi soutenu par le Fonds de recherche du Québec. Enfin, nous sommes aussi chanceux de pouvoir compter au Canada sur un consortium national et très solide de bibliothèques académiques. C'est le Réseau canadien de documentation pour la recherche, le CRKN en English. Ce consortium des bibliothèques est capable d'exercer un leadership sur la science ouverte et le libre accès lors de ses négociations avec les éditeurs commerciaux. Ce cadre consortial des bibliothèques canadiennes permet des stratégies collectives d'envergure, si vous voulez, notamment à travers un partenariat que nous avons établi avec eux, le partenariat pour le libre accès entre Érudit et le CRKN. Il s'agit d'un modèle non commercial de financement consensuel des revues canadiennes en libre accès idéalement. Donc, nous avons une entente avec ce consortium, comme ils ont des ententes avec Elsevier, Thailand Francis et les grands commerciaux, mais nous soutenons via les budgets d'acquisition les revues canadiennes en libre accès Diamant. Et cette entente nous permet d'avoir beaucoup de discussions avec les bibliothécaires et les responsables des gestions, de la gestion des budgets et des acquisitions. Et l'objectif à moyen et à long terme est très clair ici, c'est-à-dire rédiger progressivement les ressources aujourd'hui consacrées aux éditeurs commerciaux vers des modèles ouverts comme le nôtre. Le chemin est encore long. Hier, Vanessa a démontré les chiffres un peu à l'écran ici, a fait un appel à l'action pour vraiment changer la conscience autour de l'investissement collectif que nous avons. Et vraiment, je voudrais juste le ressouligner ici à quel point il y a une opportunité là de vraiment souligner ces messages-là. Et c'est cet ensemble de partenariats autour de nous, institutionnels, publics et consortiaux, qui forment l'écosystème Diamant au Canada. Très rapidement, quelques mots sur Coalition Publica. C'est le pont entre les 2 infrastructures complémentaires. D'une part, donc, le logiciel de publication Open Journal System et d'autre part, la plateforme centralisée. Coalition Publica repose sur une interopérabilité à la fois technique et organisationnelle. Elle ne permet pas seulement l'échange de contenu entre ces 2 plateformes, les 2 environnements, mais aussi la mise en commun de l'expertise et l'advocacy, donc de parler de ces enjeux de la communication savante autour de nous avec les partenaires. Nous partons donc d'un environnement très distribué au Canada avec la collaboration avec les bibliothèques universitaires. Donc, les revues sont hébergées sur OGS beaucoup dans les universités. Et après ça, nous agrégeons le tout pour donner une vitrine à la recherche canadienne via une plateforme centralisée avec un moteur de recherche, avec l'indexation et tout. Et pour terminer, je voudrais revenir sur la question, ça c'est juste une autre expression là, de cet environnement que nous avons au Canada. As you can see, it takes a village to raise a child. Et pour terminer, en fait, je voudrais revenir sur la question, c'est quoi les facteurs de succès autour de nos initiatives. À mon sens, le facteur central qui relie tout et aussi tout ce que nous avons entendu beaucoup au cours des dernières années, c'est le service de proximité que nous offrons autour des initiatives Diamant aux communautés. Donc, le service, la proximité n'est pas juste un accessoire, mais c'est bien la condition de l'adoption de tout ça. Une infrastructure à la fois technique et relationnelle est au cœur des initiatives Diamant et c'est absolument déterminant. Donc, concrètement, c'est l'accompagnement auprès des chercheurs, des chercheuses et des équipes éditoriales qui permettent de réduire des nombreuses frictions qui existent dans la communication savante et qui sont techniques, juridiques et culturelles. Donc, le modèle Diamant, la valeur ne réside pas dans la transaction financière, mais bien dans l'expertise humaine, la coordination et la capacité d'accompagner le changement autour de nous, qui est la valeur intrinsèque et unique, et je pense sur laquelle nous devons absolument miser dans la suite de la poursuite de l'aventure Diamant, l'envie au diamant. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Tania, for sharing with us all your experience. Now, I have the honor to invite Devika Magdali, Director of InflipNet, University Grants Commission, Inter-University here in India. Please.
Good morning, my dear global open access citizens. It's certainly a privilege to be among you this morning, and I would like to start by thanking the organizers, especially Sridhar and Lydia, to whom I have given some trouble in fixing the dates and my session. Sorry for that. And certainly a privilege, and I'll be talking about the latest offering from India, ONOS. Ouch, I have a shield. It is subscription based, but I'll talk a little beyond what we plan and what we are trying to do beyond ONOS. But first things first, to say who I am, I represent what is called the Information Library Network of India, established in 1991, and we have a mandate to network the academic and scientific libraries of India. As we speak, we network about 1,200 libraries and institution, small number, in India. And we have several resources and services for the library sector as well as the higher education sector itself of India. I'll not be speaking in detail about all of these because of the time constraint, but I would like to touch upon the important ones. So the software for university libraries is completely homegrown system that we have an installation of now really 5,000 installations in this country, completely free of cost and maintained by us. The next one is Shodh Ganga, the online repository of theses and dissertations. As we speak, we have 0.65 million PhD theses completely available as open access, and these are searchable in 22 Indian languages. And we have other platforms like Shodh Chakra, which is a completely facilitated platform to help the PhD research scholars right from the day she or he decides to do research till the day they submit their thesis in for evaluation. We give them support with open access resource at every step of their research, completely free of cost. And again, as I speak, about 500 Indian universities are onboarded and they're using this system. We have scholarly networks, which we call Vidwan. Vidwan is a word like erudite, like it stands for scholar. And as we speak, there are 0.4 million Vidwans or scholars who are networked through this platform. And we also give this as a RIM service, again, completely free of cost. As we speak, about 1,800 institutes we have installed, and they can run their own research information systems using this. And we collect the information back into the scholar network. As a byproduct of that, we have the Sherini platform. Sherini is She Research Network of India for empowering women research scholars, researchers and faculty in India. And Sherini is an Indian word that stands for lioness. So this network is for the lionesses. And we have networked 1.25 lakhs, that's 0.125 million Indian women who are using this platform actively and collaborating. We have several open access initiatives in education, including MOOCs and OERs. Vidya Mitra is one of our award-winning ones, where we have networked the Indian faculty and researchers to share learning materials, again free of cost, and it is facilitated on our platform. As we speak, this is the kinds of numbers of resources that we share. Swayam Prabha is another open access initiative for the Indian geographical locations where internet ambience is not present. So we deliver the content through DTH based medium, and here several languages and education at the level of bachelor's as well as master's material and competitive exams is being shared through 40 channels, which are with a program schedule. And EPG Pathshala is another our flagship, a flagship program where we have the e-learning content across 70 subjects. And I don't know why it's not going. It should actually go along, but it's going to the next slide. Anyway, this we have about 23,000 texts and videos, which we again share with across the country to the subscribers, completely free of cost. We also have international collaboration, the G20 knowledge sharing platform. We have a formal MOU with the US National Institute for Standards and Technology, where we are using their programs for multilingual and cross-lingual applications, especially in information retrieval, and we are working on Hindi. And we are the COP, the Community of Practice for the Indian Open Access Repository, and we presented this at the as part of the Confederation for Open Access Repositories. Now coming to the real crux of the matter, and where there's a lot of interest in this room for the PMONOS. As I said, this is our latest scheme. It was announced on the 25th of November of 2024 and supposed to be implemented from the 1st January of 2025. And what ONOS is it is a subscription model, like I said, ouch. And it is one nation, one subscription. And we have networked about 6,500 institutes across India under one negotiated subscription to the content of 30 international publishers. And we are, as I said, supplying making available the resources of 13,000 journal titles to about 6,500 institutes in the country. So what really made us do this? Well, as you know, you meeting me in these open access forums for quite a while, but what made us do this? Because we had to take the first baby steps before we take the plunge into what we are now discussing as Diamond Open Access. And the first step we thought was by by democratizing access to knowledge in this country, as we are standing here in which is a very, very privileged city of India. We are very good IT ambience here, and we are fairly well off in the resources. And just from Bangalore, you take a half an hour drive or a 45 minutes drive, you will get Tumkur University, for example, and it is called a state university. And if you take the institutes in Bangalore, they had a portfolio where they were subscribing to journals of maybe 15, 20 good publishers, and they could supply this. And if you drive out for half an hour and ask the librarian at that university, how many journals do you subscribe for your users? I take my bet it was not more than 3 or 4. This is the kind of disparity we are talking about here in this country. And this is exactly why the thinking behind ONOS was. So right now, what transformation we are talking about in ONOS is we're talking about a transformation from 5.8 million users across our country to 18 million users as we stand today. And we are talking about from about 3,000 institutes to 6,500 institutes, from cities to rural areas. Already? Okay, I'll end. And all this at a cost of 5% more than what we were paying to them already. Okay, some people are here are saying that we are paying 80% of our money to open access content. That's not true. We based our ONOS design on what we were already paying to these 30 publishers in the country. We actually got the actual numbers, added 5% to that, but we opened up the content to 6,500 universities and institutes. So that is, and ouch, we are paying APCs. And why we are paying APCs is to pay to open. The model is pay to open. So when you see we are paying APCs to the top 5%, which is top 5% by SiteScore, SNIP, and SJR, we took, and 76% of that is hybrid. We're not paying to these hybrid journals. Very good news. There are at least 5% diamond open access, 127 titles, which are figuring in the top 5% of Scopus, which is good news, very good. But we don't need to pay to them because they're not asking money. But there could be other models of supporting, which we will think of later. Now what we are paying is to the 525 titles, which are in the 19% that really fall. So we are really paying to open content. So this is the diamond open access. But the real thing, give me just 1 minute, I'll say the real thing what I want to say beyond ONOS is our offering of Bharat Open Science Platform. Bharat is the Indian word for India. And this is very new. It is a made in India, open to the world product. And we invite journals that are in India that need help to come and publish free of cost on our platform, the Bharat Open Science Platform. The Bharat Open Science Platform has also the components of paper pledge, of retraction database, but it really, the important part of this, I'll skip a few here, is the open content metrics. Already a lot has been said about open content, but what about this elephant in the room? What about the impact of open content? What are we doing about establishing impact of open content, and how many of us are really looking at this angle of open content? And hence in our group, we say that metrics, we really love to hate them. You love them, you hate them, you cannot ignore them. This is the lesson we have learned. And hence we are designing metrics, especially for establishing the impact of open content, within which we are going to say open to open citation rate, open to closed citation rate, field normalized open citation impact, and these are the kinds of metrics. I know that we don't need more metrics, but to cut a diamond, we need a diamond. So that is why we are doing this. But friends, we need your help. We need your help, maybe financially to help us with policy formulation, share your experiences, help us with workflows like open peer review. We need to design the relevant metrics, like we have shown a few metrics over here, and we need your help on open identifier from this community. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Devika, for this excellent presentation and to pointing out at the way forward for Diamond Open Access in India. Last but not least, we have a speaker based in Africa. Is Femi Arogundade. He is Open Science Community Manager at the West and Central African Research and Education Network based in Nigeria. I think he is connected, Femi? Yes. Hello. Welcome. We cannot hear you yet.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Perfect. And we don't have a presentation from you, so you will directly speak to the audience, right?
Yes, that's fine. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly, and I would like to thank the organizers of this summit. I may have to put up my video at the point if the network, is not stable. So my name is Femi Arugunade, and I'm the Open Science Community Manager for West and Central African Research and Education Network, WACRED, and I currently lead and moderate the no-fee open access publishing in Africa community of practice. Today, I will share how Diamond Open Access is developing across Africa, drawing on the lessons from the Collaboration for Sustainable Open Access Publishing in Africa project, which is a project implemented by IFUL, WACRED, and African Journals Online. So I'll focus on three things: what the evidence tells us about the current state of Diamond Open Access in Africa, and how the evidence led to the launch of the no-fee open access publishing in Africa community of practice. So, and what our experience tells us about how Diamond Open Access can be strengthened and sustained, not only in Africa, but globally. So before I share more about the no-fee open access in publishing community of practice, I consider it important to establish what Diamond Open Access means for African researchers. So when we talk about Diamond Open Access in Africa, it actually represents a transformative opportunity and equitable model of scholarly publishing for African researchers and institutions, and it enables researchers to publish without paying high fees, APCs, as we all know. So, but for researchers in Africa, where we all know that securing research funds, is usually a struggle. So paying thousands of dollars an article, processing charges to make work open access can actually, be a real burden for many of African researchers. So it is more practical, Diamond OA is more practical for African researchers, and it allows them to use available funds to, equip their laboratories and expand their research capacity instead of struggling to pay, high processing charges to get their papers published. So for us, we see Diamond Open Access as a good opportunity where Africans are not priced out of knowledge, access and dissemination. So also through the collaboration of for sustainable open access publishing in Africa, we are working to make this model sustainable and scalable across the continent. So one of the project's first activities was actually a comprehensive landscape study mapping the state of no-fee open access publishing in Africa. And the study provides an overview of open access journals in Africa that do not charge fees for either authors or readers. And the landscape study is based on responses from 199 journals, African journals, 21 institutional, national, and continental platforms that hosts Diamond Open Access journals. And also, the study also there is also like 25 country reports that form part of the study. So from the findings, it shows that most journals, in Africa, most Diamond Open Access journals in Africa, they are relatively small in terms of their outputs, and about 60% of the journals rely on volunteer support, volunteer work. So, and also most of the journals, majority of journals actually struggle when it comes to visibility. And also, there are also challenges with getting an approved budget to run the journals, and also other several challenges like that. So the idea behind the community of practice was that since we've been able to identify these challenges as regards the sustainability of open access, Diamond Open Access journals in Africa, we launched the community of practice as a direct response to the challenges and needs identified in the landscape study, such as the need for training, resources, editorial support, and policy guidance. So there are country reports that form part of that study, and there's a particular report from Namibia that reviewed the importance of collaboration and capacity building to strengthen Diamond Open Access in Africa. And people actually called for that kind of support, but because of the lack of fund, for that kind of project, that idea did not materialize. So the idea was simple at the point. So if African Diamond Open Access journals need support, journals need support in training, guidance, and infrastructure. and they face similar challenges. So the idea is, why not bring them together to learn, collaborate, develop resources and exchange ideas and find solutions to and find solutions that can actually enhance their journal operations. So, and that led to the launch of the No-Fee Open Access Publishing in Africa Committee of Practice. So we launched the Committee of Practice in 2024, and since then we've been building capacity and supporting publishers and editors of No-Fee Open Access Publishing in Africa. So the Committee of Practice is open to all editors and publishers affiliated with an African organization that publishes no-fee open access journals or books, and it is moderated in collaboration with IFUL and AJO, and we currently have over 380 members, which includes editors and publishers of Diamond Open Access journals. And our focus currently is to, like I mentioned, to enhance capacity building and to support journals and their operations, and specifically to enhance their journal operations. And also part of our efforts is when we talk about building capacity building, the Committee of Practice has served as a space for publishers and editors of African Diamond Open Access journals to work together. And during 2025, we delivered targeted training and guidance sessions, which covers the key issues such as journal indexing and visibility, and inclusion in discovery platforms, which we all know is important, and other important topics around Diamond Open Access. So, and as part of the Community of Practice, we also prioritize the development of development of resources, which are actually guided by members' requests and the suggestions. So in 2025, we published the Quality in Diamond Open Access Publishing resource, which covers guidelines, policies, and templates that Diamond Open Access journals can adopt. And this resource was developed to help Diamond Open Access journals enhance the quality and the transparency of their journals, and while aligning their practices with the recognized good practices when it comes to scholarly publishing. So also in 2025, we also released a resource on generative AI in Diamond Open Access Publishing, which is a curated collection designed to support Diamond Open Access journals in addressing challenges related to generative artificial intelligence. So this year, we are continuing this work. We are moving forward, and we will be releasing new resources, which are currently being finalized. And the first is the Diamond Open Access Publishing Brief, which is aimed at the leadership of African institutions. So it's that kind of resource will provide evidence-based of the funding, governance, and operational models that currently sustain Diamond Open Access journals across Africa. And it draws on concrete and institutional and national examples. So it documents how journals are supported in practice through a combination of host institutional funding, staff time, infrastructure provision, policy alignment, and collaborative arrangements with funders and partners. So the idea behind developing the brief was to kind of provide a resource that shows the existing sustainability models in Africa. And also, we also have this another resource on how African Diamond Open Access are sustained, which focuses on how African Diamond Open Access journals are actually sustained in practice. So that one outlines a range of sustainability models currently in use, including institutional funding and other kinds of supports, to strengthen Diamond Open Access journal operations. And also, there's another resource on editorial management workflows, which was developed in a direct response to a request from a community member. So it covers the end-to-end editorial workflow, and it clearly defines the roles and responsibilities around journal team, and identifies quality control checks, risks, and mitigation strategies. So mitigation strategies. So I hope I'm clear enough. So, and this year in our first Committee of Practice meeting, we addressed journal promotion strategies, which is really a serious issue when it comes to Diamond Open Access, and especially when it comes to attracting high quality submissions. So, as part of the benefits of being a member of the Committee of Practice, you get to hear the experiences of other committee members, their editors too, their journal managers. So That's the benefit. And through the first meeting this year, we were able to identify effective strategies as regards diamond open access journal promotions and strategies to attract high quality submissions. So this year, we'll be launching the African Diamond Open Access Publishers Editor Spotlight Series. And we continue to recognize the value of diamond open access in Africa. We, as part of our activities, we see it as critically important to identify the voices and experiences of African diamond open access publishers. So through that kind of initiative, through a spotlight series, we'll be able to exchange and share the challenges, successes, lessons learned with the wider African diamond open access community, so that they can benefit from shared experience instead of actually working and finding solutions to issues on your own, probably as a journal manager. So this year we will also prioritize addressing emerging issues, including the use of AI in editorial and peer review processes, managing AI-driven submission surges, and safeguarding editorial integrity in the age of AI and reference fabrication. So we all know what's going on. Reference fabrication in particular has been widely reported and has led to a significant number of distractions. So we are always looking for ways to kind of support our members. Most of them are editors, and that's the essence of having a community of practice. And taking together this, most of our training activities, guidance sessions, and resources reinforce a critical point, points to something when it comes to diamond open access. Why diamond open access is closely tied to shared infrastructure, and we are all looking for ways to seek institutional support to get them to kind of see what diamond open access stands for. Capacity building is equally central to all of this sustainability when it comes to diamond open access. So capacity building also remains a core pillar of diamond open access, and it can be effectively delivered through community of practice. So, and I believe this aligns with the focus of this summit on sustainability and capacity building to scale diamond open access. So for these reasons, I believe that our community of practice should remain embedded as a core component of diamond open access. And I believe with this kind of with this summit, this is a good opportunity to call on our founders to prioritize sustained support for capacity building through diamond open access community of practice. So when it comes to community of practice, you get to provide the platform where those that are actually involved in the diamond open access publishing, the editors, the reviewers, the managers, they get to exchange knowledge and they get to kind of see how to address new issues based on shared experiences. So that's the essence of the community of practice, and it's been great so far. And if you would like to learn more, you can just search for the No-Fee Open Access Community of Practice in Africa, and you'll get to see our resources and and most of our training resources also. So it's great, and thank you for the invite. And I look forward to hearing more today.
Thank you so much, Ifem, for your presentation and comments. Now we have the opportunity to make one question for all of our panelists. How can Diamond Open Access initiatives better collaborate around shared infrastructure? We can start this with Tracy. A few comments.
Shared infrastructure?
Yeah.
I can only speak from my perspective as a librarian. So for us, most of our members use OJS. I know that in New Zealand, they actually have a dedicated community of practice for the users of OJS. In Australia, we've been talking a lot about a shared open repository for research. And there are opportunities, I believe, that if that went ahead, we could have the same infrastructure to host or act as a portal for our open journals. We don't have any national policies in Australia and New Zealand around open access. So we're sort of
doing what we can to encourage our members to share their practice around infrastructure. I think share the infrastructure because we don't have a large number of journals would be effective for our case, but we would have to ride, I guess, on the coattails of what other people are doing. I think we're too small a number of journals to have something that would mean a lot of investment, financial investment. So, yeah.
Thank you. Similarly, for us, we are already sharing our sources within the country for all agriculture-based journals. We are also using the OJS platform. And it will, I mean, we have started making a conversation if we can offer it to on a regional basis also. So maybe to start with South Asia or Southeast Asia, we can lend a hand to some of the journals, of course, related to agriculture, based on our little experience, and then take it in small baby steps forward. As already mentioned just now, capacity building is another area where handholding will help all the new players onboarding the system. So these are two areas where I can immediately think of. Thank you.
Yeah. I just talked about the Bharat Open Science platform that we are throwing open as an infrastructure that the Indian journals can use. And from this platform, I invite anybody to come talk to us and use the infrastructure that's there.
Yeah, maybe very shortly, I think it's really not an easy question or easy to do. And for me, there is like this, we need to distinguish between the human infrastructure and the technical infrastructure. So on the human infrastructure, it's really like the capacity building, the sharing of resources, and a lot of the things that we have shown today here on this panel. On the technical side, it's much more tricky because technical infrastructure also depends often on the cultural context we evolve in. So we all heard a lot about OGS and its important role in this. I think to continue to be very conscious about, the role of these shared infrastructure and how it needs to evolve and how we all can contribute to that, to do things like those that have been done in Europe for Open Research Europe, that we, find means to enhance these infrastructures and make them evolve as we all use them is a super important point to consider in the next years.
Yes, I couldn't agree more, in fact, with what just has been said. This distinction between social infrastructures and technical infrastructures is really an important one. What we are trying to do, I believe, is to make these technical infrastructures available for free. I've made this comparison before, but it's, I think, really transparent. I mean, in public parks, you often see basketball courts that are made available for people to play at. This is something that we're trying to do. That's also infrastructure put at the disposal of the community. All you have to do is to bring your ball and your friends. In the same way, public infrastructure for open access publishing should be that basketball court. You make it available for people to play journal at, and they come with the social infrastructure that is necessary to use that infrastructure. They build social infrastructure. I was very much inspired yesterday by what Chan had said about the 3 C's, care, community, and the third one I forget, but I mean, I thought it was really important. It's really about the community and community building. And this is often, as he also underscored, this is often forgotten. We talk too easily about money and about technical infrastructure. But even if you have money and technical infrastructure, if you don't have the community, If nobody comes to play at your basketball court in the park, what's the use, right? What's the use? So you need both.
Yeah, so I think already many of them spoke about the OJS software, and much of the open source already is being shared. I think so already there is positive steps in that direction. And we have also been doing human resource training for libraries and journals. That's been one of the capacity building in the country. And we're also talking to other stakeholders who have journals, and if we can work with them and also reach to the global south, because through our ministries of external affairs and others, how can we help the others who want to get into this? So I just want to shift a little bit from the infrastructure and say that we should also talk about policies and also what went right and what went wrong. Very often we don't go into like what are some of the barriers and how are we circumventing it. We all talk of success stories, but some of the blocks and how do we navigate that is also an important, I think. And we talk of infrastructure, the data structures, there are a lot of technicalities. So if you have a common common standards and common platform, then the infrastructure sharing becomes easy.
Come in for just 1 second, I agree with Johan and Geeta very much. When we talk about community-led, I forgot to make this point. It should be community-led, community-owned, community at every node. I'm giving a warning, friends. Soon, the same players will say, sure, we are also Diamond Open Access. Give us subscription plus 35%. We'll be Diamond Open Access. So, a word of warning, please.
Thank you, Rivik. Thank you. Just very briefly, if Femi is still with us. I think he left. No?
Yes.
Or are you still, but very briefly, Femi, any comments on the sharing of infrastructures?
Okay, thank you. As regards infrastructure, the way I see it, I think the focus should be on encouraging the use of infrastructures that are community governed. So it speaks a lot to the focus of Diamond Open Access objectives. So we should prioritize and support the adoption of community governed infrastructure. So I think that's the key. That should be the key focus when it comes to infrastructure adoption.
Thank you.
Publishing.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Please join me with a big round of applause to these excellent speakers. We break for coffee, and I think we reconvene at noon, if I am at sorry. Oh, sorry. We need to pay the honors. So may I invite Sumangala, please pay the honors. Sorry. We thank the session conveners and speakers for an excellent and thought-provoking session on Diamond Open Access initiatives, key characteristics that make it work. And we all witnessed all the speakers' contribution, and the leadership made this session both informative and very impactful as well. Now, on behalf of the organizing committee, I call upon Emma on stage to felicitate all our speakers. Thank you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for coffee now. I request all of you to, assemble back here by 12. So we are breaking until noon. Please join us back at around 12 o'clock.
I'm afraid I have to leave to France, so I will be in Spain when we finish. I have to leave to. I'm afraid I have to leave to France, so I will be in Spain when we finish. Okay.
A lot of like
So I start.
Father ocean, hear my soul. You're the wave I was made from. Take me back to where we once began. Ocean father, I was wrong. Years I followed just to learn.
Okay. I'm afraid I have to leave to France, so I will be in Ukraine when we finish. Yes, it's like a while. Not a while. But shows we actually move away from what dominated about. So here are some ideas that I have learned from you these 2 days. First, we go further. consider that. I think only one of it is very good. We need to be thinking with that. Second, we need also open science or having value and just plants or whatnot. And we need some time of another national level and regional level, and I think this is institutional level. And it certainly needs a commitment from the sector from the US, please. We need them when we're going to have this big change in the government system. So, of course, I think we need to create funding mechanisms for planning and access to infrastructure planning.
That's mechanism to succeed. We need to include the level of ministries, the level of research funders, the level of research performing organizations, libraries, and universities all together. And then nothing would be possible without any proper mechanism of monitoring and collecting indicators of open science.
Well, I'm speaking.
Dear delegates, we are going to start the plenary 6, early career researchers advancing diamond open access. I request all the delegates to kindly take your seats, and I also request delegates who are outside the hall kindly join us inside. This session will be chaired by Brett. Brett, you can take care. Yeah, he is a senior officer, Science Europe.
Thank you for that introduction. As people are moving into the room, we can. Yes. I'm just for the speakers, for the simultaneous interpretation, let's talk at an easy pace, a little bit slower. Yes. So, as you just heard, I'm going to very slowly start the session. My name is Brecht Zahlen. I'm Senior Policy Officer for Open Science at Science Europe, and I'm also member of the International Oversight Committee that brought together this summit. And it's my pleasure, really, to moderate this session, the session that is going to be focusing on early career researchers and how they can advance Diamond Open Access. We're going to be hearing from their perspectives, from my speakers here gathered on the stage. We're going to be hearing from their experiences and their leadership in Diamond Open Access. And it's my pleasure because this is an important session. This is, I think, the entire organizing committee felt that this was an absolute must to have on the program, their perspectives. And the reason why is that throughout the summit, we've discussed a lot in the last couple of days about how we strengthen Diamond Open Access to bring researchers on board, to bring research communities on board, for them to be able to publish in Diamond journals, make use of our platforms and infrastructures. But that is definitely something that we are going to discuss here as well. But there's something else as well with early career research that I feel is because what is important there is that they are destined to become the future builders and stewards and advocates for Diamond Open Access. And that is also an aspect I feel we want to touch upon here. We want to touch upon how we are facilitating you taking on that role. So it's very important to hear your perspectives of where we are today, what your experience is, and what we can take from that in terms of facilitating you in the future, taking Diamond Open Access forward. I think that is the importance of this session. Essentially, we are asking, how do we all together as a community ensure that the next generation of researchers can lead Diamond Open Access forward? Now, that is a big question to unpack. So we have agreed with the speakers that we're going to unpack this a little bit. Throughout the introductions of the speakers here and throughout the conversation, you're going to see that there's a couple of topics that keep coming back. We're going to be talking about their experience with the opportunities that they see, the opportunities or motivation they have to engage with Diamond Open Access. That is the first thing that we want to unpack a little bit. Secondly, the mirror image of that, we are also going to be talking about the barriers and challenges. What, in your experience, what are the challenges you're experiencing? What are the risks you might identify for yourself in engaging with Diamond Open Access? That's important to call out as well. Thirdly, also important, we're going to be touching upon capacity building, skills development, in terms of skills training, in terms of institutional support. What is that you feel that you need to engage in Diamond Open Access? And to what extent do you feel that you're getting that support right now? That is something that's very important to touch upon as well. And then fourthly, but certainly not lastly, research assessment and career progression. This is something that has been, I think, touched upon in every session of the Global Summit, but we're going to talk about it here as well. How do we feel about current assessment, hiring, promotion practices? How do these need to evolve to make sure that you engage fully with Diamond Open Access? That is how we're going to unpack our main question for this session. I'm going to start introducing the speakers, and they're going to come up and give a first introduction one by one with the key points that they want to share with this community. Just a very brief note in terms of how we want to organize this. We're going to start with those introductions. We're going to move into a moderated panel discussion, and then there's going to be a Q&A with the audience. So if you have questions, if you hear something that you want to hear more about, or you have a question about it, please keep that in mind. We're hopefully going to come back to the audience to have that discussion as well. So, by way of introduction, that's all from me. I'm going to introduce to you the first speaker of today. It's actually an online speaker. If she can be projected on the screen, we have Alexandra Lewandowska, Vice President of Eurodoc. Alexandra, I know you can unfortunately only stay for about the first hour of the session, but it's very important that you can join us. We are very much looking forward to your perspective on this topic. So if you could please just mention something that I can confirm that we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And unfortunately, due to the delay, do you hear me?
I'm looking at IT. So Alexandra, you can hear me, I think.
Yes,
Yes, we can hear
I
you.
can hear you. Okay. Perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. And unfortunately, due to the conference delay, I have approximately 15 minutes to stay at the session. I really, really regret that I cannot be with you in person, but due to some work issues and this kind of experience, I need to be online, but I'm happy to join the session. And I think I just need to let you know that you hear me, and I'm giving back the floor to introduction for the next speakers.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so this is the time for the introduction. Okay.
So indeed, this is the introduction.
Okay, sorry. So I'm a representative of European Council of Doctorate Candidates and Junior Researchers, widely known as Eurodoc. And Eurodoc is actually volunteer-run organization, but this is pan-European like federation of national associations of doctoral candidates and junior researchers across Europe. And through our member organizations, we give a voice to early career researchers, right? At the European level, we directly engage with policymakers, with universities, research organizations, other stakeholders shaping the future, actually, of research and higher education. In Eurodoc, we work to improve research conditions, career development, research integrity, right? And actually access to knowledge, right? So open science, it is one of our priorities because early career researchers are both major contributors to scholarly publishing and among the most affected group by inequities in the current system. So we strongly support nonprofit, community-driven publishing models that remove barriers for both readers and also authors, right? And that recognize publishing as a shared scholarly infrastructure. There was a lot of infrastructure from in the previous panel, rather than a commercial product, right? So in this panel, it would be good to hear and to discuss the perspective of both doctoral candidates and junior researchers, which we count as early career researchers, right? Highlighting why open access, and here especially diamond open access matters for research equity, sustainability, and also academic freedom, right? And discussing how early career researchers can actively contribute to help also govern open access, diamond open access initiative worldwide to just ease our lives. Yeah, that would be it for the beginning.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Alexandra. That is a great start. I'm really taking note of what you said about this is, and again, it speaks to the relevance of the session. You mentioned this is the most affected group. It's also the group that stands to gain the most with changes if they are sustainably implemented. So thank you for that start. We're going to keep moving on with our speakers. Kutubudin Mola, Senior Scientist at ICAR, National Rice Research Institute. The floor is all yours to continue the introductions.
Thanks, Brett. I think I need to, adjust the mic every time when Brett comes. A lot of differences in height. Okay, so good morning, everyone. So this is Kutubuddin Mullah. I'm working as a senior scientist at in agricultural biotechnology at the Central Rice Research Institute in India. And, as a member of Indian National Young Academy of Sciences, INEAS, we have been working on making scientific knowledge freely accessible to the public for the last 5 years, at least I am involved in. So, there is another side of the coin. When you make an effort in making unrestricted availability of scholarly research, it can also have difficulties in quality control. For example, like predatory publishing. So INEAS has led an international consortium called Rescue that I mentioned also on the other day to combat predatory publishing. So, since public is the funder and consumer of both sides, public fund science, public also consume the outcome of the science. The scientific findings should always be freely accessible to them. And this is the core of open science movement. All of you know that. But the commercial publishers have commodified this movement and put a high and huge burden of APCs on the authors especially. So it's now like for early career researchers, it's like, publish or perish. Everybody knows that. But now they say pay to publish. So it ultimately, it's like pay or perish. So if you pay, it's okay, you're okay. If you don't pay, you perish. So it is especially extremely difficult to early career researchers who just joined to the institute and does not have good funding to cover the APCs. They suffer the most. Or the mid-career and the senior faculties, they do not have that kind of difficulties that much as the early career researchers like me face. So, after research and analysis is done and the manuscript is almost prepared, then what do you see? Okay, which journal does not have an APC, but it has a good prestige also. Because we cannot also stake our reputation and, career advancement scheme where prestigious journal is always valued, like metrics and high impact factor, all these kind of things. I think in this case, Diamond Open Access model could relieve the pain and hurdles to early career researchers like me. And I always say whenever I go to this kind of audience, then I say the new researchers arrange funding for doing research. Hard work. They train a student to do research, how to do research. Okay, they train master's student, PhD students. They write and analyze and prepare manuscript. They volunteer editing and reviewing the peers' manuscript. But when they want to publish their own paper, they still have to pay a huge amount of money to the publisher, those who do not do anything. So this is kind of, a very, very unfortunate situation because, scientific community are highly, highly fragmented. We have very small domain. We'd never be united to fight against those kind of, it's a kind of malpractice, I should say, that they use all the intellectuals and time of scientists, but they make money. Scientists does not get anything, only suffer. So, so the main, motivation for this Diamond Open Access is obviously that freely accessible our work without paying hefty fees. That's the main motivation to early career researchers. But there is also a great opportunity that it has, it could be used for disseminating scientifically sound, socially accountable and locally meaningful research, which may not be meaningful to suppose some part of the world, but this is very, very locally meaningful. So Diamond Open Access come in forefront of this kind of publication model. And the main barrier, what I see is that, recognition is one of the main barrier. So if you say an exciting research to your peers, and they will ask, okay, why you have published this paper? Immediately they will ask you. When you say a low prestige journal, they immediately undervalue your high value research. That's the real, this is the real situation. And especially the new journals and regional ones is undervalued in hiring, promotion, grant evaluation, all of these things. Although we have a moral inclination to publish in Diamond Open Access journal, we face great dilemma, especially because we cannot make our, career metrics, we cannot afford reputational risk kind of things. So, but I want to also highlight some of the structural. Oh, okay. So I have to conclude quickly. I would make my other points later. So, main structural problem is that, Diamond Open Access Journal has very low discoverability, low altmetrics. That is also we need to work on. This is an infrastructural problem. We have to make them, easily searchable to, all the agent, all the search engine and other AI tools that we use normally. So Diamond Open Access should pop up at the top 1, 2, 3 search result. That is one point I want to conclude with this introduction. Then I will come with my lot of other points written here later. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. That was such a great connection to other parts of the global summit as well. Like you said, I mean, to summarize a couple of things you're saying, like the commodification of open access has a real and negative impact on Diamond Open Access, presents a real alternative, but still we need to do better there. And you refer to like discoverability, findability, we've started this summit with the workshops on day 1 on metadata. And again, there also was the same discussion. This is about something, this has a real impact on also early stage researchers. So thank you for bringing us back to that. Now, moving on, it is my pleasure to also introduce our third speaker already, Pragya Chaubey. You are assistant professor at the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, co-founder of the Open Sciences South Asia Network, co-chair CoData Connect, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Brett, for giving me the floor and inviting me for this panel. And well, I don't see as many enough policymakers in the ECR session. I vote still counts, right? But anyway, thank you, Brett, for that introduction. I will keep my introduction brief. Some of you already know me, and for those, some of you actually attended the ECR workshop on Monday that I had hosted. For the benefit of others, my name is Pragya Chaubey, as Brett had said, and I'm an early career researcher. I'm a newly minted assistant professor at UPES University, a private university in India. I am co-chair of CoData Connect, early career network arm of CoData, which is the data arm of International Science Council. And lastly, I want to say that I'm frustrated. Of course. You can ask why. So during the sessions, a lot of people have shared a lot of data, made very interesting points. So I'm not going to go into all of that, but I'm going to share my lived reality with you. Sometime back, my colleague and I, we co-authored a paper on rare disease management in resource-constrained settings, and we took evidence from India, LMICs, and we were very proud of our work. We submitted it to a renowned international journal, and the review process began quite normally, right? Until we received reviewers' comments, which said, high-income countries have already solved this problem. So we really don't need this research. Imagine that. But thankfully, we actually had a very strong worded correspondences with the editor, and we were given different set of reviewers, and the paper was eventually accepted and then dropped the bomb. Please pay APC $2,000. And we were like, oh, come on, we are from LMICs. We cannot pay that much. And they were like, oh, yeah, you are. Let us give you a discount. And now you have to pay $1,000 on a paper about limited resources. They charged us $1,000, which was, to give you a perspective, 5 months of my rent at that time. And the sad reality is that my co-author took the contingency amount from her research fellowship and paid that money. And this is not an isolated story. It reflects how global publishing system shapes what is considered valuable knowledge and who must pay to be visible in that system. And you can imagine we could have taken it after such systemic marginalization, we could have gone somewhere else. But she had to pay because her annual review for her fellowship by an Indian agency was upcoming, for which she needed that publication. Everybody is here knows the irony that I'm talking about. Two Indians talking about Indian solution, firstly were denied, but when we finally fought our way to the entry, we actually had to play these global publishers because the Indian system demanded such. And that is where incentives begin to shape behavior. There is a well-known historical example from colonial India. It's called the Cobra effect. At some point, the cobra population was increasing and the British authorities thought we need to control that. So what they did, they put a bounty on dead cobras. But what had happened after that was the population started to increase even more. The people began breeding cobras and they started taking those to these authorities for the reward. And this is what a perverse incentive system does. It produces opposite of the intended outcomes. And this is what our research ecosystem is currently doing that my previous speaker has wonderfully explained within the time slot he's given. We reward publication counts, we reward prestige, journals, impact factors, everything that we have spoken about. And what we forget that a lot of time these journals, I'm talking about the Springers and Sciences and Elsevier, they only publish what is trending, what supports them, and not what is actual research. If you all know CRISPR-Cas9, the actual first paper of CRISPR-Cas9, the breakthrough technology was not even published in one of these. They do not favor breakthrough technology. They are not there to push the envelope of the humankind, which is what research is about. And yesterday, my colleague, Dr. Momekta, she touched it upon in her presentation, what is happening with systems with countries like ours. Even our local solutions, our local problems are outside of that system, which exactly was my story was about. In many contexts, we are no longer publishing because we have something important to say. We had a eureka moment, we discovered something. We are publishing now to signal that we are using public funding to do something, and we are not even questioning whether that something is useful to the public. So I'm repeating myself, for ECRs, this incentive system is not abstract. It's determines funding, hiring, promotion, everything. And in private university like mine, this ecosystem is of a lot more importance because this prestige factor translates to citations to university rankings. University rankings determine student enrollment. Student enrollment determines institutional stability, which basically translates to fund, careers and jobs and salaries for people like me. So where does the opportunity actually lies? With Diamond Open Access in breaking this cycle. It's not just about the financial relief, it also is a space, intellectual space that it creates for us. It creates a space for locally grounded work, multilingual knowledge, community-driven scholarship to be disseminated without penalty for not fitting into dominant global narratives. To give you an example, so my university is based in the Himalayan region, which is a very ecologically sensitive and important region across the world. And we are losing our indigenous varieties. There are varieties that are going extinct. And I know a person who has created a community seed bank on his own initiative. He's not only conserving seeds, he's also preserving the traditional agricultural knowledge associated with them. This knowledge is embedded in language, local practice, and lived experience. And he has been recognized nationally. He has received Padma Shri Award, which is India's highest civilian honor. And yet ask yourself this. The room full of agricultural scientists, how many of you have heard of him? How many do you think his knowledge is meaningfully preserved within academic ecosystem, indexed, cited, or translated, or you can use it within your own research? The answer is no. Very socially valuable knowledge, but academically invisible. And Diamond Open Access, if designed properly with multilingual metadata, inclusive governance, it creates the possibility for such voices to be heard and preserved. It represents democratization of knowledge economy. And I had really hoped that this conference would give a space to such grassroots, people whose ideas and everything can be represented in Diamond Open Access, but unfortunately, they are not here. So, and for a country like India, where we have many languages, this kind of multilingual inclusivity is of utmost importance. I want to point out that we have about 1,000 different local languages and dialect, and Constitution of India does not recognize a single language, but there are 22 official languages with Hindi and English, 2 languages that are used for interstate communication. And with that, I would just quickly point out first that it is community governed. Community governance requires labor, peer review, and much of this invisible labor usually falls on the, disproportionately on the shoulders of ECRs, one who are at the bottom in the academic hierarchy. And it is already happening. Look at peer reviews. Currently, we are in the ecosystem where generative AI, because of publish or perish paper, is being used to generate a lot of papers, and it's a lot of garbage, and the reviewing burden is usually on the ECRs. Quality control is complex, and under this we have to think about how we are going to include Diamond Open Access where it does not become a burden, an individual overload, and and ultimately moves towards the area where it is a collective dilution of trust in scholarly communication. Alignment with current research ecosystem and realities and research assessment reforms is required. And across the past 2 sessions, including the ECR workshop on Monday, we came to a common theme that research is not just about PDF. It is publication is usually the final artifact. And along the way, we generate data sets, models, protocols, community engagement contributions, and much more. And this should be part of the entire ecosystem. And this conceptual shift must be matched by structural reforms. If we want ECRs to embrace Diamond Open Access, we ensure that doing this strengthens their careers and supports their research priorities and invisible contributions. And currently, ECRs are being trained according to traditional research metrics to write more. This was the first cultural shock that I had experienced when I was asked to think of what paper I want to write even before I was thinking of a problem and a solution. So we want to train our ECRs accordingly on what we call societally beneficial research. We must think about next generation in stewardship, governance, and think about science and infrastructures as public good. Without this alignment, we expand what counts as research in principle, yet continue to reward only traditional skills, and we risk continuing breeding more cobras. With that, I will end. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think an applause for that, definitely. Daya, thank you for sharing your frustration. No, I mean, that is where all of this starts, and then we get to work how we can resolve that. So thank you so much for sharing that. We're moving on with the next speaker, Carolina Diaz, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I do hope the jet lag wasn't too bad, but the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. First of all, Carolina Diaz. I'm from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this meeting to join this panel. I'd like to thank Brett for organizing it. Thank my colleagues to share this stage with me. Though as a presentation, so I am a research project manager and Diamond Open Access Journal editor in the Institute of Economics at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. I'm also currently pursuing a PhD in information science, also at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. And I'm currently doing a research internship in France with Erasmus scholarship. And I'm also an ambassador to the right in Brazil. So we've been asked to share like a few or highlights for this discussion, and I'm trying to give a new perspective to complement the ideas my colleagues have already brought to this pulpit. So I think from the discussions taking place here since Monday, it's now clear that we should widen the focus on how Diamond open access platforms and practices can help early career researchers by acknowledging that those platforms and practices are more than just publishing outlets for journals and research articles. So we are talking about other research outputs, other publishing outlets. We are talking about research data, code, and repositories, for example. And also something that for me was outstanding to listen to this past few days is that we should consider the other roles of Diamond open access practice and infrastructures in education and in extension. In Brazil, for example, universities are called upon acting to do extension, like to transfer knowledge into communities very often. This is a demand. It's a political demand and it's a social demand. So for me, it was very nice to see various examples of how Diamond open access infrastructures and services can be put into service of communities and local businesses, and to support like knowledge management systems and dissemination to local communities and businesses. So this is something we should consider when discussing how Diamond open access can help or hinder early career researchers to build their careers. So as for the barriers and structural challenges we face when developing our own careers, the first thing that comes to my mind is the Mateus effect. Also, Mateus effect affects everybody, all kinds of researchers, but I think it's harder on early career researchers because we have less accumulated advantages compared to more senior colleagues. So this is something we should think about, and it should be reflected into how assessment systems deal with early career researchers. Of course, the lack of recognition, incentives, and rewards from formal institutional and national research systems, it's a major issue that has been discussed very thoroughly here during practically all sessions. So this is something we should be very concerned about. Of course, it's paramount to change national and institutional assessment systems to properly recognize, incentivize, and reward the diverse research activities, and not only publication counts and famous and prestigious outlets. So, but I wanted to highlight another issue that is it's a real barrier in my country. It's how hiring processes to research and academic positions treat young scholars, because those processes are always so focused on publication counts and accumulated advantages that they are very unfair to young scholars, especially by many young scholars are not currently affiliated to any institution when they apply for positions. So how can they accumulate advantages if they don't have access to publication systems and grants? So it's paradoxical. So how do we deal with that? How do we break this vicious cycle? I think this is something we should think about, and policymakers should think about. So this is what I wanted to add to the discussion at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I mean, I'm getting a lot of like the same sort of messages here. Like this is clearly, there's a couple of shared themes already emerging from the introductions. And I'm looking forward to what the last two speakers are going to be adding to this further. Nestor Daniel Martinez Dominguez, Autonomous University of the State of Mexico. The floor is all yours.
Well, I'm very nervous. Hello, my name is Nestor Martinez. I'm from Mexico. It's a pleasure to be here. I've learned a great deal from every presentation and every discussion about open access diamond. So I'm a sociologist. I'm professor at the Autonomous University of the State of Mexico, Universidad Autónoma del Estado de México. I'm a journal editor, and I have been working on editorial process of medical journals in Mexico. If you allow me, I'm gonna start to talking in Spanish very slowly. Bueno, el día de hoy traigo una serie de reflexiones que vienen o que he pensado en torno a lo que he tratado de investigar sobre los procesos editoriales en las revistas médicas en México y cómo esto se correlaciona tanto con mi propio trabajo como con la carrera que uno quiere hacer en investigación, sobre todo en acceso abierto. En ese sentido, considero que el modelo de acceso abierto Diamante es un sistema sociotécnico, es una red que se compone de actores humanos y no humanos y que de alguna manera se han enrolado y han puesto intereses en común desde hace casi 30 años para poder hacer visible lo invisible. Y en ese aspecto se han enrolado diferentes actores, unos más que otros. Sabemos que la cuestión técnica funciona, existe, pero en ese aspecto el gran problema o el principal challenge o de acceso del modelo de acceso abierto dominante no creo que sea técnico, sino más bien es estructural y es simbólico. Y en ese aspecto considero que los sistemas de reconocimiento académico siguen organizados en torno a regímenes de prestigio dominados por grandes editoriales comerciales, métricas opacas y jerarquías geopolíticas del conocimiento. También es cierto que las grandes editoriales han absorbido y se han enrolado al modelo de acceso abierto de una manera que no nos conviene en las regiones del sur global, porque de alguna manera estamos hablando de nuevas formas de reproducción de la desigualdad epistémica. En ese aspecto, para personas investigadoras que están iniciando, sobre todo lo que yo he visto en las disciplinas médicas o biomédicas, publicar revistas de modelo de acceso abierto Diamante, si bien es muy importante y tiene una lógica con una aplicación práctica dentro de la clínica, también hay riesgos claros, sobre todo en las trayectorias académicas. Primero es el menor reconocimiento en evaluaciones, concursos o promociones, especialmente considerando que al menos en México está el Sistema Nacional de Investigadores e Investigadoras, que está vinculado con la Secretaría de Ciencia, pero también la propia Secretaría de Salud tiene su sistema de incentivos. Y en ese aspecto, las revistas locales, las revistas médicas, que en su gran mayoría estamos hablando de más o menos 120 revistas vivas, médicas, pero que son invisibles y que de alguna manera están en acceso abierto, son invisibles en este tipo de evaluaciones. En ese aspecto también hay que mencionarlo o quisiera presentarlo ante ustedes, es que regularmente estos proyectos editoriales son sostenidos por el trabajo incluso y el esfuerzo personal de equipos y de investigadores muy jóvenes. Y eso me lleva a pensar que el modelo de acceso abierto Diamante opera en tensión con un sistema que externaliza los costos del acceso abierto en ocasiones hacia el trabajo precarizado de las propias personas investigadoras. En ese aspecto, considero que participar activamente en el modelo de acceso abierto Diamante también requiere una serie de habilidades que no nos enseñan en nuestros programas de estudio, ¿no? Que tienen que ver con este hábitus académico tradicional y que rara vez se enseña formalmente, o al menos así no me ha pasado, y con quienes yo he podido hablar de esa comunidad, pues han aprendido tácitamente. Eso me lleva a pensar en algunas necesidades como la alfabetización en infraestructuras digitales abiertas, los conocimientos sobre gobernanza editorial e institucional, la evaluación por pares responsable, las licencias abiertas, la ética de publicación y la ciencia abierta, así como la gestión colectiva y toma de decisiones comunitarias. Finalmente, ¿por qué tendríamos que seguir publicando el modelo de acceso abierto diamante, del cual yo estoy más que convencido? Es porque la cuestión central no es si es viable, ¿no? La cuestión es qué tipo de ciencia y qué tipo de personas investigadoras se están formando y qué tipo de investigaciones se están reconociendo dentro de las prácticas locales de circulación de conocimiento. En ese aspecto, para que considero que el modelo abierto diamante sea una opción real para las personas investigadoras que están iniciando su carrera, debería haber como alguna suerte de transformaciones profundas en los sistemas de evaluación. Reconocer, como por ejemplo, reconocer explícitamente la publicación en revistas Diamond como producción legítima de conocimiento, porque en ocasiones son este tipo de revistas, al menos en las áreas médicas, las que están a conocer resultados que podrían incorporarse a la práctica clínica. Por otro lado, también valorar el trabajo editorial de revisión y de infraestructura como contribuciones científicas, incorporar criterios de impacto social, apertura y colaboración. Y bueno, los financiadores, las instituciones y las infraestructuras públicas deben actuar como agentes estructurantes en el campo, no solo para financiar el acceso abierto marginal, sino dejar el modelo de acceso abierto diamante como un eje central dentro de las políticas científicas. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you. Very, very nice to hear. I love that question. What kind of science do we want? What type of researchers are we training? That is excellent question to ask here. So thank you for that introduction. We are on the last of the presenters, Felix Mburu Nyoroge, University of Nairobi, Kenya. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Brett. Thank you to all the organizers, to Joanna, and also to Dr. Shrita for the invite. I'm really happy to be here. My name is Felix Mburu Njoroge. I am a final year medical student at the University of Nairobi, so just about to become a doctor. And I am also part of the ecosystem of Diamond Open Access in East Africa. I am an editor and also serve as the project lead at the East African Journal of Neurological Sciences, which is a Diamond Open Access journal. And additionally, I am also the founder of a community of medical students from around the East African region that lives the spirit of Diamond Open Access called XYZED, where we create materials that are very local for learning, for medical education, to ensure that whatever we do and learn from is contextualized. So the perspective that I'll be bringing is mostly a lived reality as an early career researcher in East Africa, for the work that we do, for the experience that we've had with our journal. It's not been an easy experience as an early career researcher in this, and also particularly working with a young journal that's also Diamond Open Access in terms of sustainability, in terms of limited capacity, in terms of invisible work, as has been mentioned. But we've really tried to turn our challenges around to more of opportunities, to think of what more we can do, because as a journal, we realize that we can't just sit back and wait for people to send papers to us and we just review them and publish them. We realized that there was a gap in our communities, in our scientific community. The quality of papers wasn't that good. The quality of peer review also wasn't that good. So as a journal, we've really been trying to reach out to the communities, conduct workshops to capacity build those who contribute to our journal, We've also tried to rethink how we communicate our science, what the work that has been published with us. We've now tapped into more of different audiovisual materials and mass media, such as podcasts for the work that has been published in our journals. So for us, I think for personally, the perspective I'd be bringing here as an early career researcher is more of what we're trying to do to solve the problems that we experience, because we realize probably no one is going to come and save us. We have to come up with our own solutions ourselves and for ourselves. So that is my introduction for now. I hope to share more as the panel goes on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So those were our introductions. That is sort of the main frustrations that we have. But the experiences that you shared, I mean, thank you. This is incredibly valuable. And I'm heartened by hearing that the experiences and the perspectives that you're sharing here, they do connect to the topics of the Global Summit. You yourself, okay, so look, we've discussed some of this already. So that to me shows that we're on the right track, that we are analyzing, that we have a good analysis of maybe not every issue, but that the key issues are being identified. So I think that's already a good place to start. Now, I want to ask all of you, and I had mentioned this in advance, after the introductions, are there things you've picked up from each other where you're like, you know what, I share that experience. I want to expand on that a little bit. There are more microphones here, I hope. Is there anyone who wants to go first? Ah, perfect.
Yeah, maybe I could promote Nadia, you shared about your experience trying to publish your first paper. I believe it's a universal harrowing experience when you send your paper out and then the reviews come back and it's, for some reason, it's always reviewer two, as they say, who's always very harsh. But personally for me, I actually read and tried to understand the truth in the feedback he gave, because the feedback I got from my reviewer was that this work is good, but it does not belong here. I tried to publish work that was very contextualized to Kenya in a very foreign journal, which was more prestigious because of this notion that had been, fed to us throughout our training that the best way to disseminate your work is to send your work to these big journals. Don't send them to our local journals, they're not good quality. And that was also a turning point for me mentally, in terms of thinking of our journals a bit differently, because it makes no sense to be sending work that has been done in Nairobi on Kenyans to a place where nobody's going to read, and it doesn't really get the readership it deserves and the local impact that it ought to have. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. It's sort of that you feel that you're being pressured in a certain direction, even though you don't agree with it. And that is something to take very serious. Somebody, Nestor, did you?
Yeah, in Brazil, a common strategy for young scholars to get published and is to publish with their supervisors. It's a way of borrowing their prestige and their grant money to pay for APCs. So it's very common, and sometimes it's so unfair because you could publish for yourself. You have the autonomy to do that. You have experience. You have done the research. It's your research, and you are not accepted. And as a journal editor, we usually are more thorough with our review reports when we realize they are young scholars. We try to do that. Maybe it's bias from our part, but we think, as Nestor pointed out, that journals have, Diamond open access journals that do have this pedagogical role in training the new generation of editors, authors, peer reviewers. So we tend to be more thorough with our, it's not more generous, it's more thorough to give proper feedback to really contribute to the enhancement of the research we have been submitted to. So this is my experience.
Thank you.
Thank you about that, about the quality control of what we are going to put in our journals, because currently with the publish and perish pressure and with the AI and we are using AI in everything, the amount of data and amount of garbage publications we are producing. We need proper peer reviewing processes. We need open peer reviews. We need to put stronger quality checks. And more than that, we need research assessment systems that actually look for something impactful. They actually do not award quantity over quality. This is something that we need to go back to. And as Nestor had also said that, and this is something that emerged as a theme in the workshop that we did with ECRs on Monday, that it's just not the publications. We also need to think about different research outputs. So I think we need to work on how do we analyze and do the quality indexing for those outputs as well. So I think that is something that all of us need to think about as a community. And as ECRs, since we are usually the one who will be, given the task of doing the reviews or something, because it's usually going to, hover on our shoulders. So this is something that we also need to be trained on. Like, how do we do this kind of assessments? Yeah.
I just briefly want to interrupt here. If we can get the Zoom back on the screen, Alexandra, I know you had to leave at some point. I don't know if you're still online. Unfortunately not. Sorry, no, she did announce that she had to leave at some point. I just wanted to make sure we could still get a last comment in there. No, but then the slide can go back up. There's also some questions from the audience, but I want to keep it just for a minute. I want to keep it going here between the presenters. Please.
So I don't know, because this time is going to be end very soon before lunch. So I have few points to make here. Yeah, I agree with Nestor that Nestor said that we have to value the contribution of anyone is doing any contribution in editorial, peer reviewing. They should be credited actually in their career advancement assessment. So that's absolutely necessary. It's not only that voluntary side work kind of things. They should be credited. Then only you can encourage people to contribute actively to Diamond Open Access. Okay, so if I want to highlight after that a few points that I just noted it down that are absolutely necessary to move forward with this movement of Diamond Open Access. That is that we need a reform in research assessment. That is an urgent thing. Why? What kind of reform? Is the reform is move away from journal-based metrics, rather quality, transparency, and societal relevance of research. Obviously, I understand because I participated earlier in some discussion, but it's very difficult to make that kind of metrics, which will value societal relevance of research. It's very difficult. It's not an easy thing, but we have to work on that. And humans are very intelligent. If they work on that, they will figure it out. Okay. And then second is engagement with Diamond Open Access through publishing, reviewing, or governance, or structural support should be explicitly valued in hiring and promotion. Policy decision. For example, here I have seen in this earlier panel that there is Madam Dr. Geeta Bhani, Madam is their director of NISPER, and Anuradha Agarwal, Madam from ICER. They have a say in policy making in two big bodies of Indian research organization. If they can make that, okay, in assessment, if any early career researcher do contribute to any kind of, of these points that I have just said, they should get some marks on their assessment metrics. Third, funders play a transformative role supporting Diamond Open Access infrastructure directly, rather than reimbursing the APCs. That is, I think founders have even more role here. Then second is then incentivizing researchers who publishes in Diamond Open Access, that I already said that. And it should be, top to bottom. So policy decision when comes, then obviously early career researchers like us would be encouraged to publish in Diamond Open Access. For example, we are from academician, we love to publish, but do you think any body from industry love to publish? They are not getting evaluated by how many paper they published. They are getting evaluated by how many technology, how many product they have developed. So it's all what is needed from the top. So it's a top to bottom. I think policymakers should be convinced. Then, I also thought about that, the integrating the awareness. Many people from Global South do not know what is Diamond Open Access. That's the true things. When I asked many of my friends that can you join this Diamond Open Access meeting happening in Bengaluru, they said it's not our field. I said, what problem you feel when you go to publish anything? They said APC. So this is for you, but they do not have that clear understanding. Okay. Awareness is the key, I think. And if I ask you, how many of you use social media? How many of you? Can you raise your hand? I think most of you, yeah, including the director, madam. So that's a good thing. If you take a photograph in front of the logo and post in your Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn, that's a awareness. Can you do that? That is also an awareness. So people will then read DOAJ, okay? So and visibility tactics, we have to figure it out. Whoever in the publishing field of Diamond Open Access Journal, they have to figure it out how it is appearing in the top search result top in Google, as I mentioned. And this is the last point, sorry. Huge number of society journals are already existing. I'm talking about in the Indian perspective. And they have a very good infrastructure already in place, but they are not open. Can CSIR, ICAR, ICAMR, those are the bodies, and then InflibNet also, the madam was here. Can they support those society journals to make Diamond Open Access by financially supporting them? That's the last point that you wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Some very clear points there. And my colleague Joanna is busy taking notes here, and this is fantastic for her. So it's clear points and calls. So thank you for that. Nestor, I just wanted to ask if you also just wanted to add something.
Well, I have so many points I want to talk, but I think that one point that some things sometimes we're missing is the quality of open access journals, because I'm talking a lot with many editors, medical journals, and they told me, well, we have the infrastructure, we have the editorial process, we have everything, but we don't have articles, a good quality articles. So I think that sometimes we're missing the pedagogical sense of the open access, because it's something like training. When we write an article or a text, it's training for communicate something.
Yeah, it's very, very good point. So thank you for all these interventions. Time flies when you're having fun, but we do still have time for questions from the audience. Somebody here in front has been raising her hands. Is there a microphone? Because I can always give mine, of course. There's a microphone. And there's also somebody in the back there raising their hand. If you could come to the microphone as well, that'd be great. Yeah.
I will thank you for the time. I will try to say everything quickly for you to go to eat. First of all, it was an amazing moment of this session. First of all, I want to tell you that we are the senior researchers that are suffering because of you. Yes, we are directors of the young researcher like you, and we want to change the future research profile, because we need researchers with oriented to social relevance, to social transfers, as the Brazilian researcher says, to to believe on extension, on the other things about publish. Another thing that you said that is very, very important, and I want to reinforce, is that evaluation, it is not a punishment. It is very good when you receive after you send your papers, a very good evaluation, a very sensitive evaluation to explain what is good, what is bad, to improve your careers. In the issue of the medical research, I was invited many times from medical congress, and they are use a very, very interesting word that is translational research. It is very, very interesting. What it means, translational research, is often called branch to bedside. What it means, accelerated the convention on basic science, discovery, laboratory finding, and preclinical studies into practical application, such as new drugs, device, diagnostic tools, and treatment protocols to directly improve human health and patient outcomes. This is something that there was no time to talk about that, but they are changing. And for sure, as I said yesterday, we need to talk a lot with evaluators to change the things for you don't suffer as much.
Yeah. Thank you for reinforcing those points. Yes. There was a gentleman in the back who had his hand raised. Please, if you could come to the microphone as well. That microphone really is set up very high, the one in the front here. Please. Yes.
Thank you for sharing your insights. It's good to see young researchers working for ourselves. Myself, Ablas Mohammed Shamnad, a young researcher with a background in economics, public policy, and international development. This question is framed from my experience backpacking around the country, India, and in Europe. I would like to know your perspective on science directly reaching the society. Let's be real, there is a clear-cut disconnect between science and society, even if we are trying a lot to connect it and bridge it. I would like to know about each of the panelists' perspective on using social media, YouTube, Instagram, Reels, WhatsApp forward messages, and other social media platforms for disseminating science as scientists and experts. A. B. What are the threats and challenges if we, as experts in our own fields, use these platforms to directly reach to the society in terms of the academic integrity and diluted methodology? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I want to throw that to the panel here because indeed, this is about researchers being able and also to what extent are you being recognized? If you want to reach out to society, public research, it's publicly funded. It has to be for society. Do you feel that you have that opportunity to connect? And then what are some of the challenges? Felix, please.
Thank you so much, Abdaz, for that question. It's a topic that I'm also really passionate about in our region as well. Scientific communication has been a huge problem in that I think it was the UN last year, they released a report showing just how little their reports are read. Barely anyone consumes work that takes millions of dollars to produce. And it's the reality of science. Yesterday, someone showed a slide of how scientific communication has not evolved over the last 100 years. It's still very text heavy, not simplified at all, just meant for a very small group of people. And the reality is that we have to go to social media and communicate, because if we really want our work to have an impact, it has to reach these people that we intend the work to have an impact on. Because as nowadays a simple TikTok can generate 1 million views in a day. I doubt there are any papers out there published in journals that are able to do the same. So maybe I'd now just add this perspective of what we've been trying to do at the East African Journal of Neurological Sciences, and also through this project that I also, a community project for XYZ. We really try to come up with fun ways to communicate science. We've also now recently launched a podcast for our journal where we interview authors. We let them just speak about the work that they do. And it's really helping to humanize research, to make it easier for the target audience to understand. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, creates a lot of energy there, like podcasts, and like there's clearly the energy, the will to do it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that question again. And I mean, that was you're doing some amazing work over there. From the Indian perspective, I think one of the challenges that a lot of people who are working in science communication face is the heterogeneity of languages. You cannot use a single language to communicate all your science, because when we are trying to reach some very local people, like tribals, we need to be able to communicate in the language, in their own language, right? And we need to actually take in also account what are the channels that they will use. We cannot always use social media. We cannot always be putting a reel or imagining that it would reach someone in a very, very remote area. So the challenges for science communication are different in terms of India. We need to think of ways on how we can reach these, very remote populations, and to be fair, it is an incredibly important step that we need to think about, that we need to talk about more. And it's not just I don't think it's just on these early career researchers that this burden should fall, because I'm calling it a burden because science communication activities are currently not accounted when we are talking about research assessment. We are not thinking about science communication as, a proper output or doing something meaningful to the society, which I think it is an extremely meaningful task. But even for the science communicators, I know there are people who actually, go to these government colleges and schools, and they make those very, tiny laboratories where students can learn about space, and, they learn about, there's this thing called foldscope, so they learn about more organisms, they can create these tiny microscopes. So we need to think of such more initiatives where we can take science and technology to them and help them understand in their own language. And yeah, this is
Great. We have one last question for the session.
Thank you, Brett. Joe Haberman, Access to Perspectives, a independent training consultancy agency. It's basically me. Also the founder of Africa Archive. I just wanted to add to that, and thanks very much. As a trainer, I get a lot of these questions, also train a lot on these topics. Science communication should not just be publishing in whichever journal. And I want to, like with Africa Archive, we made dedicated decisions to open the repository also to different formats. And DSpace and other infrastructures provide for that. So the Instagram Reels or YouTube videos, repository can host them, because that's when you own the actual data. Because if you only put it on Instagram, you only put it on YouTube, it's owned by that company, which might not exist tomorrow, because some orange person's currently in some White House somewhere in this world. So it's an opportunity. I just wanted to bring to our attention awareness that as repository managers, librarians, and also towards Diamond Open Access, this is an opportunity to own the data, to make it accessible to society, to allow young researchers use the formats and the tools that they are like naturally familiar with. And as older generation, like I used to be one of these with Facebook, new on the block, the new kid on the block. Now it's a very old kid on the block, but still there. And I kind of have a TikTok account, but I never use it because I feel like I've reached that age where I just can't keep up with what's coming. But so yeah, I just wanted to emphasize the importance and opportunity that repositories have to bridge between diamond open access journals, science communication, young, more experienced generations in the academic sphere. So thanks for that question.
I am going to give a story of hope here, Jay. Jose, there is a tribal university in India. It's called SDMU, Sri Murmu Anna University. I think that is the name, right? The students and the faculties have taken upon themselves. Most of them are from a very tribal region, and they have a lot of these tribal stories and cultures and contexts that are not being recorded anywhere else academically. So they have taken it upon themselves to create a repository within their own university where they can record their own tribal histories. So yes, we do have such tiny stories of hopes everywhere. So yeah,
Right.
that's what.
See, we're ending on a note of hope here. Look, unfortunately, we've run out of time. I'm very sorry because I'm already getting the signal that we have to close it up here. But I'm getting a different signal, so we have another question here.
Thank you. So it's not a question though, it's a direct comment to how data in certain platforms that could be owned by other sources. We at the TIB have the audio video portal, which can be used to kind of store those data, like the social media videos, you can put it there, and you can also create a persistent identifier so it's searchable. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
That is perfect. Also, a reminder that there are really good initiatives out there now. I'm not even going to attempt to summarize everything that's been said because it's been so much. And again, my colleagues been taking notes, but thank you so much. The only thing that I will say is that what struck me throughout the conversation that we had is that you are fully aware of the unfairness of all these elements in the current system. You are trying to build a career in the current system, but you are clearly very innately just aware, like, look, this isn't fair. This is not how it should be. And I think that is something for us to build on. And that is why we're here to try and resolve these issues step by step. And I thank you for sharing those experiences, sharing again those frustrations as well, because that's where all of this starts. So I would like to invite everyone to give a huge applause to the speakers. And then I am looking to the organizers, what happens next?
Thank you. As we close, I want to offer our sincere thanks to all the young and early career speakers who shared their work and perspectives today. Your voices, ideas, and commitment to advancing Diamond Open Access are not only inspiring, they are shaping the future of scholarly communication. Thank you for your courage, your clarity, and the generosity with which you shared your experiences. This session would not have been possible, without you all, and we are deeply grateful for your contributions. May I now call upon Dr. Sridhar, on behalf of organizing committee, would like to felicitate all the speakers here.
Let's stand in front of the audience.
I also invite the rapporteurs, Jonah and Smita, to join for a photo. Yeah. So we'll be breaking for the lunch and it's strictly half an hour lunch for you all. So please keep up the timing so that we have a plenary and final winding up session as well ahead. So I request all of you have your lunch peacefully, and I request all of you to gather back in the hall. And all the programs, no, are lined up in the same hall only. We are not changing the any venue, and we have a Bangalore roadmap presentation, and concurrent one workshop is there, and we have closing plenary at between 4 to 5:30. So I request all of you to be present here. This is a workshop, right, Shrestha? Yeah, this is a panel discussion. The convener of this particular panel discussion is Kasturi Mandal, and she'll be also, along with a colleague, Shrestha, also will be joining her in handling this session. I think somebody has left their mobile phone here and it is with me. Yeah, take it. No, not here. It was there in the afternoon. It's yours? Just check. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody, who has left the phone, like you can take it that from me. Now, Shrestha? Ma'am, I'll hand over the floor to you.
Okay, we will just wait for 2 more minutes to start because people are still coming in. So. Jose, can you, Octavio, if you can switch on your camera, if that's okay, if you can hear us. Thank you, Octavio. Thank you so much. Can you say something so that we can check if we can hear you?
Yes, I can hear very well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We can hear you clearly as well. Thank you so much. So, good afternoon to all our esteemed delegates who have joined us from all around the world at this summit. I welcome you all to this combined session on strengthening scholarly societies for Diamond Open Access and Diamond Open Access standards and capacity building. As a part of a mega panel combined session, I am Shrestha Mandal, Program Manager for Digital Initiatives at India Bioscience, and welcome my co-convener Kasturi Mandal. She's a Senior Principal Scientist at CSIR NISPER. I already have some of my panelists on this mega panel session, and I'll introduce them, and then Kasturi will take over to introduce the session to all of you. So we have Joanna Bell, Managing Director, Directory of Open Access Journals, Kylie Funsey, Journal Assessment Manager at AJOL, Mukesh Punt, Chief Scientist at CSIR NISPER, Solange Victory, Head of Editorial Production at CLASCO, Latin American Council of Social Sciences, Jose Octavio Alonso Gamboa, General Coordinator, Latindex, who is joining us online, Vinod Elangovan, Coordinator, Curation and Community Building Team at Open Research Knowledge Graph, Marco Antonio Estrada Medina, International Program Coordinator at Redalc, Johan Warwick, Coordinator at European Diamond Capacity Hub, and Emma Subiratskol, Team Leader, Information Management Officer at FAO, Italy. I'm sorry if I mispronounced anyone's names, but thank you all for joining us on this mega panel at a combined session. Over to you, Kasturi.
Thank you, Shrestha. So we all have been witnessing very interesting sessions over the last 3 days. And as we come towards the end, this workshop, this mega panel, is before we are all looking forward to the framework of the Bengaluru Roadmap on Open Access, brings two very intrinsic aspects of Diamond Open Access. We'll discuss the role of standards as enabling infrastructures, criteria and assessment frameworks in strengthening Diamond Open Access. Journals explore the challenges of developing, applying, and maintaining standards across that helps the journal meet standards without reinforcing inequities. It would be interesting to consider whether greater alignment or deliberate flexibility across global standards would most benefit the open access ecosystem. Coming to strengthening scholarly societies, we have been listening over the past
few days about how societies are trying to ensure credibility, equity, and community governance. Discussions on stable funding, shared infrastructures, and supportive policies are already in place. Nevertheless, we'll learn a little bit more from our esteemed panelists from their experiences. And with this, may I welcome Joanna for her presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Namaskara. It's a real pleasure to be here to present at the last workshop of the summit in the penultimate session about Diamond Open Access Standards and the role of DOAJ. Great. Just as a reminder, and I took these figures just for a few minutes before I came up to the stage. So I hope that none of my team members have added any more Diamond journals during that time. We now have 14,800 Diamond journals within DOAJ from 140 countries and publishing in 91 languages. And this is the distribution. I showed a similar slide earlier in the week, but this is just the distribution just for no-fee journals within DOAJ. So you can see that we have very strong areas, particularly in Brazil, in Indonesia, and in Spain, but also broadly spread across the world. So all of those 14,800 journals that I just mentioned have had to apply to be indexed in DOAJ and demonstrate that they meet our standard. Our standard and our evaluation criteria are seen as a gold standard, really, for open access publishing across the ecosystem. And that's why DOAJ is trusted and used in researcher evaluation systems and by libraries worldwide. Our criteria cover open access. Obviously, we need to make sure a journal has an open access policy. They cover copyright and licensing to make sure that reuse is clear for the community. We're looking for transparency about the editorial board, about the peer review processes, and around journal ownership. We want to be sure that a journal meets accepted standards in editorial and publishing practice. We also look at website and functionality to make sure that the journal is functional. And we look at a range of criteria related to the operation of a journal. For example, making sure that there's editorial independence, that the journal is very clear about its business model, and also about things like long-term preservation. So at DOAJ, we are very aware that publishing practices vary widely across regions, disciplines, and types of publisher. So our standard is always the same. That doesn't change. But what we can do is use a more equitable approach in the way that we work with journals. And that's what I want to talk to you about now. First of all, this is DOAJ's review and decision-making process. Every journal that comes in to DOAJ, all 8,000 each year, will go through this process of review. What's important to note is that there's an ongoing dialogue with the journal throughout this process, whether that's at the triage stage or later on. And there's an opportunity for journals to make small changes, perhaps to their open access policy or to other elements of their website, so that to ensure that they can meet DOAJ's criteria. And actually, the perhaps most important leaf in that that diagram there is the last one on feedback, because if a journal is unsuccessful in meeting DOAJ's criteria and we need to reject it, we make sure that we always provide feedback to that journal and kind of constructive ways or things that they need to do in order to be able to reapply and be accepted. And we find a very high number of journals they go through the process once, they might be rejected, but then they will come back after they've made the relevant changes, and they are then successfully indexed within DOAJ. So we are helping to improve publishing standards across the ecosystem. Our standard is developed with input from the community, and that's very important for us. We have an editorial policy advisory group, which has representatives from AJOL, from Latindex, from JStage, and other representatives from trusted organizations from around the world. And they are able to provide their perspectives on how we develop our standards and how it will work alongside local public publishing practices. We also make sure that our standard is translated into different languages so that it's accessible by widely by the community. We're also in touch with the community and understanding more about the needs of the community and the need for changes in our standard through our ambassador program. We have at any one time between 15 and 20 ambassadors from around the world. Some of them have been up on the stage over the last few days. Among many of the things that they do, promoting open access, promoting standards, is that they also provide us with input on what's happening in their own local context and what's needed from DOAJ in terms of publication standards. Thank you very much.
So we have now with us also have joined us Irfan Arif. So we welcome you to the panel.
We can skip my slide.
We have Kylie Fonse from Journal Assessment Manager at AJOL.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for this opportunity. It's been a fantastic experience to finally meet a lot of the people that I've been hearing about and meeting online for years. I am the Journal Assessment Manager at AJOL, and that is a recent development. Before that, I was a Journal Assessment Officer because AJOL is a team of 9 people now, but until October, it was 5 people servicing the entirety of the African continent, from Egypt to South Africa. East, west, south, north, and central. We have better penetration in some areas than others. But so at the moment, as of this morning, we have 917 journals on the platform, 250 of which are Diamond Open Access. And that is including 45,000 articles and counting of no-fee open access scholarly articles on AJOL. And the JPPS system, which is our main method of assessing journals, is based on African problems being solved by African knowledge. Although we do take a global approach, we find that, as Felix and Njoroge observed earlier, nobody's coming to help us. And therefore, Africa, which is more than capable of helping itself, needs to do just that. So the JPPS was developed with stakeholder input, not by a group of people divorced from the everyday realities of the context. Local editors were taken into account, as well as local authors and input from organizations such as DOAJ. And our JPPS system resembles the DOAJ system quite closely. We have the usual global South issues. We are dealing mostly with journals who are increasingly professional, but are occasionally volunteer run. Many of our journals are very, very small. And we acknowledge now the intense amount of dedication and often self-sacrifice that goes into scholarly publishing on the African continent. This will not be unfamiliar to many of you here. It is replicated everywhere, as we have seen this week. The JPPS system stands for the Journal Publishing Practices and Standards. And we check everything. We check editorial guidelines, editorial policies, author guidelines, copyright, licensing. Does it go into a journal? We check it. We don't assess research quality because we just simply do not have the expertise to do that. But we do pay incredibly detailed attention to editorial practice and journal procedures. And we are very excited to be part of larger projects, many of which are represented here today, to do with capacitating editors in Africa and other places to join the global group of scholarly, the amplify the African voices in the scholarly publishing ecosystem globally. Thank you very much.
We have Mukesh Pant, Chief Scientist of CSIR NISPER.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I thanks organizing committee for inviting me here. From my office, CSR NISPER, which is in science communication, scientific information dissemination, and in policy, science policy research. I'm working there for last 3 decades. My director has already informed what we are doing in our organization, which is more than 75-year-old. This open access or even open source, we are advocating for last 2 decades. I remember in 2002, we have initiated 2 projects in India, that is Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, where we digitize our medicinal knowledge, traditional medicinal knowledge in digital form and given it to various patent offices. And in the same year, we have started another project. Why I am giving this example? Because this is today also that is relevant. Second initiative we have initiated was National Science Digital Library. In India, we have 2 India. One India and another Bharat, means one rural people and urban area. Where in urban area, we had access to every form of digital content, but in rural area, we didn't have good quality books. So first thing we did was to get 500 e-books as per UGC curriculum developed, and copyright was with that time it was NISCARE. So copyright is with us. We pay every author to write that book 50,000 rupees, and then that 500 books have been made available not only to Indian people but across the globe. And that was the first initiative, one of the first initiatives which was started in 2004. And after that, many digital libraries come across India. So that time it was new initiative because NBL came, then NPTEL came. But in 2004 we initiated, and it was being open access. That is, we started using Dispatch as a digital library. All metadata is in XML based. And now, beside that, ebooks, we are having 15 scientific journals, which are totally Raymond access, and all are indexed in Scopus as well as in Web of Science. So we are sustaining it for many years. Obviously, by using, because Diamond open access cannot be think about without open source software also, because fund crunch is always there. So we have ebooks, we have journals, which are all quality journals, and beside that, we are also having science magazine. That science magazine, we are thinking to bring it into Indian languages also, because right now it is only in English, Hindi, and Urdu, but now we are thinking about making it in different format, because India has, everyone was discussing that we are having 22 scheduled languages, and we are now trying to get that magazines, science magazines into these languages by using less efforts, by using artificial intelligence. So thank you for inviting me, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next we have Solange Victory, Head of Editorial Production, Classical Latin American Council of Social Sciences.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, as I spoke in English in my previous intervention yesterday, I would like today to speak in Spanish to honor multilingualism. Originalmente este workshop nos invitaba a reflexionar sobre el rol de las sociedades académicas dentro de lo que es el ecosistema del acceso abierto a diamante, y nos hemos unido con un workshop sobre fortalecimiento de capacidades o capacity building,
Y yo creo que ha sido como una unión muy coherente, al fin y al cabo, porque justamente son dos dimensiones fundamentales para pensar la sostenibilidad de las iniciativas de acceso abierto diamante a nivel global. Así que desde la experiencia de Claxo, que es una red de más de 1000 centros de investigación en todo el mundo, pero sobre todo desde la perspectiva latinoamericana y caribeña, yo quisiera traer sobre todo una perspectiva práctica y concreta sobre algunas lecciones aprendidas en este trayecto, digamos. Sobre todo quiero enfatizar cómo estas lecciones podrían llegar a quizás servir, digamos, desde nuestra humilde posición, a poder alimentar los propios enfoques de sus instituciones y de sus organismos para fortalecer las capacidades y consolidar a las sociedades académicas. Creo que la principal capacidad que hay que fortalecer es la capacidad comunitaria. Y esto se hace solamente a través de políticas institucionales, desde el punto de vista del Consejo Latinoamericano de Ciencias Sociales. Tener una gobernanza editorial clara, esquemas de sostenibilidad y de manera crucial también un modelo de evaluación académica que no se base en métricas comerciales. Sin este conjunto de decisiones, que son colectivas, el modelo va a ser difícilmente sostenible. Por otra parte, también es muy importante desde el punto de vista de lo institucional, de la capacidad y el fortalecimiento de capacidades institucionales a nivel nacional y en relación con los sistemas de evaluación y de la investigación, estar comprometido con la transformación, ¿sí?, de estos sistemas. Por eso, como Judith Naidorf bien expuso ayer en su plenario, nosotros hemos creado el Foro Latinoamericano sobre Evaluación Científica, el FOLEC, que recientemente ha hecho su manifiesto de Bogotá para tener un diálogo en pos de la transformación de todas estas cuestiones. En términos generales, desde la perspectiva del Consejo, la construcción de comunidad, entendida entonces como el desarrollo de comunidades de práctica compartidas, es la clave. Por dar un ejemplo concreto, no me quiero extender mucho, la cohesión y las infraestructuras compartidas para nosotros son claves para poder sostener un repositorio que hoy en día tiene más de 100.000 documentos y, digamos, outputs de diferentes formatos de investigación. Casi el 70% de las publicaciones de Claxo las realizamos en cohesión y copublicación con las instituciones miembros de la red, lo cual permite compartir los costos y promover el conocimiento de manera colectiva. También gestionamos en nuestro repositorio un sistema de autoarchivo, que es lo que permite que las propias instituciones que forman parte de la alianza de Claxo suban sus propias publicaciones, y no solamente sus publicaciones, sino también su set de metadatos. Muchas veces para esto es necesario, obviamente, también brindar la necesaria capacitación y el soporte técnico para asegurar que estos materiales puedan ser encontrados, visibles, descubiertos. Y con especial atención a regiones prioritarias con menores recursos editoriales, que para Claxo son el Caribe, Centroamérica, lugares donde necesitamos también construir y empoderar estas capacidades. Muchas gracias.
So next we'll have Octavio Alonso will be joining online. Yes, Octavio, over to you. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Octavio Alonso, the General Coordinator of Latindex. I work for the National University of Mexico, and I sent a presentation, a PowerPoint. Do you have this available, or may I share?
It should be here, I think. Yes. Just give us a moment, please. Alonso? Yeah.
Alonso, yes.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I will switch to Spanish right now. Thank you. Okay, the next, please. Bueno, Latindex es un sistema de información regional que reúne y disemina información sobre las revistas científicas editadas en América Latina, el Caribe España y Portugal, lo que nosotros llamamos Iberoamérica. Y fue concebido en 1995 como una respuesta a la necesidad de promover la visibilidad y el reconocimiento de las revistas académicas producidas en América Latina. Es un sistema que está basado en principios de equidad, inclusividad y respeto por la diversidad. Nuestra gobernanza se da a través de un modelo colaborativo y descentralizado, una red de 24 instituciones en el mismo número de países. La siguiente, por favor. La siguiente. The next, please. Ok, la tienda fue creado siguiendo las recomendaciones de un taller sobre publicaciones científicas que tuvo lugar en Guadalajara, México, hace ya más de 30 años, en donde se evidenció la falta de un sistema de información sobre revistas producidas en América Latina y el Caribe. Entonces, tenemos 3 productos ahora ofreciendo, todos de acceso gratuito. El directorio que ofrece datos bibliográficos y de contacto de revistas académicas tiene un enfoque amplio y inclusivo, más de 28,000 títulos de revistas impresas y en línea, y de estas 28,000, 13,000 son en línea específicamente. Luego, un segundo nivel es el catálogo, que está compuesto exclusivamente de revistas que cumplen con criterios de calidad editorial de acuerdo a una metodología diseñada por la Tindex. Este catálogo contiene actualmente poco más de 4,000 revistas. Y hace un año lanzamos el descubridor de artículos que provee acceso al texto completo de artículos publicados en las revistas que forman parte del catálogo. A través de una cosecha de metadatos damos acceso a cerca de 650,000 documentos de una colección curada, porque todas las revistas cosechadas son las del catálogo, las que cumplen con criterios de calidad. Next, please. Bueno, de acuerdo a datos del directorio Latindex, el 96% de todas estas revistas son financiadas con fondos públicos, es decir, son revistas diamante o revistas de acceso no comercial, como las llamamos nosotros. Y para el catálogo observamos normas a través de 38 criterios de calidad editorial, en donde, digamos, los más importantes son, pues, asegurarnos que las revistas tengan un soporte de una organización acreditada, que tengan la capacidad de generar nuevo contenido de manera continua, que observen normas internacionales que son comunes a las revistas científicas, que declaren prácticas de revisión por pares confiables, bien establecidas, transparentes, que tengan una adecuada administración y políticas editoriales establecidas, y que observen características propias de las revistas en línea, como el uso de identificadores persistentes, políticas de preservación digital, uso de estadísticas, entre otros. La siguiente, por favor. Next, please. Ok. En nuestras capacidades en construcción de capacidades, nuestra red da apoyo a las revistas de acceso abierto diamante, actúa nuestra plataforma como una plataforma de entrenamiento donde ofrecemos talleres, asesoría y materiales de interés para los editores, con énfasis especial en las normas y las buenas prácticas, y especialmente intentando evitar prácticas poco confiables debido al crecimiento importante que ha tenido en la región las revistas que están más orientadas al negocio. Y esto lo vemos en la siguiente gráfica. Next, please. Esta gráfica muestra el incremento de revistas de acceso abierto de diamante que han cambiado a revistas con APC o con algún cargo por cobrar por servicios, ¿no? Son pocas, es el 4% ciertamente del total de números de revistas en línea, pero si ustedes pueden ver, en los últimos 4 años han crecido sostenidamente, pasando de 79 a más de 500, es decir, han crecido 7 veces y esto es motivo de atención justamente por lo que se ha dicho, la necesidad de dar sustentabilidad a las revistas de acceso abierto Diamante en la región. Eso sería todo de mi parte. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Octavio. Next, we have Uma Subiratskon, Team Leader, Information Management Officer, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, Italy.
Good afternoon. Apologies for my voice. I hope that you are going to understand me. So thank you so much for inviting FAO to this session. This is very important for us to let your community that's participating in this event to understand better what the UN is doing in the context of, there is a slide, so I think it's the number 5. In the context of agriculture, but beyond that, because FAO is also covering fisheries, aquaculture, forestry, livestock, nutrition. There are many, many other areas that are related to the topic of agriculture. For those that don't know much about this agency of the United Nations, just to say that essentially we are working on getting a global knowledge commons to support the mandate of the organization. This is the reason essentially why we have been working on this field, particularly knowledge sharing now for 50 years. We are working in more than 130 countries, areas, and territories. We are working essentially on food security, sustainable agriculture, but I was mentioning before, goes beyond that. We are maintaining open, non-commercial digital infrastructures, such as FAO Agris and Agripod, which is what I'm going to introduce right now very briefly, because I already mentioned this in the workshop on Monday. And we are supporting open access Diamond, that's for sure, but we also try to adapt ourselves to what is the reality in our context. We also have gold open access, and we have also certain constraints in certain countries. And we try to listen very carefully and understand how we can really help all the members of FAO to get into the web and to have presence and visibility to what is being produced at scientific level in each of these organizations. So I jump into FAO Agris, has been mentioned a little bit these days, but for those that don't know much about this system, has been out there since the 70s, originally an analog, let's say, context, now in a fully digital one, is a global discovery infrastructure for open agricultural research. We have more than 16.5 million records, bibliographic records. We don't host full text. We only capture the metadata that is describing what is being produced in our network of organizations, FAO organizations. We have more than 2,000 data providers, and we are covering about 168 countries. The value of understand what these sciences that we are covering is that for, in our context, where we have applied sciences, multilingualism is a must. And in FAO Agris actually is possible to find 257 languages represented. In many countries, there is more than 3 languages represented in the FAO Agris. We are covering journals, repositories, not to say is a certified digital public good, and we are fully aligned. Actually, we are an example for the FAIR data principles. We are not a publisher. Our goal is to give visibility and to disseminate what is being published under the umbrella of FAO UN. Originally, I was asked to prepare something about societies, which are very well represented in our sector. I simply brought as a way to illustrate how we work, but we also have lots of universities. One of the most representative type of organization is research organizations that sometimes, depending on where they are left a little bit alone by our open access comprehension of how things they have to evolve, because they are disciplinary and very much focused on sometimes gray literature as well. So at the moment we have 137 civil society organizations from 46 countries. Most of them, not to say, from the global south. Almost 10% is actually almost at 10% of what we have. And we are using protocols. We are harvesting whatever we can through what is the most common protocol at the moment in the open access world since early 21st century, which is OAI PMH. But we also we have a kind of hybrid role, because in many of our countries, they cannot put metadata online in a structured way. Therefore, they cannot get the visibility. They cannot be identified. They are invisible. They are not meaningful for the web, not having the metadata present. So what we do is we capture this metadata, it by email, and we publish it Agris as data provider, and we are the source for crawlers and other aggregators to provide as much dissemination of this data on the web as possible. These societies are providing about 3.5 million bibliographic records. And just as a matter to remind, we only accept publications that are finished. This includes gray literature as much as peer review. Gray literature in agricultural sciences, as many of you that are coming from the agricultural sector know very well, that is 50% of what is being produced in our sciences, and they are as much important as peer review to advance our sciences as peer review is. Why we are trying to support these societies that, in our opinion, are the way that we can move forward with Diamond Open Access? Well, actually, we are trying to increase as much as we can the visibility of what they are producing in their networks. And we are doing as well with AgriVoc. I didn't mention that much AgriVoc, but AgriVoc is the biggest vocabulary thesaurus for those that are a little bit more library information oriented in our fields. It's covering about 1 million labels in 40, somebody has to correct me, 40 languages. And we have about 45,000 concepts. This is our semantic layer. And this is why we are also able to manage these 250 languages, part of also using artificial intelligence in the back end. Oh, so we accept any language. One of the languages we have to start with is Esperanto. I don't know how it could be that in agricultural sciences, there is people publishing in Esperanto, but it happens. So it's also represented in Agris. Fair data principles is a must. Interoperability is a must. And we are trying to capacitate as much as possible to make people to understand that putting a repository online, putting an OGS online doesn't have anything unless you really use a common language where you are putting it into OAI PMH. Don't use local languages to define sets. Try to use subject sets to make easier for aggregators to get the data that you have in your systems, et cetera, et cetera. All this is a strong element in capacity development for us. So essentially, going into the capacity development elements here today is that we are trying to train, to capacitate these institutions that are making a big effort, because to publish content on the web is expensive. To create metadata is expensive. So we are trying to help them to do as much as they can with what they are doing, and to give visibility to any kind of aggregator interested in what they are generating at scientific level. I think that you have seen this logo, just to finish the presentation. So we want to work on quality and also consistency. So since some years now, we are giving a kind of seal of recognition to the members in the Agris network to say, okay, listen, whatever you are doing, FAO is saying this is good. So that you can sell it internally in your institution, you can sell it internally in your country, in your region. As soon as the person in our field, because FAO is much more knowledgeable in the global south than in the north, they see this logo, they know that this journal means something for FAO and the UN. So it's a kind of seal of recognition. They get it every year. There is really, we are really have institutions that are really committed to get this seal of recognition and to get the visibility that they deserve. It is good. And just so information, if you want to follow what we are doing, we try to be as much visible as we can, using as much languages as we can. And thank you so much for listening.
For your presentation and your perspectives from FAO. So now we are done with our presentations and we move to the next round when we have some opening remarks from some of our panelists. I would like to welcome Johan for his opening remarks.
Yes, I was asked to, will you ask questions? And so shall we make this a dialogue?
Okay, we can do that. So the question to you will be, what are the current challenges or difficult standards for diamond journals to meet? And what are the anticipated challenges in the development of new standards?
Yes, let me speak to the current challenges and difficult standards for diamond journals to meet as I see it from our experience in the Diamond Capacity Hub and the Diamond Discovery Hub. One of the things we see at the Diamond Discovery Hub with our 6 operational criteria that I talked about this morning is that it is very difficult to establish or to even find out about community ownership. Many journals find it difficult to determine that because they never thought about it before, right? The reason that it is important to establish ownership is that we don't want those journals to be bought by commercial entities, because the moment a journal becomes successful, commercial publishers will try to buy it. I myself have been offered up to $1 million for my journal Glossa, and I've made it impossible for me to be tempted, right? So I want every editor, because I've heard of editors who have been tempted and have sold the journal out from under the editorial board that they were representing. So this is very important for us, and at the same time, it is really a challenge because this is the first time that most of these journal editors, all academics, right, are confronted with this kind of very boring legal issues, right? And they don't have legal counsel to advise them on it. So this is something that we need to pay particular attention on too. That is one thing. Technical issues that are hard to address are, for instance, XML, because that requires some technical proficiency. For many journals, that is a challenge. PDFs, okay, you can create your own PDF, right? But an XML is sort of a bridge too far. Rich metadata are also difficult. I see Kylie nodding yes. We have the same experience. This is also something you see as an editor. You know, you talk to editors the world over, we all have the same problems. So this is quite interesting. Another challenge that we see when we look at DOAS, the Diamond Open Access Standard, is that our 7th element, namely policies for equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, are usually not specified by journals. This is really an area of development that really needs to be taken more seriously. Not that journals don't do it, but they don't have an explicitly stated policy about it. And yeah, so that's something that will need attention. Anticipated challenge in the development of new standards. I think that the anticipated challenge there is to carefully listen to all the regions, because Joanna has done this work for DOAJ. We've done the work for DOAS. The relationship between Diamond Open Access Standard and DOAJ is that DOAJ is a subset of the Diamond Open Access Standard. So we work together on this. It's very important to mention this. We are now also working with Kylie at HL in the Almasi project, Marco also in the Almasi project, to try and see what those regional challenges are. And we would also like to work with India to see what those challenges are. And I already had a conversation, for instance, with somebody from Japan who said, you know, one of the challenges for us is going to be endogeny, because we have like 800 universities, and each of those universities have a journal in economics. And it's just for the professors of that university. So what do we do? Well, you tell me, what do we do, right? Okay, so that's my answer, but that's more than 2 minutes, right? I mean, I'm sorry.
So thank you. And from your regional aspect, the next question comes to Vinu. It's on globally harmonized standards or regionally adapted frameworks, which is needed to ensure quality, transparency, and credibility of open access journals?
Thank you. That's a complex question. So firstly, I represent the TIB, or the German National Library for Science and Technology, where we have TIB Open Publishing, which is supporting the Diamond Open Access, but we have also developed something called as Diamond Funding Navigator, which is a tool where people can find which set of journals are being funded, and you can navigate using your, it can also be customized to your own institution. And coming to standards, it's very hard because I also work with the Open Research Knowledge Graph, which is a semantically extracted information from dense text. And we try to use that information to feed it to the semantic web so that it's making the research articles or any research outputs both machine readable and FAQ compliant, which is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. To address the question, what kind of standards we need? It should be layered, because one shoe fits all doesn't work, particularly for Diamond. That's what we have seen here. There's regional level operations that would require certain standards. And I think there should be a lightweight global standards, particularly with PIDs. I don't say DOIs, but it could be any PIDs that is very cost effective. And it's also supporting those communities where they are not resource intense. And then the next layer could be on the regional level, where there could be journal dependent or like discipline specific standards for metadata. And then also the local communities that are involved in. And one of the examples that we have, challenges that we have faced within the Open Research Knowledge Graph is that we don't work as journals. We move beyond journals to make things accessible using semantic web technology. And when we come to that, semantic web technology requires even further standards, which is difficult for folks who are not very familiar with semantic technology. And the reason why we even exist as a service is that we don't want the burden of that standards to be put on the communities, but rather they could come to us, and then we redefine those RDF standards or Neo4j standards that are for the knowledge graph mechanisms, but also like making it more FAQ compliant. Yeah, I've been trying to summarize this, that we can't just have like one global standard that would fit this and this and this. So we have like a lightweight standard that is globally covering PIDs, maybe also governance mechanisms. And I think one other thing that has come too frequently is also peer review, because the standards for peer review and then community governance are like a little loose. Maybe if we can decide that and try and include different initiatives like pre-review or review comments into the Diamond system, because they are really working towards making Diamond possible. So maybe we shouldn't rely on the traditional model of peer review, just using 2 peer reviewers, but also making it an open model where peer review is decoupled from publishing itself. That way, it creates that globalized standard. I could see that peer review decoupled from publishing is a very utopian idea, but I mean, it is going to come. So yeah. Yeah, so maybe those are the standards that we should have like in a global level, and then the rest should be layered, and that is how I foresee that. Thank you.
Thank you. Malcolm, you would like to add something to this question, like how can standards and capacity building initiative ensure the trust, sustainability aspects in Diamond Open Access, which we had all been talking about?
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm switching to Spanish, so I'll give you a minute to put your headphones. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Gracias por invitarme. Yo tengo en mente explicar un poco qué es lo que hacemos en Redalic, ¿no? Convencerlos de que otro modelo es posible y de que nosotros somos prueba justamente de eso. En Redalic apostamos por la ciencia como un bien común. Estamos en contra totalmente de la comercialización del conocimiento. Para nosotros, exigir, bueno, todas las revistas que se interesan en participar en Redalic deben de asumir o compartir esta visión. Y para nosotros exigir este compromiso sin dar acompañamiento, sin dar herramientas, sin crear capacidad ni crear comunidad, pues sería algo muy irresponsable. Por eso nosotros estamos ofreciendo diferentes soluciones para las revistas que quieren ingresar a nuestros sistemas. Tenemos Redalic, que es un sistema para revistas consolidadas, y tenemos América, que es un sistema para revistas en consolidación. De manera que una revista que no tenga tal vez todavía un nivel para ingresar a Redalic, pero quiere estar ahí, pues pueda contar con todas las facilidades para ingresar posteriormente a Redalic. Nosotros entonces acompañamos a las revistas no solamente del lado del aspecto tecnológico, sino desde la creación de comunidad y la creación de capacidad. Cuando una revista se acerca a Redalic, se acerca a Mica, pues se evalúan, se le da un informe de retroalimentación para que la revista sepa qué es, cuáles son sus áreas de oportunidad y cuáles son sus fortalezas. La revista puede volver a presentar su postulación si es que no es aceptado en un primer momento. Quiero enfatizar esto porque nosotros somos una red de revistas. Nosotros trabajamos con los editores y para los editores. No es que estemos construyendo trabajos sobre el esfuerzo de los editores, sino que los ayudamos y caminamos juntos para llegar a este camino a este sitio de consolidación. Esto lo hacemos no solamente con la evaluación de revistas, en cuanto ingresan, sino que este es un proceso reiterativo. Nosotros hacemos evaluación de las revistas cada cierto tiempo para asegurarnos que las revistas siguen cumpliendo con estos estándares de calidad. Una vez que la revista ingresa a Redalic, pues bueno, se le da acceso a... Sí, pero tengo muchas cosas que decir, pero voy a bajar la velocidad. Una vez que la revista ingresa a Redalic, se le da acceso a la tecnología de marcación. Se les ofrece un curso donde se les muestra la tecnología, se les muestra las ventajas y se capacita para que la revista pueda acceder a esta herramienta y pueda marcar sus números en nuestros sistemas de marcación, que tenemos uno para Redalic y tenemos otro para Amilica. Entonces, además de que se les da esta capacitación inicial, pues bueno, tenemos disponibles capacitaciones semanales en el uso de esta herramienta y tenemos también, a partir de los últimos 2 años, desarrollamos mesas de ayuda para editores, donde los editores que están en Redalic y en América se conectan a estas mesas y son atendidas por todo el equipo de Redalic. Nos reunimos para atender una hora todas las dudas que ellos tienen. De esta manera, nosotros estamos apostando por que las revistas puedan contar con la tecnología, con el respaldo y con todo el apoyo de nuestra parte para que se sumen a este modelo de ciencia con el bien público y puedan, no sea necesario que caigan en prácticas pues, comerciales. Creo que voy a detenerme ya, me pasé de los 2 minutos. Gracias.
Thank you, Marco. Now we come to Ikwan Arif, who is the head of the journal and seminar development at Universitat Andalas. So our question to have your introductory remarks is, how can capacity building efforts avoid becoming compliance-driven or extractive?
Yes. Thank you. Come from the university, and I've been managing journals as well, and manager of the journal development at the university. Maybe I'm wearing 3 hats here. The first one is the lecturers also doing the journal management, and second one is the accreditation board of the Indonesian Journal Management, Indonesian Journal Accreditation, and the other one is the OAJ team. I've seen many journal editors, they just go do things with the journal rather than they just try to understand. They understand what they're doing. So as a lecturer, as the university staff, what we do in Universitat Andalas, in my university, we create small society of journal editors that we do trainings, not just in the office, also in WhatsApp group 24/7. So anytime the team member asks for any questions on, because journal editors, they, especially in university, they run by university staff, faculty staff, and also students. People changes, especially when they got promoted, they leave So when we leave the position as the journal editors, the journal dies is not because of the infrastructure, not because of no articles, because the people that manage the journal is not there. As a journal accreditation board, also I saw the journals go down on their accreditation level because of those journal managers changes. They sometimes they don't inherit or they give their username to their successors. That's the small things, but the journal, the one that doing after what they do cannot do publication process. They cannot do that. And in Bolivia during during my workshops, I think we need to mentor, doing mentorship with the journal editors. We saw many journals rejected in their application to the AJ because they don't understand the conflicting on the copyright statements. Sometimes they put licenses not as it is required. They just mainly copy paste from all the journals, and all the regulations are conflicting. Now, so we need to invest on that. So we need to invest on people. We need to build the people, do trainings, advocate for them, and journals being the society. I mean, we need to look at it as not just a process on publication. It could be a school of journal editors. We think of all the people after this because mainly they are faculty staffs and students, and we need to acknowledge what they do. Because in Indonesia, we have this acknowledgement for journal editors. When their journals got accreditation at a certain level, they have credits for that. So, but still, when it comes to diamond open access journals with with zero APC, even my journals today, we are thinking of switching to APC based. We create Q3 on SGR right now, still zero APC with a diamond icon in SGR. My staff, they tend to get tired of doing things, being publication, doing publishing, authors, they get credits for what they do, while the ones who promote them for their credits, maybe they got peanuts. So we need to make this acknowledgement officially for journal editors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with those, I think what we'll now do is move to the second part of the segment of this panel discussion, where I'll be asking specific questions to a pair of panelists over here. So starting with Kylie and Octavio, for journals in Africa and Latin America that are already diamond by nature, but operate on shoestring budgets, how do we enforce high indexing standards like those of DOAJ without accidentally deplatforming culturally significant regional language scholarly societies? So let's start with Kylie first and then come to Octavio.
Right. I have started my notes with my short answer, but I'm afraid it's not a short answer. What I would say is our standards need to be flexible. We need to be as similar as possible and as different as necessary. I'm paraphrasing somebody earlier this week that said as open as possible, as closed as necessary. Because research has to be made available as a matter of urgency, one of the first things we need to do, I think, is have a slight mindset change. And I'm fairly certain I'm singing to the choir here when I say that we need to eliminate the unspoken, perhaps unconscious assumption that requiring different sets of criteria is a weakness that we're, conceding to. It's not. It's an acknowledgement that the world is not uniform. It cannot be uniform. It shouldn't be uniform. I think that as a group, we're pretty clearly aligned on the fundamentals of Diamond OA, and multilingualism was already agreed to be a keystone. So we're there. Without multilingualism, we're kind of stuck. Africa has dozens, thousands of languages. AGIL currently can only support 2 or 3 of them. We're working on increasing that as we speak, but it's a process. And even when English is not formally required, as indeed it is not, for example, the DOAJ does not require English, the practical demands of transparency and metadata advantage journals with resources. So we need to broaden our understanding also of what research looks like and who researchers are, as has been mentioned again. I feel like I'm restating things that have been said all week. And finally, editorial competence really should be addressed as an evolutionary process, not a static state. Journals need to be able to enter the quality framework early. AGIL allows this. You can join AGIL as a new journal, meeting some fairly basic criteria, and then we provide the support and the visibility, which is often what journals in Africa are missing. Simply getting online is quite challenging. We provide the training, support, technical services such as persistent identifiers. And we need to be able to enter this. Journals should be brought in as early as possible and improve their processes and practices over time while receiving recognition and support. I should mention that AGIL accepts journals with APCs, and that what we're seeing is journals that have joined as APC journals becoming OA and then eventually Diamond OA as their capacity increases over the time they spend with AGIL. Look, you don't expect, finally time for a cricket metaphor. You don't expect a cricketer to hit a 6 the first time they're on the pitch. It's in the crease. I don't know. It's impossible. But you should be able to give somebody the rules and the equipment to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Octavio now.
Sí, ¿cómo podemos aplicar las normas de indexación? Bueno, las normas de indexación son definidas por cada servicio de acuerdo con sus políticas y objetivo. Sin embargo, los servicios de indexación no comerciales se manejan con diversos niveles de cumplimiento, desde criterios obligatorios que resultan básicos para cualquier revista académica, junto con otros que son deseables o altamente deseables. De este modo, pues el cumplimiento de todos los criterios generalmente no se plantean como un requisito indispensable para alcanzar una indexación. Los indexadores no comerciales, pues también son sensibles a las diferencias que existen entre las diferentes disciplinas científicas. Y eso hay que tomarlo muy en cuenta, por ejemplo, para algunos tipos de revistas como las de artes y humanidades, pues puede aceptarse una revisión editorial de la revista en vez de una revisión por pares. Y esto lo menciono porque es algo que DOAJ considera, mostrando que puede haber rigurosidad, pero también un sentido de inclusión y respeto a la diversidad. En el caso de Latindex, por ejemplo, damos espacio a revistas de divulgación y de carácter técnico-didáctico que son de mucha relevancia para nuestros países y que también contribuyen a la diseminación y preservación del conocimiento. Muchas de estas revistas se editan en universidades, ciertamente, pero también en sociedades académicas pequeñas pero especializadas. Pienso que las normas deben impulsar a las revistas de acceso abierto Diamante que publican en lenguas de uso menos extendido, como se ha mencionado para el caso de África. Lo mismo sucede en América Latina con el guaraní, el náhuatl o el quechua, porque esto permite llevar la ciencia y el conocimiento pues, a comunidades menos favorecidas, pero también impulsa de algún modo la construcción de una terminología científica en esos idiomas. Eso es lo que podría aportar. Gracias.
Points. So, of course, being the last session just before the roadmap was released, I think all of us panelists and conveners have the same dilemma that most of these points would have been discussed or you would have heard somewhere along these days. So I'll quickly move to Mukesh and Marco. So as we build equitable digital infrastructures, the threat of platform enclosure by the big tech AI is real. So how can Read-Alex non-commercial XML-based model and India's National Knowledge Resource Consortium work together to ensure that Diamond OA metadata remains a public good rather than being harvested to feed proprietary LLMs?
Nice question. Basically, AI, what we are looking after this AI is both for benefits also and for the disadvantage also. Just we are talking about disadvantage, but same AI can be used for good thing about open access journals. So I will just talk about what you have asked. Now, metadata, we are harvesting, that is the question, that we are producing the goods, and these LLM, large language models, are taking advantage of that and commercializing it. So obviously, we may not be able to avoid that thing to extract or commercialize the output. But we can always, in my opinion, we can always keep that public goods with us. How? We can build mirror servers. Because I am technology person, mostly I will talk about technology only. We can have mirror servers over globe, and with that mirror server, we will have, just like we have NDL, National Digital Library. What is happening in NDL, that they are just extracting metadata from our digital repositories. So repositories are with us, but metadata they are extracting. So centrally you are getting all the links to the resources. So LLM will also help to go to your website and extract that. Right now also, without AI also that is happening. Google search is anything. It is just searching your repository and bringing the data. So LLM will also be doing that thing. Now, we cannot avoid that. But we can use our creative licenses for metadata also, so that you can protect it as a public goods. So that creative licenses can be established by using standards. And we are always talking, when we want quality, we don't want standard. So these two contradictory things cannot happen. Means to have a quality, we will have to have some standards, and that now, if we increase standards, then obviously that for the publisher or small publishers in open access, they feel that it is a tremendous task. We can use AI here, because we can automate certain thing, and then many things can be automated. There are 20, 25 checks. So most of this can be, burden can be reduced by using AI itself. So AI is a threat as well as AI is a good thing also for journals. So I think 2 points can be done. Repositories can be mirrored, so that even if somebody hacks it or trap it, we can have mirror servers available. And second, that creative license can be applicable for open your content as well as its metadata. Thank you.
Yes, sí, totalmente de acuerdo. Yo creo que es una cuestión de saber abrir, de forma correcta. Y la primera sería, pues, abrir justo con estándares, ¿no? Hacer marcación. Ok. El XML, pues bueno, es un estándar internacional, lo cual permite ser comunicado con otros sistemas de manera adecuada. El XML JAX también es una adaptación de este estándar que permite la comunicación más especializada. Nosotros utilizamos XML JAX, todos los artículos en la LIC tienen este formato, lo que permite que cualquier otra entidad que utilice este mismo formato, pues lo puede utilizar de manera adecuada. Nosotros obviamente necesitamos procesar la información más allá del XML JAX, pero este es un costo que Redalic asume, que absorbe por parte de los editores. A los editores no se les pide que hagan un XML JAX para Redalic.
Prodalic lo hace a partir del XML JATS que el editor hace y que puede compartir con todas las personas. Parte de esta misma estrategia de comunicar y abrirse de manera adecuada es utilizar identificadores persistentes como esta forma de comunicar el conocimiento de una forma estructurada. Y la segunda parte es justamente proteger el conocimiento, ¿no? Utilizar licencias Creative Commons que no permitan productos derivados, que no se puedan comercializar estos productos derivados. Porque es adecuado que tengamos no podemos abrir una forma tan adecuada, ¿no? Sin proteger el conocimiento, porque sabemos que cualquier cosa que se pueda vender, pues va a llegar alguien a venderla. Gracias.
Thank you, Marco. So next we'll go to Solange and Johan. So I'll start with Solange first. The European Diamond Capacity Hub is a new structured approach to sustainability. So looking at Clarkso's decades of experience in militant open access, what is that one capacity, legal, financial, or editorial, that is most often underestimated when a scholarly society tries to flip from a subscription model to Diamond?
Bueno, algo dije ya, pero para nosotros la capacidad más difícil de construir y la más necesaria a la vez es la construcción de comunidad, que tiene que ver con poder crear, sostener y movilizar comunidades académicas que son las que van a realizar el trabajo diario, digamos, de publicación en acceso abierto, sin tener que necesariamente externalizar a proveedores de servicios, poder mantener, eso va a permitir poder mantener ciertos costos razonables y poder tenerlo en manos de las universidades y las instituciones, lo cual hace que puedan participar de las publicaciones grupos e instituciones y organismos de contextos menos privilegiados. Ahora bien, también somos súper conscientes, como han comentado ya varios compañeros, creo todos, aquí Marco, también Kylie, sobre las revistas africanas, que las sociedades académicas que están detrás del sostenimiento de las revistas enfrentan muchísimas presiones y desafíos similares en todo el mundo. Realizan la mayor parte del trabajo intelectual y editorial, porque organizan los procesos de evaluación por pares, se sostienen, digamos, sostienen toda su comunidad académica, definen las políticas de publicación, pero a la vez están enfrentando altos costos de publicación, presión de los rankings, sistemas de evaluación que no se alinean con las prioridades locales. Entonces, obviamente, en el momento de pasar desde un modelo de suscripción a uno de acceso abierto diamante, emergen un montón de preguntas de si va a ser reconocido por los sistemas, si lo van a poder pagar, si nos los van a superar los costos, digamos, no los costos, sino como las partes editoriales de administración, si no van a estar como sobrecargados sus equipos. Y bueno, y por supuesto, hay que construir justamente estas comunidades prácticas, como decía, para poder ir generando confianza y conocimiento en las sociedades académicas para poder publicar en acceso abierto.
Yes, thank you. I very much agree with you. I mean, you need to transfer that knowledge. Okay. Oh my God. To create these new scholarly journals without subscription. The problem really is there that many scholarly societies, at least in, let's say, Europe and the United States, depend right now, have their journals with commercial entities. And it's not that they're not willing to switch to Diamond Open Access, but they derive a lot of revenue for their societies from these subscriptions. At the same time, there is a study that shows that this revenue is going down. So this is maybe a good thing in a sense, because that may force them or may force them to reconsider their choices. But it still is a problem because they run on that revenue and a number of services for their members that are important. And it's not very clear how that should be replaced in many cases. Now, of course, the goal of a scholarly society should not be to make money for its members. That's certainly not, should certainly not be part of its mission. But unfortunately, this is the situation how it has developed in the last 30 years. So we need a way out of it. And what that way out should be is not so evident. We are in the process of applying for a project in Europe that will exactly look at this problem. And we'll try to run pilots with 30 scholarly societies with cascade funding to give them money for the transition. And at the same time, not just money for the transition, but also money to accompany them how to distribute their operations among new and among a new set of editors, you know, keep it professional, but at the same time involve maybe more people, show them the resources that we have as Diamond Open Access, as a EDH at the EDH Diamond Open Access. So basically replace the commercial services that they depended on by Diamond Open Access services. But that needs accompanying, that needs money, that needs personnel. And we hope to get that project once we have finished writing it and applying for it. Yeah.
Thank you. So now next we'll go to Joanna and Mukesh. The Bengaluru roadmap aims for global policy alignment. So how can we move beyond simply listing diamond journals to actively incentivizing researchers to publish in them? Is the solution a technical or veteran discovery in terms of DOAJ or NKRC, or a political one, like changing how CSIR or global funders actually define prestige? Starting with you, Joanna.
Hello, my son. Okay, great. Yes, it's a very good question. So journals need to be attractive places for researchers to publish. And we've heard about a huge range of capacity building initiatives that are going on both today and across the last few days. And all of that will help make journals more attractive to researchers. As part of the early career researcher session today, we heard from many of the participants how they're essentially forced to publish in with commercial publishers, and it's almost part of their training that they're brought up to expect to publish with APCs, to expect to publish with the large commercial monolingual publishers of the global north. So we really need to normalize publishing in Diamond Open Access journals. So how do we do that? And yes, it does unfortunately go back to the massive question of research evaluation. Diamond journals, they must be on an equal footing with other types of journals as part of research evaluation, as parts of hiring and promotion processes. At the moment, there's too much reliance on commercial databases, which prioritize all these global north publishers, and the reliance on the impact factor, which we know can be gained and doesn't really give any indication about the quality of the actual research article. So as a starting point, we need to have, alongside, if countries insist on using indexes such as Scopus, such as Web of Science, as part of their national research evaluation funding programs, then they must also include opportunities for researchers to publish in Diamond Open Access journals. Very often we see DOAJ being included as a list of trusted journals alongside Web of Science and Scopus, and that means that very quickly opens up the possibility for researchers to publish in 14,800 Diamond Access journals, and we're part of the Coalition S policy, we're part of the DHET's policy in South Africa, and also policies in some parts of Latin America. So that's one way. And of course, it's not just DOAJ. We've heard from a number of regional indexes that also carry out quality assurance that could also be included in these research assessment processes. But that's for me, that's where it needs to start.
Okay.
This question is being deliberated for last 2 decades at least. In my opinion, it's basically prestige because publishing in SCI or Scopus, our audience also has raised this question earlier. Basically, we are giving more value to all this SCI index or Scopus index journal. Even our recruitment rules are like that only. And unless and until there should be both a mixture of policy as well as technical, but policy is more prestigious, is more important. Unless, because in India, if we see, there are thousands of journals. We have so-called private journals also. Now, we are publishing scientific journals which are covered under Scopus as well as Web of Science and many indexing journal. Still, our impact factor is 1 or 2 because there is no policy that only says that it should be publishing SCI. So we have to change that policy, and of course we will be taking that, but whether it is approved, because you have to see the quality of it. You cannot just following publishing in a diamond access and without high quality. So we have to have that first parameters, how you will be judging that this open access journal is better. And then only this policy can be adopted that, okay, even this journal, because from my Indian participant may be aware that there was UGC tier list. And they have provided that you can publish in these journals, but now it is not being adopted because in that list also there came certain entries which were not of good quality. So first thing is that we need a policy at each country level, and then technical solution is also very important because I am managing various servers, and when you migrate from older version to new version of the software, maybe displays, maybe OJS, or maybe any kind of indexing service, it takes a lot of efforts. It needs lots of technical expertise. We tried long back, in 2 decades, we have organized several workshops to how to increase quality, not only in India, but Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, then Maldives, all these our neighboring countries. And we organize workshop to use these open source software, because open source and this open access, they are both contemporary, means you have to use that. So we try to build that quality by providing training, but still there is difficulty increasing the competency in a technical way. So my takeaway is, first we should have policy to allow or give credits, prestige associate. So give credit to at least few quality open source diamond access journal, and then gradually we have to have because funding is again very important. Funding we can have. You may be aware of ISSN because every country is having ISSN center, and in ISSN center main is in Paris, and parameters at regional level also. And then funding is going to from each country. That will help us sustainability also, and ultimately it will increase quality also. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quick questions coming to Emma, Vinod, and Ikwan as well. So this will be the last segment, and then we quickly open up the floor to the audience also. So to the three of you, how to maximize feasibility and visibility in open access journals across different levels? To start with, Emma, if you can share with us some examples from the agricultural sciences, particularly considering how FAO works with 257 different languages across the world. And to Vinod, if you can quickly share about ORKG amplifying community governance and visibility of outputs through semantic technologies. And Ikwan, if you can give us some regional perspectives into maximizing the feasibility and visibility of journals in your country as well. So I'll start with
Very briefly, yes, our main goal is to give visibility and dissemination as well. For doing that, we are adapting ourselves to what our data providers can do. So according to that, we are capturing the data. So we are adapting very much to what they need and what they can implement in terms of standards. And it's working clearly because at the moment, FAO Agris is the second website more used in FAO with about 175 million requests per month. So this is for us very important because we have representatives of each state and territory in FAO Rome headquarters. So then we can really talk and to have a dialogue with them and to show a result of working on that side and to say, okay, you see that whatever is being going in terms of open access, diamond open access, and also open access in general in your country is paying off because in general in our FAO network, there is a strong visibility. And what we do definitely is what is working the best is we provide statistics, access statistics to our affiliated partners. They really look forward to this because it's a way that they can assess whether they are putting on the web a part of the downloads, what is attracting users in FAO Agris. Also, these statistics is also important to remark that 80% of these statistics belong to humans, traffic from humans, 20% are good bots. So it's a really popular methodology what we have implemented. And we are really looking forward in our community to move forward and to start putting lessons learned on the table that perhaps can be useful to others. Sure.
Visibility again is partly tied to findability and accessibility. As long as we have a persistent identifier, findability and accessibility is possible. But what do we mean by visibility is mostly tied to prestige publishing. If you all started reading whatever is published, the question about visibility and prestige publishing would vanish. I think it's a problem of filter selection. So yeah, I'm not telling you to read all the 2.5 million publications that are published every year, but we can use semantic technologies like machine, like extract salient features of information, and we can present that to machines that do that. And also circling back to the previous discussion about AI harvesting, there's good and bad, but if you make machines understand the publication flood, then we are at least making some progress in the human knowledge that we have curated so far since the organized form of science or scholarly system exists. And that is again tied to community governance, where this needs to be, so if you have a system where we would make things visible to not just to machines, that needs to be very tightly community governed. And that is where it would be, because we often think of technology as neutral, but technology is very sensitive to community interventions. And I think if we as a community decide that this is how this technology will be used, then we can prevent certain adverse effects. One such example, it's not from TIB, but I really love this service called Research Equals. And there, it was started as a funny joke where the moment we get bought by some large, or like if you're accumulated by large publishers, they call this as a poison pill agreement. So if you are in this community publishing research equals, you're part of the community. And then the community has a say on whether this service should now exist or not. If there is a amalgamation from larger publishers, then the joke is that they would dissolve this system. And that is like, it's governed by the community members who are part of that. So this is like one small example that has, yeah, I mean, kind of worked in a funny way, but something like that could also be replicated in many other places. Yeah, but AI harvesting, I think it's unavoidable and it's going to happen. And to make it visible, we should also not replicate the inequities in the traditional system. And that is why we need to be very cognizant about how we collect these information or what salient features are we going to extract. And within the ORKG, we do have a strong community governance for the infrastructure, which is we not only have an advisory board, we also have a user board. So the users have a say on what features are useful for them and which specific aspects should be useful for other researchers to know. So we develop things together with them. So instead of building for them, we build it together with them. So that's.
Yes, thank you. We just discussed about this last night in the Just Slack. Visibility today, especially in the age of AI, is how LLMs read or retrieve journals' contents. I will speak on the two aspects. So firstly, the technical one, and the other one is with the social. In technical ones, actually, I have this article ready for this, so but I didn't use it. When using LLMs to say like checking journals, there is I found some many discrepancies that journals websites returns with 403 errors. 502, which is the servers refuse to offer their content to the LLMs. Mainly, sometimes not mainly, because the journal, the servers, they try to save using the secure protocol. Like web application firewall, we know as a Cloudflare, it stops journal being visible. So it is open on a human side, but on the internet, if we are going to speak on visible, then it must be machine readable everywhere. So you stop by that web application firewall like Cloudflare or any thing like that. And reading from the all the like I try to compare reading from LLMs and small Python script. Python script passed that, but again stopped by firewall. So that's the technical aspect that stop journal being visible on the internet technically, especially in the age of AI now. If we are like students when they ask for they study their courses, they ask for say like what is knowledge base? What is the knowledge based few concepts? LLMs offer inline citations to the journal, which is available and can be read by the LLMs today. And other thing, the other aspect on social, what I did with my university is I asked these things with the journal editors in Indonesia. Not many journal editors go with the X Facebook page. Maybe students use Instagram now. That is reaching to the hands of the users on their mobile phones. My journal have a Facebook page, Twitter, or X, and I think LinkedIn. So with one in-place content of the article, we can disseminate our content to all of those social media platforms just by one single, say like push of a button. So that's my take on this.
Thank you so much. So in the interest of time, what we're going to do is we'll ask you to ask our panelists question outside during the coffee break right now. But we'll just have our co-convener Kasturi close the session because right after the coffee break, we'll have the roadmap. So just in interest of time, you can ask our panelists the question up next outside during the break. Thank you. So over to you, Kasturi. So thank you. And we hope we had the threat of having the last session with repetitive things, but we hope the session definitely added and supplemented to whatever we have deliberated. So with this, we end the session and thank all panelists and thank Lydia and Sridhar for making it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, on behalf of organizing committee, we thank the session conveners and speakers for this thought-provoking session and having a wonderful session here. Now I request our Honorable Director, Dr. Tushar Kanti Behra, sir, to do we acknowledge your felicitation for the speakers. Yeah, please. Can we join on the stage? Yeah, Lydia, please come.
This magical journey, not far from redemption. As we dance to the syncopated rhythms, undefeated and going strong. Our spirits still exist, stronger than ever. We carry the torch of those who came before us, spreading this musical message. We're still dancing, we're still dreaming, we're living proof, a deeper cause. We're lost in the music, caught in the trap.
I invite the rapporteurs of this session to kindly join here for a group photo.
Lost in music, lost. We're lost. Lost in music, lost. We're lost.
Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be breaking for coffee strictly for 15 minutes. You can kindly grab your coffee inside the hall. We don't mind. Please join within 15 minutes because we have 2 more sessions to complete today. Sure.
Spirits exist. Never. We carry the torch of those who came before us, spreading this music. We're still dancing, we're still dreaming, we're living proof, a deeper cause. We're lost in the music, caught in the trap. The music lost. The music caught in the trap. Lost in music, lost. We're lost. Lost in music, lost.
Dear delegates, I request all of you to kindly, be inside the hall, grab your coffee and sit down here. Like we are going to start this next session, presentation of framework of the Bangalore roadmap on Diamond Open Access. This will be organized by Lydia and Dr. Sridhar Guttam. I request all the delegates to kindly come inside the hall and take your seats. Lydia, Dr. Sridhar, yeah, please come on the stage.
Hola, hola.
Namaste.
Namaskara. Now the time has come to present to you the roadmap for scaling Diamond OA, Diamond Open Access globally. This is the result of the work which started few months back, and all now with this 3 days, 4 days, you can say, or 5 days. The discussions which has means added to this, building the framework. What we will say, it's not the full product of this, but a skeleton, and but added with the points which has emerged. So me and Lydia would like to present to you the Bangalore roadmap. It's a draft. It's evolving, and we have defined, like we means it is already there, that it's a scholarly led publishing system, and there are other supporters like the institutionals and then previous declarations all there. Now this is coming at the third summit at Bangalore, building upon the previous two summits from the Toluca and then Cape Town. Toluca produced the way forward, and Cape Town has produced the declaration on Diamond Open Access. Now it is to go beyond the declarations to have the actions. So we are building up the roadmap with these consultations happening. So this roadmap is again I said, it's a living document or the framework which reflects the understanding, the Diamond OA, shaped by the diverse scholarly cultures, infrastructures, policy environments. Strengthening it requires the ongoing collaborations, learning and adaptations. That's what we are now doing. Bringing together the shared objectives for which we are here and the actions defined during the Bangalore summit while leaving the space for regional, national, disciplinary, institutional pathways for the implementations. So, yes, Lydia, no. Okay. Bangalore roadmap, as mentioned, is intended to evolve over time, informed by the continued dialogue, evidence from the practice, and renewed commitments from the global Diamond Open Access community. As again mentioned, it's the purpose and the scope is like this. It provides the broad, actionable recommendations that can be adapted to the regional, national, disciplinary, and institutional. That's what this is the theme of the summit is on the agriculture and the broad scientific disciplines. We wanted to have the more in-depth discussions on the disciplinary and also the regional, which we had discussions with national, and all things will be incorporated from the points which has evolved from the deliberations. So the draft Bangalore declaration, the draft Bangalore roadmap is there in front of us. It has the incorporations from the sessions, plenary sessions. To start with, I can say the reimagining scholarly publishing for equity, inclusion, and multilingualism. Its points have come like affirm the Diamond Open Access as an instrument of equality and public value, the public good kind of thing, and translate the shared principles into collective action, respond to the context specific challenges in the development of Diamond OA ecosystems, strengthen scholarly publishing sovereignty, strengthen quality, trust, research, integrity in the Diamond OA, recognize ancestral traditional knowledge holders as producers of knowledge, very important. Acknowledge local languages by communicating science in local languages. That's what the all inclusiveness we are going to talk. And it calls for the action for the community. Who are all? The institutions, civil society, research communities, young researchers, library community, research and innovation stakeholder organizations, governments, and intergovernmental organizations. Where they require, it's a building, supporting, and sustaining the Diamond OA infrastructures. You can see here, they invest in the people and shared capacity, not just platforms. We have here many examples in the morning, European or Almasi, these kind of people and capacity building, not just platforms. Commit to the stable, structural, public funded funding for core infrastructure. That's what we alone as a community cannot go, but we need the support of the other public institutions like we have here in India. You can take the examples of InfluNet, ICR or CSR kind of things, which require for the sustainability. Align research assessments. That's what also discussed. Incentives and policy with Diamond OA values. Build coordinated interoperable ecosystems rather than isolated solutions. Use open source, free and open source technologies, community networks to reduce the cost and risk. That's how we share the knowledge, platforms, infrastructure, what all required for the Diamond OA to be implemented through this roadmap kind of thing. Position Diamond OA infrastructure as a societal asset. And some of the points coming from other sessions are also being added to this. Publishing platforms, if I take services for Diamond OA, platforms and services for Diamond OA, platforms as foundational community governed infrastructure. That's we have here seen. Quality, trust, visibility beyond commercial indexing, capacity gaps, uneven support for journals and books. All these things will be added, like how we are going to tackle this, implement it, understand. That is about the roadmap, which we are going to discuss here. Now I'll ask Lydia to take over, please.
Thank you, Sridhar. Yes, so as he's saying, every one of these bullet points that you see are the headings of the actions that will follow. But that, of course, requires a more thorough analysis of the outcomes of every session. So it will be in the full version of the roadmap. Here we are presenting the basic structure, which also can evolve a little bit when we go through the analysis of the input received from all of you. So there were several workshops on the first day before the inaugural session. These are indeed, of course, same outcomes of the summit as any others. We had a workshop on metadata standards, interoperability, and persistent identifiers. And here are 5 main actions that have been extracted from that discussion, such as establishing metadata and persistent identifiers as core public infrastructure for Diamond OA, promote interoperable, identifying agnostic ecosystem, supporting the development and alignment of a globally interoperable persistent identifiers ecosystem, lower barriers to adoption through shared services and equitable cost models, invest in capacity building and multilingualism, we emphasize the multilingualism, and develop a global community-led response to sustainable and emerging pressures. Again, these are kind of keywords that underline the actions that will be in it. The work is incomplete. We had sessions talking about repositories and preprints as core components of Diamond Open Access. We don't have yet the list of bullet points that we have been showing so far. They will come. Same for Diamond OA initiatives, journal, books, and scholarly societies, because these are most recent sessions, so no time to give you a kind of a processed version of the types of actions that will be in. Same for repositories, same for capacity building and standard development. A bit already processed on research assessment as a pathway to Diamond OA. And these are 4 actions that probably will be proposed as such in the roadmap, including the development of a stronger scholarly knowledge base on current research systems to know more how the current system is functioning, where are the opportunities for change, and what are the consequences. Second, develop an approach to research assessment as a constructive exercise, not as a judgment exercise for researchers. Importantly, engage with researchers to develop trainings to inform researchers and reviewers on the consequences and the ways to tackle approaches to new research assessment systems, and define or refine, whatever the case, policies and roadmaps at institutional and governmental levels to provide a framework for those engagements. Another aspect that we have dealt right this morning, therefore no bullet points yet here for you, but just to show that this is part of the structure of the roadmap. And now, you know that in the program, there were a couple of high-level meetings. These were meetings that we held with the government representatives that so kindly have honored us with our presence. Alice Almeida da Seita, Pedro Vango, Remy Kidion, Marandakos, Zeynep Baroglu from UNESCO. So we had specific meetings with them because we wanted to know how in that roadmap we can express the support that we would welcome from them. So here is the first attempt to present that kind of support. We would like to call governments to include Diamond Open Access as a strategic model of science dissemination, to support it, to be scholarly owned under the governance and at the service of the scientific community and the society, thus fulfilling the promise that scientific knowledge is a global public good for the benefit of society. So What does it mean in particular? So here's a list of bullet points that we propose to send, to promote with government representatives. First, recognize Diamond as a core scholarly communication system. Use normative instruments to affirm that access to scientific knowledge is a right, based, for example, on the UNESCO recommendation of 2021. Anchor Diamond OA in public interest governance. Invest strategically in national and international Diamond open access capacity building and non-commercial infrastructure. Build a shared evidence base and articulate the societal value of Diamond open access. Enable the evolution of research evaluation systems to fully recognize Diamond open access. And last but not least, preserve sovereignty of scholarly publishing within the scholarly community. Now, what's next? Well, next is that the International Overseeing Committee, that is the one that has been coordinated this framework and the beginning of the draft, will continue the work of analysis of the outcomes of these sessions. And we will deliver it to you, hopefully by the end of February. That is our target deadline. So not so much time will pass. And I think now it is perhaps time to stop for a moment and ask you if you have any questions. So, Sridhar, you go.
And these are the people who were behind this roadmap building. And I call upon each one of the international overseeing committee members to be on the stage to show to all you who are the people. So may I call upon Zoe, Arben, Joanna, Lydia, Milan, Ashley, Yuriko, Marco, Madan, absent in his absentia, Johan, Brecht, Monica, again in absentia, David, and Zainab. May I request everyone to be on the stage?
Sure, the next one.
Oh, yeah. Two of our colleagues who couldn't be in person here would be joining us digitally on with us. That is Dominic and Ariana.
A heartfelt thank to the International Organizing Committee for their global coordination and commitment to making the Global Summit on Diamond Open Access such a success. I request our Honorable Director, Dr. Tushar Kanti Bera, sir, to kindly honor them. Yeah, we also thank our international sponsors, Science Europa, Gates Foundation, Plan S, Operas, Crossref, JPN Center, IIT Indore, NABARD, Society for Promotion of Horticulture. Sir, I request you to be there only. Ladies and gentlemen, we all agree as we come to the close of this summit, we would like to take a moment to sincerely thank the two key persons behind the scene of this global summit on Diamond Open Access, Lydia and Sridhar. From the strong program to the seamless coordination, it's clear how much dedication went in to making this event meaningful and inclusive. On behalf of all the participants, thank you both for the hard work making this important conversation possible. So, Lydia will announce plenary.
There is some announcement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Slideshow.
Uh,
Slideshow. Yes.
And now, the big question, because we don't stop here today. So,
Who will convene the next global summit on Diamond Open Access? And it will be at Bali, Indonesia. May I call upon my friend Arvind and his team to be on the dais, please.
Sorry?
My two friends, Muhammad Tanzil and Mr. Iman Arif, please. Distinguished member of International Organizing Committee, respected organizers, dear colleagues, and all participants, thank you for trusting Indonesia and Relawan Jurnal Indonesia to host the next summit. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like a challenge for us.
Yeah. Let's work together for more equal access to knowledge. Thank you. Gitu aja kali ya. Gimana? Udah. Ya.
I thank Lydia and Dr. Sridhar for the excellent presentation on Bangalore roadmap for Diamond Open Access. We truly appreciate the insights and direction you have shared with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have almost reached the last program of this conference, the closing plenary, commitments and next steps for Diamond Open Access. We will take 2 minutes to arrange the stage, and I would be announcing the panelists and chairs and speakers of this session. Kindly give us 2 minutes. We also have yeah, so there's a function. I'm wondering if yeah, this session will be chaired by Dr. Tushar Kanti Bera, Director ICR IHR Bangalore, and Lydia, Secretary General Science Europe. And I request Zainab, Alice, Pedro, Dr. Anuradha Agarwal, Geetavani Rayasan. I request Zainab, Alice, Pedro, and Dr. Anuradha Agarwal, Dr. Geetavani Raisam. And rapporteurs of this session would be David, Eleni, and Dr. Pratibha.
This is okay. This is okay.
I request Devika ma'am also to come, kindly come over on the stage. Yeah, she's there. Yeah. Hey, sir.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends. Let us start the concluding panel by bringing many of the same people who have kindly been here with us the full 3 days of the summit. It is a great investment for them. It's a great honor for us because they are here and they listen, and hopefully they will take more actions. And that's why they are here for, to better understand what is going on in the field. So I am very pleased to thank extremely Madame Alice de Fatima Pinto de Ceuta y Almeida. Your dedication is incredible, and we thank you so much for being here with us. May I invite you to say a few words about what is your recollection from this summit?
Oh, it's okay.
If you want to go up there, it's okay.
Okay. Yes.
Good afternoon, Excelências, Mr. Tussar Becerra, Zainab Varu, Anurat Agrawal, Lídia Sridhar, distintos oradores desta plenária, estimados participantes, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Participamos nesta cerimónia de encerramento com a certeza de que o conhecimento deve circular livremente, servir às comunidades e contribuir para o desenvolvimento sustentável dos nossos países e regiões. Ao longo destes 4 dias, ficou evidenciado que a consolidação e a expansão do modelo de acesso aberto diamante não dependem exclusivamente de infraestruturas técnicas, políticas institucionais ou mecanismos de financiamento público, mas também da valorização da língua, da produção e disseminação do conhecimento produzido em cada região. Sem estes pilares, o acesso aberto diamante corre o risco de permanecer fragmentado ou de depender de esforços isolados. Em Angola, desde a primeira cimeira realizada em Toluca, México, temos avançado em várias frentes. A reestruturação do repositório angolano de acesso aberto, a criação da rede angolana de revistas científicas, a realização de um workshop nacional focado no fortalecimento do acesso aberto ao conhecimento, assim como a capacitação de editores, bibliotecários, estudantes, docentes, investigadores científicos e entidades governamentais, evidenciando o nosso compromisso com o acesso aberto diamante. Como próximos passos, Angola propõe uma agenda nacional estruturada em 3 eixos: reforço da coordenação institucional através do Grupo Técnico Nacional sobre Ciência Aberta, fortalecimento das infraestruturas de comunicação científica, do acesso aberto, fortalecimento de parcerias regionais e internacionais, com especial atenção para os países africanos de língua portuguesa, visando promover a interoperabilidade entre sistemas. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, o reforço destas parcerias está viabilizado com a implementação da Cátedra Unesco de Ciência Aberta, Digitalização Responsável e Impacto Social. Um sinal claro e evidente do fortalecimento do modelo de acesso aberto diamante em Angola. Igualmente estão a ser realizadas ações pragmáticas com vista à inclusão dos princípios de ciência aberta na Política Nacional de Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, em curso em Angola. aspecto que certamente acelerará a produção e a massificação da publicação em acesso aberto diamante. Outro ponto central, amplamente debatido nesta cimeira, refere-se à necessidade de se alinhar o acesso aberto diamante com políticas de avaliação da investigação que valorizem a qualidade, a relevância social e a diversidade de canais de publicação, superando métricas exclusivamente comerciais. Angola acompanha com atenção este debate, ciente de que não haverá transição sustentável sem mudanças nos sistemas globais de avaliação da ciência. A terceira Cimeira Global sobre Acesso Aberto nos dá a convicção de que o conhecimento deve circular livremente, servir às comunidades e contribuir para o desenvolvimento sustentável. Se me permitem, em nome do Ministro do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação da República de Angola e em nome da delegação que me acompanha, renovamos os nossos agradecimentos pelo convite formulado pelo comitê organizador desta cimeira e pelo caloroso acolhimento do povo indiano em geral e em particular de Bengaluru. Muito obrigada. Namaste.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Fatima Kanto. Now, we are also very honored that Zainab Baradli, Senior Program Specialist at the Section of Universal Access to Information and Digital Inclusion, Communication and Information Sector at UNESCO, has been with us for these entire 3 days as well. We know how much that takes from you, and we thank you so much for your dedication and your support to this summit. Thank you very much. May we invite you to say a few words.
Excellencies, Madam Alice Almeida de Pinto, Lydia, dear Mr. Director. I'm sorry, I don't have everybody's name, but I've seen you. I feel like we're friends from spending so much time together, my dear co-panelists. I'm very honored to be here with you and with all of you today. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this global summit to a close, I would like to warmly greet all participants joining us here in Bengaluru, as well as those who have followed our discussions from other regions of the world. I'd like to express UNESCO's sincere appreciation to the conference chairs, to Mr. Sridhar Gautam, Principal Scientist at ICAR, Indian Institute of Horticultural Research, and Ms. Lydia Borel Damian, Secretary General of Science Europe, for their leadership and guidance throughout this summit. Their stewardship has shaped the program that brought together policy and practice and reflected diverse regional perspectives and kept equity and the public interest firmly at the center of our discussions. I would also like to thank the members of the International Oversight Committee for their commitment and collaboration. It's been a great pleasure to work with all of you, and I look forward to our future adventures. And the quality of dialogue over these days reflects the care taken to ensure balance between regions, disciplines, and perspectives. I'd like to thank allow me to extend special thanks to our hosts. We're deeply grateful to the Indian institutions that made this summit possible, including the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, the Indian Institute of Horticultural Research, the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, the CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research, and the InfluNet. We also thank the National Commission of UNESCO of India to UNESCO for their kind support of this event. Over the last days, we have explored how Diamond Access can provide a sustainable and equitable foundation for scholarly communications. Through policy dialogues, thematic and technical sessions, exchanges between regions and disciplines, we have discussed the infrastructure, standards, and governance needed to strengthen Diamond Open Access. We've highlighted the importance of equity and multilingualism, responsible research assessment, and the vital role of early career researchers. These discussions have come together in a shared commitment, articulated through the Bengaluru roadmap to carry this work forward beyond the summit. As we look ahead, it's important to situate these discussions within UNESCO's mandate and the wider international commitments that guide our collaborative action. Access to knowledge is not merely a technical or institutional issue. It's a matter of rights. Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights affirms the right of each and every one of us here today and everyone to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas regardless of frontiers. Now, this was written over 70 years ago, and they were not thinking about you and I at that moment. But it speaks to the relevance of these words in today's world where knowledge is the key to survival. This is why the questions addressed at this summit matter so deeply to UNESCO. They speak directly to our constitutional mandate across education, science, culture, and communication and information, and they reflect the direction set by member states in UNESCO's program and budget 43C5, which emphasizes that knowledge sharing, inclusive digital transformation, and skills development as foundations for more equitable and resilient societies. As some of you may know, we have a new Director General at UNESCO since November. And our new Director General, Mr. Khalid El-Anani, has stated that his priority will be UNESCO for the people. This vision reminds us that international cooperation must ultimately serve individuals and societies, and digital transformation must strengthen participation, trust, and inclusion. And that is exactly what we are working on over the last week. In this context, UNESCO advances open solutions as a practical way to connect principles with implementation. Open access, open data, open educational resources, free and open source software for interconnected knowledge ecosystems, which are supported by open licensing, interoperable standards, and the governance in public interest, function as digital public goods that societies can rely on over time. It's about resilience and sustainability. At its heart, the work discussed at this summit is about the kind of societies we want to build and we want to leave for our children. When knowledge is accessible, reliable, and governed in the public interest, it strengthens learning, supports evidence-informed policymaking, and enables innovation that responds to real social and environmental needs. It empowers researchers and educators, supports journalism and public debate, and benefits students, practitioners, and the general public, particularly where access has been limited. UNESCO remains fully committed in this direction. In close partnership with its member states and stakeholders, we will continue to foster dialogue, share knowledge and experiences, support the conditions that allow open and inclusive knowledge ecosystems to thrive, while respecting national priorities, academic freedom, and the autonomy of scholarly actors. The discussions at this summit point not to a single solution, but a shared direction of travel. What we have seen here in Bengaluru is not only agreement on principles, but a genuine spirit of cooperation, creativity, and collective responsibility. It has been an honor for UNESCO to accompany the many institutions, policy makers, practitioners, and experts who have contributed to the summit and who work on the issues of the summit throughout the lead up and into the future. The energy, openness, and commitment reflected in these discussions give us confidence that progress is not only necessary, but possible. Now, before I close, this was my written speech, as you probably understood. But there is something I realized listening to the speeches, and I shared it with Devika just now. We're here at the kind invitation of the Ministry of Agriculture and the Horticultural Society of India. And we were talking about why this is important, and we had a colleague from FAO who had to leave earlier. The mission of our colleagues, our hosts, is related to agriculture. We are honored to be in India, where there are 1 billion people. And this mission is vital for survival. And the sharing of knowledge in order to make sure that it works properly for the good of the society and the work that we're talking about is what makes everything we're doing over the last week absolutely vital. It is very concrete. And we are very honored to have this, to be hosted by our hosts and to be able to be part of this discussion and work with our hosts. So this is off script, but it hit me while we were sitting here how important everything we talked about is just in everyday life. So thank you very much. I'm very humbled by this experience. And with the spirit, I'd like to thank you once again for your engagement. And I wish you a safe journey home. And we look forward to working with everybody with whatever we can do at UNESCO within our mandate to support your work. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your dedication and your proposals. Let's now hear Maganda Cruz. You may have met him surely while he was here, but unfortunately he had to leave yesterday. But before he left, he recorded a message. So that, can we ask kindly the colleagues in the IT bar to project Naran's message? Yes.
So, here I'm afraid I have to leave to France. So I will be in Ukraine when you will finish this wonderful conference, and want to thank the organizers and the speakers for all these discussions during the talks and outside the talks around the coffee, which were very important. And I want to share with you some takeaways. The first one is that, did you know that if we want to buy here in Bangalore a tuk-tuk, you would pay 3,500 euros, which means that for 1 or 2 APC, you buy this vehicle, not the right vehicle. That shows the equity issue we have the price of the APCs. So we have to move away from we're dominated by APCs. So here are some ideas that I have learned from you during these 3 days. First, we will go further if we go together. Diamond Open Access is a very diverse community. We need to recognize that there are different models, different business models, and we are strong with this diversity. And we need to consider that having only one model is not very good. We need to be as inclusive as possible. Secondly, also open science or open Diamond Open Access plans or roadmaps, and we need that type of commitment at national level and regional level and at institutional level. And third, we need a commitment from research organizations and universities. We need them around the table to have this decisive change in the Diamond Open Access landscape. Fourth idea, we need to create funding mechanisms for Diamond Open Access infrastructure and Diamond Open Access journals. And for that mechanism to succeed, we need to include the level of ministries, the level of research funders, the level of research performing organizations, libraries, and universities all together. And then nothing would be possible without any proper mechanism of monitoring and collecting indicators of open science. I have showed you some figures yesterday, and some map of the importance of Diamond Open Access journals in all continents. And we need to go further in monitoring the stage
and the trends in diamond open access publishing. Otherwise, we will not be able to make any political decision. Thank you very much, and I will be straight back to you all.
Thank you, and we, Zoe, please thank Naran on our behalf for having that very nice gesture to record the message before going. Rulo, hello. You came here as a newcomer, and you go here as an expert. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. May I invite you to say a few words?
Yes, just a few. Hi, everyone. I'm going to read in English this time because everyone's are tired. Everyone wants to rest. No more Spanish for today. Thank you all for your patience in reaching the closing of this fantastic summit. We had an opportunity to learn about the diverse diamond publishing ecosystem from different regions of the planet, listen very interesting presentations, engage with the critical ideas and proposals, and discover tools and services that can help us strengthen diamond open access in our different countries. I am sure that this has been a truly inspiring experience for all of us. Respected authorities and colleagues, Lydia Borrell, Secretary General of Science Europe, on behalf of the government of Mexico and our Undersecretary of Science and Humanities, Dr. Violeta Vázquez Rojas Maldonado, it was a huge honor to participate in this summit, and our sincere gratitude to the committee for organizing and give us the opportunity to be here. Now I will briefly share some general reflections that I take from the summit and that thing that may guide our next steps moving forward to strengthen the diamond open access. First, the technical capacities and infrastructure. The summit identifies common colleagues for strengthening diamond open access on even adoption of publishing standards, difficulties with open licensing, and limited technical skills in many editorial teams. Participants, many of you emphasize the need for public interoperable and sustainable infrastructure. But Leslie Chang remembered us that the infrastructure are not neutral. When they require resources, not all the journals possess, the risk of reinforcing inequalities exists. For this reason, their development should be guided by principles of community governance, common-based approaches, and care-centered practices, supported by training programs and technical assistance. Another thing that I want to remark is that the summit highlighted the wide heterogeneity of the diamond ecosystems, with countries hosting anywhere from the few dozen journals to several thousand, like Indonesia. This diversity is a strength, rooted in multilingualism and local relevance, but it complicates uniform implementation of standards and infrastructure. This is a challenge. The challenge is to create a broadly applying solution that still allows adaptation to the local realities. International collaboration requires identify shared elements that enhance interoperability while respecting the particularities of each editorial community. Governments and funding agencies were identified in this summit as central actors for ensuring the sustainability of diamond ecosystems. The summit stressed the needs to transform evaluation systems that currently privilege commercial high-impact journals and to reading initiatives to fully recognize diamond open access journals. Financial stability also depends on national policies and structural funding mechanisms, not just temporary projects. Coordinated policy advocacy and clear regulatory frameworks are essential to establish diamond open access as a core component for public scientific infrastructure. Finally, the diamond model is sustained by collaboration among editors, scholars, and institutions. It's a collective action. This experience, your comments, all the presentations of the colleagues and the chats in the cafe underscore the importance of supporting editorial communities is implementing technical and policy improvement
and fostering infrastructures built through collective effort. The value of diamond polishing is relational rather than economic, relying on networks of cooperation. Three priorities that I highlight at the end is the guide this collective work are this, and it's very constantly in different in the presentation in the round tables and so on. Capacity building, policy infrastructure, and the transformation of evaluation and incentives and incentive systems. This access shape a shared agenda for consolidating stronger and more equitable global ecosystems of journals. Finally, from Mexico, having had the opportunity to be here in Bangalore, listen to you, and to share our proposal with you, reaffirms the commitment of the Ministry of Science, Humanity, Technology, and Innovation of the Government of Mexico to support Diamond Open Access as a strategic pillar for our national science policy. Thank you all.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you very much for your words. Now, I think Ariana, I think she is online. Can we check if Ariana is online?
I am online. I don't know if you can hear me.
There you are. Yes. Hello, Ariana. Ariana, thank you for joining us online. Despite the distance, it almost felt that you were with us, especially on that day that you were with us speaking at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. in your morning. So thank you very much for doing that for us. Maybe invite you to say a few words, Ariana, even if you have not been here. I hope that you captured the gist of our discussions.
Of course, Lydia, thank you so much. Thank you so much to everybody. And as Pedro, I choose to speak in English because I wasn't sure that I can speak in Spanish. But yes, I'm very, very happy to have the opportunity to participate, at least from a distance. As I said, from my very first talk, I deeply regret not being with you in person today. And well, as we come to close this gathering, I want to invite us to commit. We have spent these days discussing infrastructure, sustainability models, evaluation systems, workflows, platforms, and policies. Of course, all of this matters. But if there is one message I hope we carry with us beyond this room, it is that, and I'm sorry to insist in this message in the past two summits, but for me it's very, very important, that the only way Diamond Open Access could succeed, learning from the experience of Latin America, is by treating knowledge as a commons. And it is, and this is a political decision. I really celebrate, and sorry, Lydia.
I'm applauding what you said, that the only way to progress is with the knowledge commons. Just so you know. They like it very much.
Thank you so much, Lydia. I know it. I celebrate that this summit was held in an institution working with on agricultural sciences. Agriculture teaches us something essential about the commons. Seeds, soil, water, and biodiversity cannot be enclosed indefinitely without consequences. When agriculture is treated only as a commodity, we undermine food sovereignty, sustainability, and collective well-being. But when it is treated as a commons, it requires care, shared knowledge, long-term stewardship, and collective responsibility. So knowledge works in the same way. Scholarly communication, like agriculture, depends on cycles of contribution, reuse, and regeneration. Diamond Open Access is the model that most clearly reflects this logic. It is about cultivating knowledge, not extracting it. It is about stewardship, not exploitation. So Diamond Open Access is not a technical or economic decision. This distinction is fundamental because when we frame Diamond Open Access as merely a technical or operational choice, we make it optional. When we recognize it is a political decision, we acknowledge that it reflects our values, our priorities, and the kind of scholarly ecosystem we actively choose to sustain or to abandon. So Diamond Open Access exists because thousands of journals, editors, reviewers, librarians, technologists, and institutions, very often in the Global South, have already made a radical commitment to refuse the commercialization of scholarly communication and to organize knowledge production as a shared collective good. A commons does not exist by accident. A commons is not free of cost. A commons survives only when those who benefit from it also assume the responsibility of maintaining it, of contributing back to the commons. Today, Diamond Open Access journals are making an enormous contribution to the global knowledge commons. They do so without charging authors, they do so without charging readers, they do so sometimes with scarce resources or individual efforts, and they often do so without a stable funding, without institutional recognition, and without long-term protection. These Diamond Open Access journals absorb financial costs, infrastructural fragility, they absorb unpaid and labor. And this situation is not sustainable. And more importantly, it is not just an urgent need, it is under threat. If we truly believe that knowledge is a public good, then we must say this clearly and without ambiguity. Everyone who benefits from the knowledge commons must contribute to the knowledge commons. And this contribution must take concrete forms. It means contributing with journals to the commons rather than outsourcing publishing entirely to commercial actors. It means contributing public funding to Diamond Open Access through direct, long-term, non-competitive grants. It means contributing infrastructures that are community governed and non-profit. And it means contributing with, and perhaps this is the most important, with political legitimacy to models that prioritize access, equity, and bibliodiversity over profit. So supporting Diamond Open Access cannot remain on an act of goodwill. It cannot be framed as an alternative for those who cannot afford APCs or to be paid with the money that remains after paying APCs. It must be recognized as a central strategic pillar of scholarly communication. Diamond Open Access requires funding, stable funding, predictable funding, funding that respects editorial autonomy and does not impose commercial logics through the back door. So the dominance of APC-based open access models is now present everywhere, even in Latin America. It was the result of political decisions, and the marginalization of Diamond Open Access in some regions is also the result of political decisions. So that means the solution is again political. Diamond Open Access must be recognized as a shared global responsibility, not as a regional exception or as a regional success, not as a temporary solution, not as a charitable gesture. It is already functioning, high quality, community-driven model that aligns with the principles of science and with knowledge sovereignty. So when institutions publish and support journals as part of the commons, they do not lose prestige, they gain legitimacy. When funders support Diamond Open Access, they are not subsidizing inefficiency, they are not investing in something that is alternative. When researchers choose to publish, review, and edit in Diamond Open Access journals, they are not lowering standards, they are defending them. We are part of the resistance. So before I close, I want to express my sincere thanks. Thank you to the organizers of the summit for convening this space and for sustaining a conversation that is not always easy, but is absolutely necessary. Thank you to the hosting institution for its commitment. I won't name anyone because I will forget someone, but I would like to thank everyone for this commitment and for welcoming this community. And a very special thank you to the local team, the people working behind the scenes. I know what it is, often invisible, whose labor makes this event possible. Thank you to all of you that are taking care of the speakers, of the logistics, of the transmission, of everything. Thank you so much. And I also want to insist and just to take this message that Diamond Open Access needs us, needs everybody, because it is under urgent threat. So thank you so much for taking the time to participate in this conference. Thank you so much for the support of the governments that are present in this room, particularly the representative of Mexico. Thank you so much for the support, Pedro and everyone. And I will stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mariana, for your wise words. Thank you so much. May I now to give the word to Devika.
Good afternoon. I'm very, very sure that all of us are tired. The music was, sudden switch of music was an indication for after party, so we wait for that. Yeah. So the respected members on the dais and all the dear delegates, it's been a pleasure to be here all these days and be part of such active discussions full of energy, full of interest in something called Diamond Open Access, which has no money in it. So money excites people, but for us, this community, it is the absence of money that excites us here. So the absence of exchange of money that excites us here. So this is certainly a shift in thinking that we should really bring about. So this summit has been so unique in so many ways. I did physically, I was present at Toluca. Yes, physically I went there, but one accident happened anyway. So here we brought together, thanks to Lydia and Sridhar, through their very, very focused way that they worked over several months now. The kind of people that gathered here included practitioners, researchers, library professionals, policymakers, government representatives, the whole entire range that contributes to the fabric of Diamond Open Access. So congratulations on that. And we heard so many new perspectives here again. And the main message maybe that I am taking back at least is that knowledge drives everything. It's not only money, it's not only the physical natural resources that people think about, but it is knowledge that will drive progress towards sustainable futures. Friends, none of us in this room disagree with the objectives of Diamond Open Access. We all agree upon it, and it's sort of a given right now. So now the next step is what it takes to make it a reality. How do we really realize this between now and Bali, maybe, or if that is very this thing? What is it that we try to achieve on ground with the takeaways of this particular summit? The roadmap, I again congratulate all the IOC members for coming up with the practical proposals that are there within and stressing upon what should really be a community-driven effort towards Diamond Open Access. That phrase I would like to stress upon, that it should be community-driven, community-owned, community-used, and community reproduced. So in the entire cycle of publication, in my entire talks for about 25 years now, I've always pointed out what are the outliers in the publication cycle. There's again an elephant in the room. There's an outlier that we don't need, that the publication world doesn't need, the knowledge world doesn't need. So we have to work towards us being sustainable within the cycle of publication, and we are empowered to do this. We don't need the so-called help. So the main takeaways, of course, are to establish fostering policies, the technical bridges that are required, infrastructures that are truly, truly interoperable without any barriers, and also to work building capacities that will really make this a reality. More than anything, share experience and expertise to realize knowledge products as truly public goods. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, delegates, our friends and guests online. Thank you for giving me this opportunity once again. Much has been said about Diamond Open Access, so I will not be repeating that. I will only speak that from the organization that I come, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Diamond Open Access functions because publication is treated as an academic infrastructure, much like libraries, laboratories, and data systems. Our journals are supported institutionally, governed by academic editors, and aligned with the public mandate of agricultural research, the importance of which was already mentioned earlier by Zenep. And a key feature of this is shared responsibility. And I think each one of us who has come for this summit completely agree about the shared responsibility. Through the Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture, where I come from, ICR supports not only its own journals, but journals of other scientific societies. And we are growing by the day and very proud about it. Most of them function as complete Diamond Open Access journals, and we are trying to increase the fraternity. Three characteristics have been critical in making Diamond Open Access work in our context. First was the policy clarity, which I mentioned in my talk earlier. Second is the stable funding. Initially, it was project-based, and then by default, it was extended into our institutional budgetary mandate. And third, of course, the academic governance. We have editorial independence, and we ensure quality. And that is why we get the recognition from FAO and others as we do. We try not to compromise on quality, but it strengthens our accountability by aligning publishing with academic values rather than commercial incentives. For a global scaling of open access, we need to reallocate our resources, share our resources, and the most important take-home message I'm taking from this summit is to expand our collaborations. So thank you, Sridhar and Lydia, for bringing me on board particularly, because it will be my endeavor to increase the collaboration on behalf of ICR for this community and to facilitate each other. Diamond Open Access succeeds not because it is idealistic, but because it is structurally sound when institutions choose to act. And for talking about the roadmap and the way forward, it will be really nice that the next conversation we have on open access, we will also bring in our policymakers, our governance people, to make them see the light of the day. That is going to make a large impact because this community is convinced, and I can create capacity and awareness programs to educate other researchers, scientists, librarians, information managers. But finally, it's the people who hold the kitty who need to be convinced. So I look forward to new collaborations and partnerships. And finally, I'm not an IT person, but somebody had raised the point. Now with the AI system coming much into the picture, and we are providing all the open access data, and they are reappropriating it back into locked systems. I don't know how this group is going to look at that. I look forward to that policy alignment. Thank you. Have a safe journey back home. And on behalf of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, it is really a pleasure to be here and be part of this very, very important group. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Anurag. It's been a pleasure to share these days with you. Same thing as I can say from Kita. So thank you very much for being here. I'd like to say your concluding remarks.
So good evening, and I think these are really the concluding remarks because I'm the last speaker, I think, on this panel discussion. And firstly, my sincere thanks to Dr. Behra, the ICR team, and Lydia and Sridhar, I think, who really put a great show together, and all the people who have been supporting them behind the scenes. I just cannot imagine the amount of hard work that would have gone in to make it a successful event. So when I got the first mail from Sridhar talking about this, I didn't have any hesitation in accepting to come to this event. Because at CSIR and at NISPR, we've been doing this for many years, although perhaps none of us took part in the other summits, but we were already walking the talk, if I may say so. So for us, it was just, I spent the whole day today. So in the morning, I was a little apprehensive, but now I see the solidarity. I think when you hear so many voices across the countries and the problems are same, so you feel that you're not alone. You're not facing these challenges on your own, but there's a community out there and so many people are doing because there's something right and it's the right way to do. The right way to do is always hard. And I think, but looking at the support of each and every one and all the speakers, that gives us more strength to go forward. That's one main learning for me that you really need to push it forward. There's dialogue and, diamond access. And India has been always a country which believed in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, like one earth, one family, and the G20. India has always been a very open country in terms of democratization of science, access to knowledge. India has always treated it as a common good, be it from the times of Nalanda University, where all over the world people would come to learn in the university in India. It was always known for a country of knowledge. So I think for us, it comes naturally. The willingness to share and the diamond access, we've always believed in that. And my colleague talked about the traditional knowledge digital library. Again, India was one of the first movers to recognize the need for recognizing traditional knowledge. And I'm happy to see that even in the Bengaluru roadmap, you talk about traditional knowledge, and India has already been working. And we ourselves at NISPR are doing something called as the scientifically validated traditional knowledge. We are building a repository, and we are doing it in multiple languages, including 5 foreign languages. So this is a resource which we would like to share across the different countries. So having said that, I think today's session, what really struck me was the early career researchers, because I think they are an important part of dialogue. Whatever we talk, ultimately it is they whose lives are affected, their careers are affected. So I think we really need to take their concerns. And somebody said they're frustrated. I hear your frustration, and we are also frustrated. But I think that will help us to move forward. So we really need to respect what the early career researchers are going, because they have a long way to go forward. And having said that, I think my question, which I asked in the morning, how do we promote the open access journals? Because we need to compete with the other journals. We may say we are doing a great job, but how do you make this an option for the early career researcher that they look forward to publishing it? I didn't hear much about it. Maybe I was missing the last 2 days, but I think this is something which we really need to address and say, do we come up with a ranking, assessment, our own assessment of the journals? And why not an award when you have a global summit like this, somebody who's doing a best practice or some recognition for the people who are doing diamond access and some best papers which have been published in open access journals, and what is its impact? Unless you come with data, I think people are not going to be convinced. I think these are some of the things which we need to ponder as a community. And I heard a lot about research assessment and researchers assessment, because it's ultimately the people who are behind, the scientists who are contributing. And I think this is an area of quite a bit of importance. And I know it's going to be hard, but at least at India, we'll work. And I think I have
very admirable colleagues in Devika and from ICR. I think we will try our best to work with our policymakers in India to see how can we incorporate this in the research assessment framework. And as I said, assessment of open source frameworks, the standards, these are areas. And our institute, apart from science communication and research journals, we are also policy researchers. So we would be happy to contribute to the global understanding of how open source frameworks and assessment, and that's an area which we can commit that, we would be happy to contribute to the understanding of these systems. And I think, again, thank you all for a wonderful day. I had a great day today, and I really thank the organizers again, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Gita, and thank you for these suggestions that we certainly can take into account for the next summit. Or when, just prepare yourself. Dr. Bashir, Tushar, what can I say?
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing, no. I let you speak.
So good evening to all of you. We have Her Excellency, Madam Alice Di Fatima, Lydia, my friend. We have Janet, Marin was there, Pedro, Mary, Ariana, Dr. Anuradha, Dr. Gitavani, Dr. Devika, all the participants today from whole world, and my friend from India. It's really a great opportunity for me to be here today because I'm lucky enough to host all of you. It's a great friends, even if we have known each other earlier, but now we have a very good friendship is coming in the way to have a common cause of the world, that is the access to the information, the research, knowledge, innovations, which is today we are here. I'll not go into detail about this, your program, because last 5 days, we churned many things together. There are many things come in our picture that the roadmaps is Bangalore roadmaps is prepared. Now, many of these people have also given that we have to go for action, which is very, very important to all of us. Today, I'm very much happy because we hosted this global summit on Diamond Open Access. And you know that India has hosted many of this world's largest publicly funded research systems and published thousands of journals in the open access. It's very important that our research findings, everybody is also agreed to this one, which is without the fee to the authors or to the readers. As I mentioned, many of the things we discussed, and as I mentioned, I'll not go for this one. But one thing is that we have many of the professional societies are there. They are publishing the research journals. But only problems what we face is the impact factors, which is important to all of us. And for that, we need whole world help so that the collaborations also mentioned, which is very, very important. The capacity building also mentioned, which is also very important. Also to have come close to each other so that we can work for the whole nation. Those are not even in the research innovations in the right way or right perspective. As we mentioned that 5-day summit from 2nd to 6th February has brought together many of our research scholars, librarians, publishers, technocrats, government agencies representatives across the world, including many of these international organizations, including UNESCO and FAO. I must thanks to all the delegates because you are there. That's why I'm here to have host these particular things. So that's why I mentioned I'm very much lucky to be here. This is courageous because this started long back, I think 6-7 months when Sridhar came to me. And that time he was telling, sir, we want to host one of these largest program, that is the summit of the third summit of this one. That time we approached to our honorable former DG Secretary, Dr. R.S. Baroda, Professor R.S. Baroda. He told nothing, only you go ahead. So we started that program in the beginning with the blessings of our own people from this Indian side. Again, I salute them because he's also the patron of these particular programs. As I mentioned, many of these things that, again, I'm really encouraged because I hosted the G20 MAC in Varanasi, at Varanasi. So it's a beautiful city in the side of the river Ganga, with a host of 80 delegates from the different countries. And this is the only genesis of which I am really appreciate Sridhar, and appreciate also Sridhar. Sridhar also told me, sir, will do that particular program also in Bangalore. So one in 2023, and today, again, the another summit is today we have organized. So that is the confidence we have. Even more and more we can also host in the futures to come. Thank you for all of you today. As I mentioned, two things is very important that what we have learned, which is as collaborations and also the capacity building. But today, as I mentioned, two things. The two persons, two things and two persons are very important. One is Lydia, another is Sridhar. Actually, the networking of all the events, they did it single-handedly. I think both of them have done it. And particularly the networking with all these people in the world, they have a bond. And I have very little role to play here. I have very, very little role to play here. I thanks to both of you because of you, it has happened very successfully. I express my gratitude for that, your time, your dedications to the cause of the whole world. I think for the planning and executions of this particular event. We met each other. We have institutions. We have civil societies, government agencies. We work together. Definitely, those roadmap we have built today, I think we can walk little step by step, but definitely will reach the goal, which is very, very important. Road we have prepared from the Bangalore, now we have to start working. We can run faster also and get this goal in the beginning. So that is the things, as I mentioned also, India, I know, we believe in Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Because whole world is our family. We are the members of my family. So that is the things we have. So if we have any problems, any uncomfortable or differences are there, we have to solve each other. That is the things we have believed. I think again, we are here to also the common cause for the societies and the human rights. Here we have common agenda, that is the Diamond Open Access. Today, we prepare the draft of the roadmap. We also work on this one. It is not the final what we feel. We have to think of, maybe quickly do by just sharing this roadmap to some of people. We can also rebuild the things in a different way. Because I know we are all tired. So when you're tired, maybe you will not have so much of things in come in the picture. So you have to rethink some 2, 3, 4 days. When you go home, again, you give us some of the things by the mail or other things. If it's possible, I can request both of you, Sridhar and Lydia, to put it also there and circulate. That is important things what I feel. As you mentioned, my own host organization, the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, I must thank to the present Director General and Secretary, Department of Agriculture Education, Research and Education, Dr. M.L. Jat, because of the parliamentary committees, parliament was going on, many of the government organizations, secretaries could not come here. So that is the things we have, but again, I thank to him, I think we have Dr. Anuradha Agarwal madam is there, so she will definitely convey this message to our director general. My friend from IHR, I think they have done a great job. I must congratulate to all of you. If there is some mistakes, that is because of me. If there is uncomfortable for you, are staying or visit to this in Bangalore, this is from you. But if it's a credit, it goes to my people, those are my scientists, who has done a lot of things for this particular way. So that is the message I give to all of you, as I'll not go for detail and the things that we are really privileged to host all of you here. We have many problems, but definitely we have to come closer to each other. I also thank the press media. They have a very brief note about this particular program. It is also in the leading papers, newspapers, in the news. So it comes. So I am thankful to them also. I must also thank to the hotel and this Taj. They also appreciated. We also appreciate them that they have done very good work here, and all the organizations who have sponsored this particular program, which is very important. And when you go home, please remember also if you have something in the mails or in WhatsApp group, you can also put it some of the things how you like this particular event. So thank you. Have best wishes for the near future. Thank you all of you.
Dear delegates, as we come to the close of third Global Summit on Diamond Open Access, it's my honor to thank all of you on behalf of organizers.
Okay, so because sorry for that. Now I put it Lydia in the last because she was from the beginning to the end. That is the things for which I put her in the last. She started the work. She started with all the framework and all the things. So I think your words also the last words. We put it here. Thank you very much. Please.
Hello. Thank you. Yeah, well, first of all, allow me a few words on behalf of my president, the president of Science Europe, Marison Litwaite, that could not connect to via internet today, otherwise she would have done it. But she asked me to represent her, and on behalf of her, thank Mr. Tushar, Dr. Vejera, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Paroda, because we know that you both have been behind the scenes, so thank you, a round of applause for them. We spoke with her on video, so that was that was good. One meeting, exactly. Enough to institutionalize the partnership. And Mari says that, because I have been reporting to her, when she hears that now there are authorities here from India that will report back in Delhi and further Diamond Open Access, she said that that was the one and first and most objective of the summit. So if you do that, that means that we have achieved one of the main objectives. Not only that, the presence of the other secretaries of state, representatives from ministries, if they can come back to their countries and speak to their ministers and to their colleagues in other nations, hopefully we can generate a compounding wave of communication on Diamond Open Access, because that field needs a lot of communication. we need also, in the words of my president, recognize the challenge that is very difficult. We are really undertaking a battle that will take a lot of effort, and perhaps this is just the beginning. So we need to preserve the cohesion of the community to be stronger. And if we keep together, we will be stronger and we will overcome all the obstacles. So again, thanks from my president and the commitment that also on our side, on Science Europe, we are going to disseminate widely the outcomes of this conference, and we continue to develop all these other policies that we have been mentioning here, because they are also part of the agenda of Science Europe. Open science, sorry, it's because I want to mention my colleague Brecht. For open science, he is the expert in Science Europe that is behind everything also that we have done. So thank you, Brecht. Thank you very much for your support. So as I was saying, open science, research assessment, and importantly, research culture. What kind of culture we want to embed in the institutions that conduct research, that promote research, a culture of collegiality, of integrity, a culture that is deeply rooted in the academic values of rigor and knowledge for the good of all. So up until here, the words of my president. Thank you very much. And now my own words to Sridhar. I don't know where to start, Sridhar. Because I want to thank you so much for the dedication, the leadership, the intelligence, the perseverance against sometimes challenging situations. The meetings held exclusively online between him and I and with the EOC, exclusively online, with people that had never worked together before, and yet coming forward online and being able to build a team. And we were so happy when we arrived here in Bengaluru to face-to-face meet and enjoy the conversations, the dinners and lunches, and it has been a fantastic experience. But also with you, Sridhar, of course, the late nights and my early mornings online, and all the effort put together, the stress management that we tried to keep contained. I don't know if we always managed, but at least we really tried. So my admiration, Sridhar, to you and everything you put to make this a reality. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, friends, it was a very tense things which has undergone now it is culminated. I'm happy. Lydia is the lady who I saw her from Mexico from a long sitting somewhere in the audience and closely in Cape Town. And I am now closely working with her. Lydia's name in my home is like Lydia. Like they were all excited to see. And also my friends. It's me not alone. Sorry. There are emotional things are coming, but I have friends who are back behind me and my director. Otherwise, this would have not gone into the picture. I thank everyone, my friends, and all the people who directly or indirectly supported. Sumangla was also Sumangla was just called a day before that we should take place. And she's here. And my friends, Srinivas Rao, Naveen, Karunakaran, and like we are four. So I'll be like, there'll be a change in that. Like there was something Sumangla was saying, but I'm just changing the things. On all of your behalf and everyone, I thank Sumangla for taking this and supporting me. She is here before me arriving and taking all things single-handedly, and also my other colleagues who are sitting here, Navya and Prema, Pratibha, Jayanti, Smita. I will be reading your name, but Uma Maheshwari, everyone, or the night when we just invited them, they are all here. And thanks to my director, like with his support only this has happened and happening, and also like he encouraged me to do continue. So thankful to you, sir. And I think there will be some more ceremony and we may be late, but before handing over to Sumangla for the other program, I just wanted to thank each everyone. Again, it was reiterating Dr. Raj Paroda sir for his immense support and he always like he was following up how the summit is happening, and my Director General and the honorary chairs, Tushar Kanti Behra sir, SV Suresha, Vice Chancellor, and Bashir Ahmed Shadraj, Anuradha Agrawal, Geeta Vani, Devika, Nirmala, she couldn't join, and she was the first to sponsor. She is from the IIT Indore. Like she tried to come all the way from US, but she couldn't come. And Nishant, and all the IOC members, EOC members, and my co-organizing secretaries and the organizing secretaries, Karnakaran, Nagaratna, Anjani, Srinivas Rao, Naveen, Kasturi Mandal, Suili, and Madan, Pamita, Veda, Kutub, Pragya, Sriparna, and Sreshta. They're all with me in many of the meetings and supported me, and they're all following me if I'm going somewhere. Outliner kind of things which I'm bringing. They were checking me and correcting me. I thank you all from my bottom of my heart, and all my Society for Promotion of Horticultural members and the executive committee. Again, Tushar Kanti Behra sir is the president. Sanjay Kumar Singh, DDG Horticulture. He is also our vice president. And the TH Singh, vice president. Karnakaran, again. Dhananjaya, Smita, Rajiv, Anjani, Pooja, Dinesh, Emla Naik, and all my team members here, Abhirami, Anupa, Bhagyashree, Chandrasekhar, Dhananjaya, Srinivas Rao, again I'm saying, Karnakaran, Jayanti, Kalaivalan, Kirti, Tangam, Nandisha, Navya, Naveen, Pratibha, Ramesh, Senthil, Smita, Sumangla, Uma Maheshwari, Shankar, Venkatam Reddy, Venkatesh, Chandrasekhar Yas, Kala Shetty, Tippuswamy, Suresh Vinay. And I want everyone to be on the stage to thank you on the behalf of everyone and ourselves. Thanks ourselves. Please be on the stage, all the people, Alta family members. And I would like to place on the record the support of the organizing institutions, the SPH primarily, SEMCA, NISPER, DST, CPR, DKMA, our IHR, ICRISAT, INIAS, InfibNet, IIT Indore, US Bangalore, ANR France, Amelie Karadalik, Cefipra, Glasgow, Coalition S, SEMCA, Dodge, DOJ, Gates Foundation, and the German Center for Research and Innovation, OPERAS, Science Europe, Angola, Oscar Ribas, DST, India Bioscience, OP Jindal, and UPS University. I also place on record profuse thanks and a great gratitude to the Gates Foundation. Ashley, thank you for all the support. Please come on to the dais, please. We would like to honor, along with Divya, Science Europe. She is the most, this summit is happening only because of many people, and one of them, the strong supporter for this cause, she's Ashley from Gates. Please, thank you so much for everyone to be here and all EOS members. Thank you. Beyond stairs for a coverage and the group photo, to have the history should be remembering us who are all the people, and also giving the strength to continue work for this cause of Diamond Open Access, making the knowledge public good. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes. Sorry. That's how the community works. When you are not in the line, somebody will help me. I profusely thank the interpreters, live interactions, because I don't know how much they know about the Diamond Open Access. By this time, I think now learn. And without contest, they cannot speak, but they prepare themselves to translate correctly so that we all can hear what the language they are speaking from their heart. Thank you so much, all the interpreters from the Portuguese, Spanish, French, for taking this. And the AV support, my AKV team, Naveen, Vinay, Naveen was not here, but online he was the incense remotely, and Suresh, all the family members of those people, because early they are coming, late they are going. So please, Vinay and Suresh also on the stage, and all the AV support from the things. Thank you very much for being here. And whatever we wanted, immediately they are able to do it. So thankful for everything. Thank you so much. Did I miss anyone, please? No, I guess. Thank you. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, please. Just to have the concluding photograph, I want all the participants to be here so that we can have a closing picture, please. Thank you. All of you on the stage, all the crew, all the interpreters, everyone, please join us. This will be a moment. All the interpreters, please. All my friends who traveled a long distance, participated in this prestigious event, giving their time, energy for the cause of the society. Everyone, thank you. Yeah. My friend Sumangla is suggesting me that we should invite the interpreters for felicitation, please, for all the work. Yeah.
Got it.
Very good. Oh.
Interpreter, please, who is going towards the booth, please, be on the stage. And the photographer, videographer. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. No, no, for tomorrow morning. Yeah, the delegates who are planning to travel to Mysore, the bus will leave from the hotel at 8 a.m. Kindly have your breakfast before 8 a.m. and kindly assemble in the lobby. Bus will start from the hotel at 8 o'clock.